있다 날 때까지 세게 웃면 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 왔다 나 탑을 딱 봐도 스파스타 딱 보면 모두 다널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 햇빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 혼란한 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠 있다 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 세게 웃면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들의 승리 완명해 The weight of the both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠 있다 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 더 세게 웃면 어둠 있다 날 때까지 세게 웃면
flight more enjoyable. Please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
catch my vibe and my life. We're dancing under moonlight. 손을 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Get it, get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Yeah, 차올라 내 눈빛 봐. 불부터 나 ready now. 떨림이 번져가 이 밤 위로 올라타. 거침없이 난다. 겁없이 기어가 flight mode. Be breath free, shining, flying high. Feel the spark of flight mode. 우리 하늘 위로 더 rise up. 사라져 fade away moonlight. Gonna burn the night out. Every time my heart's flight, we go higher, eyes wide, right through the starlight. 차가운 공기속을 realize 지금이야 take flight. We're dancing on the moonlight. 손을 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Get it, get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Feel it, feel it, feel it, feel it. This time switching to flight mode. Fly, 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 burn up, burn up, burn up, burn up. 올라가. This time switching to flight mode. 올라가 계속 계속 높이 높이 fly away. 어둠 깨트려 이 무대는 우리의 게임. 자꾸만 넘어져도 울지마 괜찮아 일어나. 그 끝을 몰아서 run even zero. Flight mode. We're dancing under moonlight. 손을 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Get it, get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. This time switching to flight mode. This time switching to flight mode.
Congratulations on surviving another round. Let's hope your luck continues to hold.
Hello? Hello? Oh, Keg was fine. I don't. You are light. You are mighty fine, mate. Okay. Apparently, they can hear the game sound of us testing in the backgrounds. Somebody said. Okay, I'm now here, but no Keg. I'm like, production, that not true. Oh, okay. Are we now fixed? Yeah, listen.
Well, you're all Europeans. You get that naturally.
Yeah,
Hello,
we are-
everybody. Do overtime. Hi, guys. This one's going to be a lot less formal. I think you could hear me. Maybe you couldn't hear me. I don't know. Mid-season finals was last week. It's been a little bit since we were here. We are excited for Dawncore versus G5, and I'm about to sneeze.
Okay, well, whilst you're sneezing, buddy,
I'm good. I'm good.
Twice I have tried to bring us in so I can get a nice, lovely clip for my caster reel, and twice.
Go for it again. No, hold on. Hold on. No. We're gonna get you that clip for the highlight reel. Ready?
Okay.
Reset.
Chat, are you ready for this? You didn't hear anything.
Ready?
Nothing
3,
has been said yet.
2, 1, go.
Good evening, Rivals, and welcome in to the Rivals ENGAGE League, the only official Tier 2 EMEA league here, and we've got some exciting games to be bringing you today. I'm Spartan Tano, and I'm joined by the legendary Keg. How are you doing today, buddy?
I'm feeling great, Spartan Tano. I think this has been a great intro, and I'm super excited for today.
I know, we've not said anything yet. This is literally the first time we've been on screen, and we were talking about the games that we have coming up. The very first being Dawncore versus G5. I think this is going to be a true test for Dawncore once again.
I believe this is what we call clip farming.
It is. We're so good at it,
yeah.
Keg.
We are. You were talking about whether you were muted or not muted. I honestly don't know. That Initialize was having doubts. Your co-caster for today was having doubts about Dawncore's prowess, and like I was saying, I don't know if I was muted or not. Dawncore has lost to G5 twice now, and this will be a third time they've ran into each other. Top 2 teams in the league, by the way. This will really prove if 2+ weeks was enough time for Dawncore to shape themselves up, or if G5 is just truly the best team in the league.
Yeah, listen, we did a little sort of podcast episode with Diatonic over the week talking about week 1's games and how things went. And I believe it was Rivals Rewind, I think we called it. Go check that out. It is on the INGAGE socials. But basically, we were having the conversation about which teams that we think people need to keep an eye on. I was looking at Triple T. I think they were really impressive in the previous week. We're going to see how they go. And then, of course, Initialize was mentioned in Dawncore, I think. They're the ones that we got to keep a close eye on because they don't feel like they're quite up to scratch in these top levels here, buddy. And this is the week that we need to see them really lock in. It's against G5 as we have a look at the leaderboard here, mate. Of course, we're only in week 2, so this is going to get quite messy. We have the top 2 teams going up against each other straight out of the gates here.
Yeah, I'm just really excited for the G5 Dawncore matchup. I think that one will really solidify one of these 2 teams. The big storylines would be if G5 can win this, I think they're hands down the best team in the league, and it's really a battle for second place. If Dawncore wins it, that'll be a big change in momentum for pretty much everybody in the league. It shows that G5 is defeatable, and it also shows that Dawncore has really stepped up to the cause since their last 2 losses against that team.
And the scheduling gods continue to be amazing to us today. The games that we have coming up after Dawncore G5 is Menace versus Team Engage. So 3rd and 4th position as well competing against each other. So that entire leaderboard is going to be upset after today, Kagan. That's what we love about these leagues, right?
Yeah, I think that today is going to be the day of upsets. I could absolutely see that leaderboard changing from the end of today into, the start of today into the end of today. Very, very different reality. I honestly don't know what to expect from a lot of these teams. I think part of it, what it'll be is just watching mid-season finals and maybe taking a look at what the meta for Season 9 looks like. That'll be a big difference maker for a lot of these teams, I feel. And rumor on the street is that we actually have one of the mid-season teams representing here on the analyst desk later today.
Yeah, the GOAT themselves, Dennis, the manager for Rad, after a really exciting run in the Ignite finals, to be honest, mate. Everybody was really impressed with how Rad competed. So cannot wait to hear the analysis coming out of Dennis. I'm going to be very excited for that. But I tell you what we do need to mention is another exciting thing, buddy. We have a new headline partner here for this Rivals ENGAGE League.
What?
And it's none other than, if I just move my thing here, you can see... No, other way. Autoful.
Oh,
hey. The
Where'd that come from?
legends at Autoful create the world's best esports gaming chair here to sponsor this league. Our headline sponsors, a huge shout out to those legends as they continue to prove esports doesn't get any better than Autoful.
It really doesn't get much better than that. I will say Autoful has been one of the most comfortable chairs, not even just gaming chairs, but just chairs, period, that I've ever had the pleasure to sit my keister in. Let me tell you, as someone who's a little too tall for their britches, it is so hard to find a chair that's good for my back. And this one is, I don't even know what the term is, malleable? You can vibrate the chair, you can cool the chair, heat the chair, you can do whatever you want with the chair. And let me tell you, comfort is at its peak.
That it is. I also have the desk, by the way. And wow. Yeah, Autoful also do a gaming desk. This thing's incredible. I have a wireless charger built into it. I have literally the capability of standing up to cast, which you may see me doing later on.
Yeah, let's see that. Let's see it happen.
An incredible piece. Should we see if it goes up? This is
a
live demonstration shot. Are you ready? Are you ready? While we wait for this game to go. Oh.
Goodbye.
Oh. I'm going to go with it. I'm going to go with it.
You're like in an elevator.
Right? I'm stood. I am literally
wow.
stood.
My
also,
God.
It is really fun to cast whilst we're stood up. So a huge shout out to Autoful for this, buddy. And, this league doesn't get any better. We've got Engage. We've got incredible tier 2 teams that are competing in this. We've officially Marvel Rivals. And, of course, we've got Autoful as a sponsor. It's got everything, mate.
It's got everything. I mean, why aren't you watching this? Get your grandmother to watch this. She'll find something to come out of this. But let me tell you, I am very, very excited for today. We're just waiting a little bit longer for the casters and the games to be ready, up to go. But of course, we can take all the time we want because I'm in my Autoful chair.
We have just had confirmation that our tournament organizer has also got a chair now. So,
really?
It doesn't get
Good
any better.
for them.
Everybody here has an Autoful chair, and we are incredibly happy with it. So go check them out, chat, while we get this game ready to go. And what we'll also talk about, we've got to talk about the exciting news of what's coming out in 9.5, right, Keg? I mean, the HUD coming out this week.
That's right.
Tasty as a Vanguard,
Vanpool 2.0. I'm excited. There's definitely some question marks when it comes to 9.5. I mean, look, I'm not the analyst here, but I will say there were some. I've heard some rumors from my colleagues in Ignite that it's like, okay, well, some of the balances are weird. Like I believe Loki got buffed. Mantis did not get any touches whatsoever, and it's like, oh. So what I've noticed in my small time of Marvel Rivals and esports as a whole, right, is that normally when they make weird balance changes like that, it's usually for a future addition to the game. So I don't know if that's going to be affected with the HUD, but I imagine that these changes are probably in preparations for Season 10's hero drop.
Yeah, listen, that will be incredible. And we've got an entire half a season before we even get to see what's going on in Season 10. But what we do get chance to see here, Keg, is this game coming up. Donkor versus G5. We're going to say goodbye to the legend that is Keg for now while I bring Initialize onto the desk with me. Thank you so much for being here, Keg. Let's get Initialize on the desk. Let's get ready to get stuck into this game, please, production.
A pleasure, mate. I'm incredibly jealous of that chair. I got a picture from my brother about a week ago, and I have got in my room in Berlin waiting for me 2 very large Autoful packages ready to be constructed when I'm next home. But I've been traveling for work, so I'm there going, I look at all this fight stuff and I'm like, I'm on a crappy chair waiting for my hands to get on top of this. It's so annoying. And I say this as someone who is looked on jealously for a while. You just flex in on the rest of it. It's very, very annoying. Before I get more salty, how are you feeling about G5 Dawncore? Because obviously I've made my statements on Dawncore relatively clear.
Yeah, the thing is, mate, I think you have valid points and valid concerns about Dawncore. I'm excited to see how they can bounce back. I've quoted them to be the team that bends and doesn't break. And I think that's what I want to see from them coming into this. G5 has always been a problem for them anytime they compete against them. So I'm hopeful. It might be copium, but I'm hopeful that Dawncore are going to give us a really competitive set here, mate.
Yeah, I think they need to be a bit more flexible from what I've seen. Again, there's some really good players, specific heroes doing really, really well at that. But I do need to see them kind of just adapt a little bit quicker to the current meta. And I actually think on the other side, G5 have been one of my favorite teams to watch alongside Engage, going, right, we're going to cycle through stuff until we find something that's working. They feel very, very versatile, particularly when it's sort of like when we're looking at the convergences, when we're looking at DOMs, where it is like, okay, we've got teams that are entrenched on this point, entrenched on the cart. How are we breaking this? Things like the penny setups, the bunker setups and stuff that have been really annoying for certain teams to break. We've seen G5 and Engage be the two teams I think that have been most consistent at just constantly catching you off guard with a bit of a shift in the lineup to make something happen.
Yeah, I think that the routes that Dawncore have been really good at is domination. I think when we get away from domination, I think that's when we see them struggle, to be honest. I mean, I really enjoyed their comp they came out with where it was just Storm and they went with triple strategists.
So cool.
That was awesome, mate. And it felt like we saw some adjustments. I think it was Malediction they were up against, and we saw some adjustments from that team. But Dawncore just did not budge. They were adamant they could make that comp work, and boy, did they. It was a really fun matchup. And that's it. Domination seems to be where they excel. They're pretty good at being able to stop people getting points, hold points themselves. But it's when we come away from that and we then have a moving objective that it starts to become an issue for them.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And sometimes, as well, it's just sort of like they've got a particular style of composition they like to go towards. And changing that to be something a little bit more dynamic isn't always the option. Like, I'm not always the biggest fan of what happens when we need to see them go a bit more towards the full dive side, and they don't feel quite as comfortable on that style of players yet. Maybe that's just the 1 week that I've seen, one of those things where probably a little bit more review to just check in on some of those things. And again, we've only had 1 week of full regular season play. Yes, there were quals. Yes, there's other stuff. Yes, we've seen these teams play before elsewhere. But things have changed pretty heavily in Rivals. And things change very rapidly here once you've got a bit more time to scrim and get things rolling together. Because as you were chatting about on the desk, we've got a lot of changes happening over the last few weeks. We've got a lot of changes to come, new heroes being added as ever. Hood looks super cool, very excited to see him. He's also going to be a bit of a nightmare, and we all know it. We can't wait for it, but he is going to be a bit of a nightmare. Any ranged Vanguard with consistent DPS is going to be irritating. I say this as an MMA. But there is then that additional thing of, as with any competitive game, and I don't care what your creed is there is a serious art to adapting quickly to changes. And Rivals changes faster than a lot of games, especially when you have things like the team-ups changing so aggressively as they did this time around.
Yeah, they brought so much. I mean, even now we're still really getting to the gist of like what team ups are so incredibly strong and how to counter them and stuff like that. Like, it hasn't actually been that long since we've had the season 9 changes. So, teams are still tweaking that themselves. And on top of that, Sam, we've literally just had Ignite. We've had the mid-season finals, and you can guarantee that every single one of these players were watching that. They were seeing what those tier 1 pro teams were playing, what was working, and you can bet we're going to come into this week here and see some adjustments on these teams and think, that didn't work for us, but we've now seen how this team runs it. We've now seen how that was impactful. Let's bring it back into this league, because it's a perfect place for you to really try things out and see what works and what doesn't, because we're only in week 2. We've got plenty of weeks for you to recover if things don't work. I'm expecting a lot of adjustments coming into this week.
And with that in mind, I'm going to leak some of my DMs, specifically with Soren. Shout out to Soren. Because we were chatting about some composition, saying, you know what, I think this thing's got legs. And it was things like we saw the Rocket Punisher Penny combo, where you had the infinite ammo on Punisher and basically sat on all of the spider webs to make it an utter nightmare to break through. And we saw that run at mid-season finals. And me and Soren were like, you know what? I think that's got legs. In fact, I want to say it was Dawncore that was running it. And then Soren just dropped me a little message saying, you know, we were right, and just sent me a screenshot of the cop. It was like, there you go. And the long shot of it is, not just to big myself and Soren up, and shout out to Soren, but also to basically say, guys, if you want to have an idea about where the R&D is happening in Marvel Rivals, it's leagues like this where people are trying stuff out and are seeing what's going to work, and it does get picked up for things like mid-season finals. These teams and these players, they talk, they scrim, they do a lot of work together, and a lot of these players have been and will be again at things like MRC and beyond level, for certain.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, we're just waiting for this game to get ready to go, buddy. I mean, we're going to start with a domination, as usual. I'm going to predict it'll be Hell's Heaven, because it always is.
What is it? Like, we did get one Krakoa recently.
We did.
True. It wasn't Joey. It was like, we've had one or two. You go, you know what? That's been a breath of fresh air. Anything but Clintar. Cannot stand Clint or Dom. Don't know what it is. Just the angles in that map make me angry. That's what it is.
Valid. You know what I don't enjoy? The new map. I don't enjoy Thieves. It maybe, hate me if you like, but genuinely, the thing that really winds me up is when it's close to, like, overtime, the music is so loud, bro, and it keeps going louder and quieter and louder and quieter, and I'm like, bro, I'm in some sort of nightclub when I'm trying to fight for my life as a strategist, bro. It's stressful.
You know what we could be in, though? Picks and bans, because I hear the map's ready.
Let's go. Bring it on in
How
production.
was that?
Thank you so
Yes!
much. That was
Production
perfect.
got it.
That was perfect. Oh,
my smoothest segue of all time. There we go. Not even close, baby. Let's get into it.
You smashed it, bro. Dawncore versus G5. It is Hell's Heaven domination.
Of course
what
it
else
is.
would it be, my guy? Let's see what these pre-selects are going to be. Let's look at the bans. And I don't expect these bans to change from the previous week, to be honest. Mantis, Gambit, Magneto. I suspect we're going to go those routes.
Yeah, we will keep our eyes and see what teammates are being suggested as selected as well. Mantis is getting banned. We did see a little bit last week of some people attempting to trade Mantis and Gambit, but then didn't manage to deal with the Loki as an option. So you just ended up giving up double Gambit or allowing the Gambit to go through regardless. This will be the protect on the Gambit, I have no doubt. See what the ban is here on the other side, because of course they'll want to protect the Gambit themselves, I have no doubt.
Yeah. Oh, Magneto straight out of the gates. Okay. I mean,
Maverick doesn't enjoy it.
Could steal the Magneto. That's what they're going to do. Rather than going for the one-sided Gambit, they're going to go for the one-sided Magneto. I think they're probably on par, to be honest with you, Sam. I think Magneto is just the best Vanguard in the game right now. And you do give up the ultimate, that is the Raging Royal Flush, but you get good value for doing that.
If they ban Loki as well now, they can get Gambit ult uncontested, which is really strong. And we saw Dawncore try this last week, and personally, I wasn't a fan. CrossFit is a phenomenal Magneto. I guarantee the Magneto is going to CrossFit. He is so good at it, was putting up some MVP caliber numbers on it, but it was really hurting Dawncore that they were often basically losing 20, 30% of a point, losing control of a cart semi-regularly, because it'd just be a Gambit ult. You were saying, hey, they don't look so good when the cart's involved. Part of that is just having to deal with Gambit ult, forcing them off it every minute or so. It's been really, really problematic. They are going to ban instead the Adam Warlock, interestingly, and that'll be Adam banned on both sides and a protect on the Invisible Woman from the side of G5.
I'm very surprised that we haven't seen some sort of ban alongside the Loki here. I'm completely with you. I don't think you want to see a one-sided Raging Royal Flush copy as well. Elsa's going to be banned out by 5 times. Let's see what their final protect is going to be, because you've got, they're going to go for the save on the Elsa. Wow. The best duelist currently in this game, but giving up the capability of copying and having that oppressive strategist ult ready to go.
What are we banning here? Probably Invis, who does feel like, as ever, she's a very versatile option. It might actually also be the Ultron just being hover. We'll wait and see what exactly does become the final choice. I imagine the Invisible Woman is probably the stronger option, especially on Hell's Heaven, and some really good choke points for Invis to really fire through. And because Invis is always stronger, where you can have everyone lined up in front of you so you can heal and damage simultaneously, push and pull as you so choose.
It is so nice when everybody lines up like that, bro. It's like the planets have aligned. You're healing up your team. You're getting damage. You're getting a limbs. It's pretty nice. But this is the state of our game now for this first sub-map on Hell's Heaven. Right now, we've got the protects of the Invis and the Magneto for Dawncore, Gambit and Elsa for 5 times. Now, I don't know. I feel like looking at that, Sam, I would give it more to 5 times because they do have access to that Loki copy on a Gambit.
Yeah, that's where I'm at as well. And again, interesting to see it's not CrossFit piloting the Magneto this time around. It looks like it'll be Parasail who gets a hold on that one. That said, I think giving up the Elsa is strong. There is a question to me here, though, Tano, and that is, how does it look like when we are... when Black Widow's on the other side? Because I think people are still figuring out exactly where Black Widow is going to be in the tier list, because it may well be that actually Black Widow isn't equal to Elsa. She feels really good right now.
Yeah, I kind of feel that. I think typically it depends on the Vanguards that are on the other side. And I think if we do end up with quite a lot of non-shield Vanguards there, you know, the likes of Thing, I would suspect that you're probably going to get quite a lot out of that Black Widow. But right now, having the power of Magneto on that side, you've got the Emma as well for Dawncore. Probably why we're seeing more of a rotation onto the Elsa. I mean, they could run both, to be honest with you, buddy. That's the thing that we got to think about as we get straight out of the gates here, pushing on to this mission unlock area as Dawncore were trying to hold these corners, but a straight dive coming out from the mighty Mbappe. It's a double to open up the game, my guy, looking for more, gets the triple. And this is just an absolute destruction of Dawncore. Instantly gets an ace on the side of 5 times, bro.
It's a good start, but again, I worried a little bit there. The Emma alongside this Venom with a Black Cat, that's a really nasty dive combo. They've immediately switched over to the Thing. CrossFit's back over on that Magneto, as I somewhat expected. They've got 2 really heavy healing strategists in the C&D and, of course, Ken on that Invisible Woman. But I am a little nervous about the fact that this Emma's going to have a lot of time to manage the Thing. You just turn to the Diamond Form, and it's not a fun matchup. Froston on his very famous Bucky, though, could still be a real problem. They'll need to get some really good shots on today.
Oh, I tell you what, you've got to consider how difficult this Venom is being for them as well. But you're looking to dive straight back onto the strategist line.
That's disgusting.
These team-ups are just ridiculous on the side of Venom. I'm so surprised we're not going to get any sort of nerfs alongside them. Look at Mbappe and Maverick doing what needs to be done to clean up Dawncore. I expect more right now, buddy. They've got to regroup. They've got to find a way to get the right targets because they are just being completely chased down.
They are, and I'm a little nervous that I'm not a massive fan of this comp right now. They've gone with the double healers, and it's not working super well. Again, the C&D, the Invisible Woman, very strong right now, but I think they are struggling to manage the mobility coming on through. The Thing is supposed to try and peel for it, and I don't think it's quite working. Maybe Frostin and Sapatic, if they can pull back a little bit and try and burn down one of the Vanguards, might give them an opening. The problem is on the other side. Gambit's already got the Rage and Royal Flush, and is absolutely unleashing with the rest of the squad. Dark also in a scary spot. The dive away from this Black Widow. Sapatic stays alive, doesn't quite fall. Here's Frostin with a potential crack, and Impact does get the double. This is more like it. Finding their way forward as they bring down the Luna and Mavericks. Emma, not so diamond anymore, or certainly not forever, but they still need to try and get in here. 80, make that 92% for G5. They'll get the cap on the point, but they've got a lot of work to do, Tano. Good pull, good double. And Frostin finally hitting some of those shots.
Yeah, this is it, buddy. It is Frostin or Sapatic that they rely on when they're stuck up a creek without a paddle, and they just have to find their picks. Frostin finally managing to do so here on the Bucky. Does get frozen, though. Brilliant freeze from Pallet, and Maverick is going to find the KO there. Mbappe already sniffing out the backline, looking for their prey here as they get prepared to dive on through. Not quite ready with a Feast of Abyss, but it's going to be enough with this team up to pull the attention of Dawncore. Pop out a couple of these ultimates, bro. We have used the invisible boundary. Meteor coming in from CrossFit isn't going to connect, though. Pallet is ready as well with Fate of Both Worlds. Gonna part the Apex Predator here from Dark, looking for a KO as Maddie goes down, and 5 times back in a very comfortable position here, finding the picks on Dawncore.
And again, they've switched themselves onto the Black Widow and causing some serious stripe here. 0-1 got some more ability to hold the angles with that Assassin's focus from downtown. Up into the sky is Mbappe looking for a potential diving strike. Won't find too much, just pulling away, and it looks like we'll get a little bit of overtime here. Dawncore will TPM, but G5 taking the opportunity to reset. They're in no rush. They're at 99%, and they can wait for another roll of the dice. Don't need to throw it, don't need to give Dawncore too much time to work with. They do get a kill onto 0-1. That might buy a little bit more time again, but they've got between the Elsa and this Black Widow a deadly pair of hit-scan duos. There's the fate of both worlds as Pallet will begin to start dancing away and making sure they can get onto this point. Frosted needs to try and keep this Venom in check. That's a decent heal. Looking for the punch. Doesn't quite land what they're looking for. The shot's still good. Low HP. Manages to dive away. Can't finish what they're looking at. But they've got the Kraken impact. This could still be strong. Gets stunned up and knocked away. No way to use that ult. The Kraken impact doesn't get chance to be released. It's Pirates of the Caribbean 3 all over again. The Kraken's dead on the beach.
I'm with you, bro. I don't know why we didn't see a Kraken impact popped instantly there as soon as they had the execute on the Venom. If you were quick enough, you find that. And with no Venom for 5 times on that point, you can continue to combo it to find your way back onto that. Dawncore, they're struggling here, buddy. They are really struggling with how good 5 times are at just splitting up their team. The dive onto these healers from Mbappe, really pulling their attention, even managing to pull a couple of ults as well from the likes of Ken. And then it's just splitting up the rest of the team that works so well from them with their duelist. I don't know. I don't know how Dawncore get out of this right now, mate.
I mean, I think giving up the Elsa and the Gambit has proved to be very, very dangerous. There's a little bit of a discussion about whether they want the Black Cat and the Elsa or whether they want the Elsa and the Black Widow. I think on particularly Hell's Heaven, rather. I keep saying the other way around for whatever reason.
It is Hell, mate.
Yeah, well, yeah. So, someone's been in the depths of matchmaking, I see. But I think basically Elsa can play, if you want her to be, as a kind of dive buddy. She's got a lot of mobility, a lot of ways to back out again. Her flexibility in terms of the ranges she plays at becomes very, very strong. And when I think Mbappe having a real stormer here on the Venom, and I think on the other side as well, the Emma really messing with a lot of the attempted plays forward from the likes of Frosted, making it very difficult. There's the Raging Royal Flush. Decent shield, but Frosted, again, just taken out before they can do anything. The burst through that Raging Royal Flush is just disgusting. Another dive on forwards. And I suspect Dawncore are looking more like Dustcore right now because the game is setting on them without much to say. There's Frosted going forward for the Kraken impact. Looking to get a few more shots down. There's a bit of a shield coming on down from Maverick's Emma, but they will get that kill. That's a triple. And suddenly that Kraken is feeling a lot more dangerous. Again, says Bucky. Finds himself the Penta. Looking for every single one of G5, GG. G6 instead.
Oh, Mum, get the camera. 6 KO streak happily for Froston there. But the difficulty right now, Sam, any time that Dawncore are up a creep, they need something like Froston's ultimate to get them out of it, as we just saw with that Kraken impact. Without it, this is where they're really struggling. Amplifier is going to be popped down here from Maddie, easily cleaned up though by 5 times, and now they've got the advantage. Not able to find much more with the Assassin's Focus, but it's enough damage at least.
Yeah.
They have managed to get themselves comfortable on the point though of Dawncore, as 5 times are going to retreat. That's the issue. Once your Vanguards have been picked, you cannot continue to fight on that point.
Yeah, it looks like they're switching things around a little bit here. Going to go towards the Groot instead of that Venom, shift things up. One of the things I've been really fond of with G5 is they'll take the opportunity to switch up comp when they burn through those ults, look to come up with something new, and they're saying, hey, actually this Bucky proving a little bit annoying for the Venom, and actually keeping the Bucky from blowing the backline being a little difficult. The Groot, the walls, going to be very annoying. Also quite good at mitigating things like a rocket, well, maybe less the rocket, and more like Ken on that invisible, and a lot of ults to roll with there. There's the Assassin's Focus. Still got that ability to throw down the invisible boundary, as well as Elsa goes dashing on in with that Helix Pursuit. Won't quite find what they're looking for. Bucky looking to throw out a punch or two. Gets another shot. Frosted is just hitting shots. Sometimes that's all that matters. He is proving to be a deft hand and a quick trigger. Finding a few more shots. Can't quite bring down the Emma yet. Takes a little while, but finally fall. And Dawncore holding well here. They're in a good position now, I think, Tano.
That they are. They've got to be careful with it. Don't want to be too confident here, push too far, because 5 times will jump if you give them a mile. Right now, though, they've only got a couple of ultimates coming their way. Both of them being strategist also, but they've got plenty on the side of Dawncore to answer with as well. If I was them, though, I'd be looking to just throw it all here, but a 91% on that point. Opportunity for Dawncore to do so. Going to let that loose with the Silent Seduction. Pallet has to respond with her own fate of both worlds here. And again, Froston with some good spacing. Going to look round to get some KOs. Trying to find the group. Can't get down with the Strangling Prison. Gets disconnected from of it. Meteor M coming in as well as
This is
Parasol
looking
5-0-1. 5 times, falling one by one here, buddy. Emma trying to get out in the diamond form. CrossFit will not allow it. And Dawncore find a way to bounce
Mbappe's got the
back in
strange. It's the
second
portal.
sub-map. Let's see if the portal's going to get here in time, buddy. They are literally running.
No
No,
way.
it's not. Dawncore with a good bounce back.
Valiant attempt there, but Dawncore, that was much better. A lot of that was just on Froston, throwing out some Herculean work there. My days, Hera couldn't have asked for more of a challenge. Some superb moments from this Winter Soldier, who absolutely ices out G5. We are going to get a replay on this, and frankly, I don't want to talk too much. Just sit and watch. It's stunning. Every single member
Here we go.
up into the eye every time. Just you can't ask for better. It goes in the montage immediately.
It really does. And Froston, well deserved in that one. Gets the ace as well. I mean, the thing is, though, this is the difficulty of Dawncore. And I did like the fact that they finally did flex there. We see some adjustments. Emma's on the field, and they start to make a good impact. But they've got to be quicker with it, mate. 5 times, as we've already called out, they are so quick at flexing and changing what they've got as a comp to answer a weakness. Dawncore just a little bit too slow with it.
Yep, not fantastic on that one. I think they kind of just got caught in a bit of a loop. They didn't manage to reset particularly well. We are seeing a bit of a shift up here. 0-1 back to the Black Cat. Mbappe back to the Venom. They are still going to be running Dark instead on the Black Widow. No Elsa to be seen as yet. Dark on a good angle here. I think there should be some good shots. The Assassin's focus is on a really good angle. That's already one down. No shots wasted. That's what we're talking about. Dawncore reeling as the Black Widow comes flanking and just shoots their heads off.
Wow. I mean, listen, we're really getting a story here. Dark has decided to step up for 5 times in this third sub-map. Previously, it was Mbappe doing all the work. They need to find more, though. So Paddock looking to get the kick through onto the side of Luna. Not able to find the KO with it, though. Looking to see if they can use the Assassin's Focus for it. Froston finds Pallet. They need more here, though, buddy. 2 shots left. Got to find at least a Vanguard if they can, but no, they do find Dark. That gives them the advantage now on the side of the Duelist. Looking to see if they can find the other one here is Froston. Not easy, though. So Paddock is going to find Mbappe. So advantage Dawncore as they do get back onto this point. Froston will sit there and hit those headshots all day, mate.
Paracel switched on over towards the Magneto. Importantly, though, CrossFit being on the Angela on this map can be really, really dangerous. Watch for the kidnaps, particularly onto someone like Pallet. You get the Luna off the edge. She has limited options. Nice shot there from Paracel. Cannon to the head and a little bit of magnetic force required, but the work is done, stacked up and ready to go. And I think Dawncore now in again a fairly solid spot. Keep your eyes on 0-1 on Crash, though, very nearly at that Raging Royal Flush, and of course that calling card for the Black Cat could prove very dangerous indeed. Venom and Angela trading out here, not quite sure that's going to lead to anywhere specific. Trying to just ensure that Venom doesn't have the most fun looking for easy angles to dive on down. Nice work from CrossFit here to be just a bit of a menace.
I really like it, because realistically, you're not going to want to dive onto the backline of Dawncore with your HP being that low and already having used your shield as Froston finds the KO. CrossFit and Quen with more. Pallet and Dark taken down. And this is pretty clean from Dawncore, mate. Usually, once they get a foothold and they found a comp that works, they're pretty good at being able to hold out.
Yeah, I think also keep your eyes on CrossFit. Got that ability to throw down a big old spear from heaven and keep people locked up. Eyes on that on the other side, though. G5, they are really getting to that point where they're going to be able to pull the trigger and pull it hard. Zero, Mbappe, and Crash all waiting with the ults ready to roll. Mavericks only 10% off, so Pallet not far behind. I imagine we're going to see some really big ults coming on through. Looking to go on forward is the Black Cat. The Cradle is good, trying to get on forward, steal a few more of those coins. And there's the Raging Roll Flush we're talking about. The Meteor M is up, sticking up a few of those ults. It's a bad shot, though, and that means Parasail is sailing off into the sun. No one really able to save them as Sapatic needs to run away, but not far enough as the Venom finds another one assimilated into the symbiotic suit.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was a fumbled ball on the side of Dawncore, but they had the opportunity to shut down the Gambit ult, weren't able to find it.
Feels like England at penalties, mate.
Literally, mate. Unfortunately, that one was not coming home. Let's see if Dawncore can do, though, as they look for more here. Kraken Impact is ready to go on the side of Froston. Gonna see if they can find the KO onto the Black Cat first. No, they're straight on out of there. Didn't get anything out of the Psionic Seduction on the side of Maverick, though.
Nice
and the
pull.
Cat is coming through. No, they've been able to get on it and stop them from firing finding it. This Kraken Impact is going to be the difference maker as Froston continues to push on up. They are all grouped up and ready to absorb it, buddy. Vanguard's again trying to take all that damage. CrossFit pretty weak here, looking to see if they can do enough to make Venom have to retreat. Pallet's going to pull out the fate of both worlds on the point. That's going to keep 5 times at least in this battle, and we're going to have to drop down with a Heaven's Retribution. Pair that with Froston and a Kraken Impact.
Frozen!
That's enough for Dawncore, but they've got to keep themselves on their feet, bro. We've lost Dak. We have lost Maddie. It's all down to Quen. If they can find the KO on the invisible boundary before it's used, that will be the difference maker for 5 times as we're about to hit 99% on the point. CrossFit has managed to bullet them off it, though, and it looks like that cap is going to come through to Dawncore.
Mbappe's still here, and he's still got that Feast of the Abyss charging up. That's going to give him a lot of time to buy. Frozen up briefly as the Magneto bubble is in, and I wonder whether they might have just done enough to stay at least within touching distance, but no, is brought low, and that gets them up to a really good point. This is going to get down to the wire. Is there a touch? Yes, there is. Overtime in. Good shot, though, from Sapatic to ensure that they're still looking a bit messy. Maverick with the portal to come on down as the Red Room rifle pulled out, and the Black Widow looking to make everyone else look real bloody indeed. The color fled, invisible boundary held until the very end of the round, and I think Dawncore, with that extra bit in the circuit, might be enough. Is everyone on the point still working? 3 members down from G5. Crash alone had to try and do it. It just wasn't enough. Dawncore, pull it back. It is a close contest, but map 1 goes the way of Dawncore.
Alrighty, buddy. I mean, we said it before we came into this. Domination is typically where Dawncore are their best. Usually because they just have such fantastic duelists on their side, with Froston and Sapatic being there. They've got some good protection with their Vanguards when CrossFit finds Magneto. And finally, we had some good adjustments coming out from Dawncore in this one to lock it down. CrossFit, very impressive on that, Angela. I really like the way they played that, Sam. Really trying to make it so that Mbappe had a lot more work to do getting into that backline. It wasn't as easy as it was in the first submap.
Look, Maverick and Mbappe, 10 final hits between them, great work. I think the fact that the Elsa got through and Dark and 0-1-2 of the duelists I really rate were unable to convert that into more final hits is quite telling. I think having the Invisible Woman, having the C&D behind actually ended up proving to be really, really potent. They kept the healing up. But more importantly, Froston just dropped a 20 bomb in terms of those final hits. That sometimes all the talk about strategies and comps and ult charges and everything else, sometimes, guys, the answer is just click on heads better. Frosted did a lot of clicking on a lot of heads.
Yeah, he's so comfortable on that Bucky, and why wouldn't you be? Like, really good at being able to ground people, consistent damage coming through. You get your resets on your revolvers. When you have the micro that you do on the side of Froston, just the perfect hero for you, mate. And a Kraken Impact, you pair that with pretty much any other ultimate, and you're going to be able to find yourself at least 3 picks in the middle of that fight. It is a game changer, and Dawncore really needed it there. That's the thing to think of, Sam, especially on that first submap. If it wasn't for Froston, they wouldn't have been competitive. And then coming out of the gates in that second one and getting a Hexa, I mean, that pretty much gave them the motivation to start to dominate those angles.
Because again, I largely like what I saw in terms of the comps from G5. I think I like their aggressive moves. But the fact that you got Gambit, you got Elsa, you had to switch off the Elsa because it wasn't getting enough power is quite telling to me. And then the other side of that is just bluntly, sometimes you just have a DPS who just smacks you in the face. Yes. It was just that way, because that second map was looking really good for G5, and then you just got hexed. What was it, 2v6 at that point? Just bounced between everyone. They had to flex it up, and they weren't able to deal with it. They banned away Froston's Adam, which is the other one he tends to flex towards, and again, he plays that as part of a triple strat comp a lot of the times, what we've seen from it. Again, the headshots are very strong. The other one, though, is the Bucky. And I now wonder whether you just go, you know what? Maybe the Bucky has to go. Just get rid of it and deal with the fact that, sure, you're giving up a power play, but the Bucky proved to be really, really annoying. And for my money, I think it is going to be Froston's best hero.
I agree. I was about to say that. I think, if you're going to have Froston on either an Adam or a Bucky, I think you'd rather he was playing the Adam, right? I think you've got to weigh those two up, and that's what I'd be looking at.
Revival's annoying, but still, yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, I would rather have that and deal with the attrition in that fight than allow Froston what he can do with a Kraken Impact and some sort of, like, assisted ultimate alongside it. What I will say, though, is some great adjustment from Dawncore in that one. So I feel like the Venom Mbappe was a big problem for them in that first sub map. They were so comfortable at just diving onto their backline. They were really good at splitting them up. There was one point where Dawncore were getting attacked from 3 separate sides. It was such a problem for them. So the adjustments coming into that second game, and especially that third game, I really enjoyed seeing the Angela come out and really cause Mbappe a problem. No longer is man comfortable with, like, I can go where I want, when I want on this map. I'm getting completely uncontested. It was some great adjustment from Dawncore.
I mean, the Angela was so good at marking the Venom. We didn't see too many kidnaps necessarily in terms of pulling people off the map. You know, those highlight plays you see in your solo queue on various streams where people are playing things like the Spider-Man, things like the Angela, and looking for those kind of Smash Bros kills, you know, go for the ledge offs, which is kind of a bit of a different style of Marvel Rivals, where you sometimes have those kind of maps where certain heroes really shine because of that kind of additional displacement ability. That wasn't what the Angela was necessarily being used for there. And I think credit to CrossFit for flexing off that. I was a bit critical last week about being too married to the Magneto. Magneto was still good. We saw it basically always there between Paracel and CrossFit. But I think the fact that they were able to bring out some other stuff felt really good. And then again, I bring it back. You got Gambit. You got Elsa. The 2 highest priority bans in the game, and didn't convert. Hell, you weren't playing Elsa for significant portions of those second and third maps.
Yeah,
it's not great from G5, especially for a team we were saying arguably the best in the league. I think for me, I wondered whether it might be Engage and G5 might be a little bit more, I'm going to say it this way, a bit more fragile. Like the highs are really high, but when it goes wrong, it doesn't go wrong quietly.
Well, I think the game coming up will be the decider, mate, because if G5 do lose to Dawncore in this set, it's going to be pretty impactful when it comes to the league standings and probably how they're feeling to compete. We're going to Central Park for Convergence. Just as a reminder, though, Sam, when it comes to Dawncore, they usually always let Gambit through. We've seen it in the previous weeks. We saw it in the qualifiers. Typically, they let Gambit through and just deal with it.
Yeah, exactly. And they failed to deal with it particularly easily last week. I think this time around they dealt with it a lot better. Crash is a great Gambit. I have no problem seeing him on Gambit. Honestly, my issues were more with 0-1 and Dark, who I had a lot of, what's the word here? A lot of faith in and a lot of belief in to be a very dangerous duelist duo. I think they were second best here, particularly to the likes of Frost. And Sapatic was obviously very good, but it was less about him in that particular round. I need to see Dark and 0-1 be a little better. Dark in particular, I normally really highly rate. Little bit absent in those last 2 maps for my money.
Yeah, I agree. Even though they were comfortable on that Black Widow, I just felt like weren't able to get much going. As soon as you had a couple of clips where they got a double, maybe a triple here and there, but outside of that,
right on that third point, was really good.
That was it. Exactly. Outside of that, though, yeah, that's where we saw Dark struggle. Now, looking at these bans, we've got 2 Magneto protects here on the board. Both are going to ban out the Adam. No entertaining thoughts to Gambit just yet. Is this going to be the opportunity? That's what we'll see from G5. Dawncore would not surprise me if they just leave it open here and ban the Elsa. Yeah,
they're going to go for the Invisible Woman instead. And that's interesting because I think it's actually what they've been doing is Palette's a great Invisible Woman. It's meant that they've gone towards the Luna, but the Luna is less able to save herself unless she hits a really good freeze. And obviously the headshots are strong, the jokes, they're not really jokes. The fact that Luna can double up as kind of an additional bit of DPS because her headshots are so dangerous, it's kind of like, it is a thing. We've all seen the flanking Luna, we've all experienced it. But I still think realistically, there might be an issue here in terms of strategist, just in terms of the healing numbers you're putting out. You've got some really good utility, but I do think that potentially Palette being taken off something like the Invisible Woman could be a really big deal. They are thinking about banning away that Bucky, and I think this is quite smart.
I completely agree with them, mate. I think you've got to, after the state of that game, and you know, put Froston onto, they may be very comfortable on the other heroes, but it's not a Bucky. That's what you've got to look at. Let's see what the Protect is going to be here for G5.
Interesting.
I
like this.
I mean, they've only got 1 ban left on the side of Dawncore, and they do usually let the Gambit through, so you can run the risk here if you're G5. Protect that low-key, feeling like you might get the Gambit nevertheless. If I'm Dawncore here, you gotta ban that Gambit.
If you don't ban the Gambit, they're going to think about banning the Groot away. I mean, it's a hover. I mean, of course, it's a really good mainline tank.
Yeah,
So, I mean,
Gambit.
Central Park is good. Gambit, sorry, but I say, like, Group plus Penny on this map is very disgusting. But
Yeah.
I'm with you. I think that then allows you to go low-key Gambit and be very, very potent. Penny's likely a realistic option here on this map. The bunker options are very, very strong. Also worth noting, Dawncore do like to run Rocket, Punisher, Penny as a combination here and just be very, very obnoxious. They might debate not going towards that and looking at something like a Black Widow instead here.
I am really unsure about this for Dawncore. I know that they typically feel like they can handle the Gambit and they're happy with blowing that through, but I just do not agree with it on a map like this. Yes, you know, walls can be very good on Convergence and Convoy, especially from Group, but you have capabilities of ripping those down very quickly. Gambit, right now, they have the biggest momentum shifter ultimate in the game with that Raging Royal Flush, and they're going to be able to use it comboed, bro. Use it once, wait a little bit, use it again from your God of Mischief. I just think they've given them way too much capability to swap the momentum in this game.
I'm right there with you, and look, I think G5 needs to be a little bit better on the recovery plays. I don't think they recovered especially well when it went wrong in that last map. We saw them give up a lot of time, sticking around for a little bit too long in the man disadvantage and trying to play it out pretty unsuccessfully, I think, across particularly those second 2 points. They have Dawncore on the defense. They've got the Elsa. There's a portal coming behind. They're going to try and get towards at least those pennies and go for this deep late play. Mbappe trying to find a fun angle with the Punisher turret in spawn. I love it. Set up some point defense.
Love it. You want to bunker down when you're a Penny, and that's been taken away from you instantly thanks to the Punisher turret with the portal wide open. Now, they haven't found any KOs for their own effort. Dark is going to go down from CrossFit. And I tell you what, good adjustment from Dawncore, bro. They got right out of that position, got themselves into cover, and found a couple of picks. They're even able to defend the rest of this point. Pretty effective from Dawncore.
Yeah, I thought with the Turbo Penny nest going down, it was going to be really problematic. Spatted good shots there, doesn't quite get the kill. But still, first attempt there from G5 thwarted. They've been pretty good at adjusting on the fly rapidly and looking for different things as Maverick now switches over towards the Magneto. Froston on the Elsa on the flank angle. Another hit scan option, getting a lot of damage. You've given up the Bucky, but do you really want to give a player like this the Elsa will be the question. Does go down. That's important. Download the DPS alongside Ken's Invisible Woman was putting up a lot of quiet work in that last map. That'll give G5 the opportunity to get onto the point, and this time they just barged through the front door. And I think in some ways that initial portal play did enough to force Dawncore into awkward setups, and G5 in the extended play will pretty concisely secure themselves the cart, and the squirrel comes right on down.
Yeah, it's not going to be enough, unfortunately. Brilliant bubble coming out from Crash with that team of just forcing them to stay in that room and allowing the sword of Maverick to cut them down. So Dawncore not able to do much to defend that. They've now got more time of G5 than you possibly start with. And we'll see how that momentum continues to move around with them, because look, we have a double Raging Royal Flush ready to go. Not a single
That's
ultimate
so rough
on the side of Dawncore, mate. Assassin's Focus coming up, so is the Meteor M. But if you use that Meteor M to stop one Royal Flush, you've got another coming right your way.
And Dark switched over towards the Bucky of their own, and actually they're playing between 0-1 on the Wolverine to force their way through things like those Penny S early on. There's that Raging Royal Flush, and when you pair that up with a Wolverine and a Bucky, you can go diving on forwards. There's the Meteor M, looking to turn this one into something. CrossFit doesn't find that much value again. It's a swing and a miss. The penalties just aren't landing this time around. As Dark with that cracking impact available to go. Raging Royal Flush Mark 2. This one with a little bit of help from some mischievous gods. And what you can do with the Bucky, I can do just as well. Ain't the Hexa just yet, but it'll still be the shove on forwards. And Dawncore left reeling, cracking impact, forcing everyone back away. A bit of a punch on forwards, the uppercut to the chin, looking for some more, blowing up these walls. Seeing Sapatic off on that flank. Has got the healing trying to work with, keeps himself popped up, but has to retreat, unable to hold that off angle.
Yeah, they were very lucky. Dawncore decided to split up there, and that meant that Dark had to really pick their targets, and they were only able to find a triple. So they're now back on this vehicle at least. Ayabagamoto from Mbappe isn't going to find any pressure onto the side of Dawncore just yet, but the Apex Predator might just do that as Dawncore trying to defend this at the moment, pulls them back, but Parasail is going to find 0-1. Mbappe falls from Froston, and just like that, Dawncore on the defense cut down the momentum that G5 had, and we don't have a Raging Royal Flush for a little bit yet.
No, we don't. Froston got a really good set of shots off there. Just managed to dash on forward to go through and throws down a few more of those traps, looking to catch someone out. Won't quite find as much as they were looking for, but the shots keep landing. It's more of those monster pierce around Sapatic on another off angle. Up by that healing shrine again. The flame shield there from the Invisible Woman, courtesy of that team up. Being very annoying to shoot through with the Black Widow. That pairing always annoying. Froston just hopping up, looking for some more shots. Currently pretty accurate. A little bit of a helix advance, getting some good value. And 0-1 on the other side, suddenly down their own head. G5 got Pallet with that God of Mischief available. Crash nearly at the Raging Royal Flush again. And there's number one. Raging Royal Flush down, looking to make sure the Red Rune Rifle with Assassin Focus can hit a few shots. Sapatic looking to catch someone off. Doesn't quite find it. Ken throws down the invisible boundary. CrossFit again with the Meteor M. Matty also with that ability to throw down the ult of their own. Mbappe down on the Emma, looking to switch on out. And that wasn't the cleanest push there from G5. That said, Dark and Crash both with their own ults to roll at some point. But good line hold there from Dawncore. Had to burn a few ults to do it though.
Yeah, and that's the difficulty with this double Royal Flush, because now they have Crash ready to go with that Meteor M, with that Kraken Impact. And you pair those three together, ridiculous momentum swing. Crash is going to pull out that Raging Royal Flush now. We'll see whether that's going to be popped. Mbappe rotated onto the side of the Emma. Meteor M coming on down, isn't able to find much. Yeah, CrossFit does get blocked off. And with those ruins being up here, trying to see if that's going to be enough to keep G5 on the offensive. Sapatic with the off angles here as well, looking to see if they can just find a quick pick onto the side of these duelists, onto the side of the strategists. And Mbappe going to come out with a psionic seduction. Now that's going to force Stormcore back around this corner while they try to protect from the control. And there goes the Kraken Impact from Dark as well. They're not finding the picks just yet though. Dawncore with some great adjustment around the corner. Froston's going to pull out the Apex Predator, and it is a wipe on that one, Sam. Brilliant positioning from Dawncore. The second Mbappe popped that ult.
Look, Froston forced around that corner by the Emma, and again, just waits that little bit longer. Those ults lead to nothing for G5. Froston opts out, and it's the same play from earlier. It's the same Apex Predator angle. The Glartrox comes on out and finds everything they could ask for. And now G5, they've got 40 seconds on the clock, and they need to make this play in the neutral game. They've got a fairly strong neutral, don't get me wrong, but they are a ways off another double Raging Royal Flush, and credit to Dawncore again. They've held it well. Good shot. Bubble on top, and they'll bring down a couple members, down both Matty and Froston, making this very tricky. They've lost Dark on there, and Sapatic goes on in with the Red Rune Rifle for this Assassin Focus. Looking to pick up a few. A triple for Sapatic, who goes hopping on forward. Point blank sniper with the quad. My God, both of these duelists are just disgusting. But Parasail comes on out and gets a triple of his own on the thing.
Bro, that is a game-winning dive from
Portal.
Parasail and Sapatic. We have got a portal coming through here. Do they have the momentum, though? We've got the invisible boundary on the side of Dawncore. Nothing yet on the side of G5. That should be the
Pallet's
difference
close.
maker to allow them to stop this.
Pallet's
Glory
really
time
close.
is going to connect, and Sapatic is going to find the rest. Pallet here
Raging
with
Royal
the
Flush.
Mischief has to be popped instantly. A dive on the backline once again. 0-1 is taken out. Dawncore have all the advantage here to take
Ken
this
being
win.
attacked.
They have to find
Froston.
more picks. Looking for the KO onto Magneto, and they're gonna fall here, Sam. A brilliant hold from Stormcore, and it was all done whilst trying to stop a double Raging Royal Flush in their face. Sapatic locking in for the final moments.
You know, Dawncore, I doubted you, I criticized you, I wondered how flexible you were going to be. They take the gamble again. They give up the Elsa, they give up the Gambit, hell, they give up the Loki pairing with it. And G5, time after time after time, are thrown back from the ramparts on that ramp. Really, really clutch stuff. And again, for me, Froston, and of course on the other side of that as well, Sapatic, having a great showing on this Elsa and on this Black Widow respectively. Ken again, really, really patient with these invisible boundaries as well, meaning that basically G5 were burning all their ults, finding nothing, and then there was an invisible boundary coming on down in the neutral game. It was such a menace. That said, still got to get a ways on forwards here, have Dawncore. It's a very difficult first point to take, and Dawncore are going to need to show that they are capable and willing to break through the likes of the Penny Nest bunker combo. 0-1 onto the Ultron as well. Keep your eyes on it.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be quite difficult. I wonder if they can take the same play and try and go on the strange portal. They do have plenty of time to at least try and get this broken. Bunker comps can be so difficult on this map, but you at least do have different routes to get on the flank. You've got to do it quickly, though. The difficulty is as soon as you allow Penny to build up those mines in those nests, it gets to a point where there's just way too much if you want to make an approach. So we have to see Dawncore go very quickly here and look to break those nests.
Yeah, and exactly. That's what we saw in the first half of this map with Dawncore dealing with G5, throwing down the portal plus Punisher portal play to break those nests immediately. They're going to try and find an off angle here for Sapatic, breaking through that upper level. Of course, a lot of those Loki clones up and about already, looking to come through this side angle with Froston. Is Sapatic going up towards the high off angle, catching someone off here. Good angle onto Crash, gets that shield put up by the Invisible Woman. Doesn't quite find as much as I think they were initially hoping for. His Dark trading well there. The Bucky, of course, will have some firewalls to give themselves a little bit more potency. Another little bit of a shield, though! And that's the power of the Black Widow and the Invisible Woman combined. Really good angles. They bring down a few, and Sapatic just don't miss. Froston's now onto the point. The bubble will deny that initial kidnap. Crash nearly dragged over the edge, and is indeed pulled away into the abyss. Froston finds that one not on a hit scan hero, but the Wolverine will do just as well here regardless, bringing down a few of those Loki clones, and as easy as you like, Dawncore break the walls of G5.
They absolutely love playing these plays of pulling them off the map, using the environmentals, mate. Gonna pull out the ruins here as well, and Loki is gonna get themselves pretty weak. That might have been a bit too hard. We do have an invisible boundary coming out here as well, needed by Kang, especially with the fact that Dark was pulling out the Kraken impact here. Paracel's going to find the KO on Mbappe. That's going to be the difference maker. DD now coming in from Froston as they're ready to club them all the way back to New York. And that is going to be a cleanup of G5. Dawncore very quick with it. 4:50 on the clock. We've got a replay of that round here, bro.
Yeah, we do. Really, really good stuff. And again, shout out to Froston, going between the Daredevil and the Wolverine, looking to find new and creative ways to come on those flank angles. Sapatic sticking with this Black Widow. Got that Assassin's focus ready to go here with CrossFit, looking to see whether they can just catch the side of G5, being a little slow on the retreat, trying to pick up Crash, can't quite do it. Assassin's focus there, and that'll allow the pickoff. Bring down 0-1, the Bucky will have to go right back in as Meteor Egg comes up on down. I've said it before, I'll say it again. It's the K2 extinction event, and G5 will look in mighty like the dinosaurs.
I absolutely adore this play from Dawncore, mate. Just really pushing up to where they need to cap this vehicle and putting so much pressure on G5. They lose a couple of their members and then have to regroup back in the spawn room. Look at how far they've managed to push this so far. Now it's the responsibility of G5 to break this hold that Dawncore is bringing at them. Instantly responding here. We're going to pull Pallet with that Goddess of Mischief, trying to see if they can get at least a little bit of healing onto their side with the Raging Royal Flush. Here's Sapatic with a KO straight out of the gate. Can they find more though on the side of G5? They can't find some panic as they go instantly on the retreat. Gotta shut down this Kraken impact now as 0-1 has the Raging Royal Flush on them. The panic does just that though, and Froston finds the rest right now.
No
they
way!
Cap it. Dawncore are going to defeat G5 here in week 2.
And done so smoothly. Double Raging Royal Flush between the Loki and the Gambit. The God of Mischief used time and time again to copy up that key ultimate. And it just didn't matter. Sapatic's going to get the MVP this time around to play a mean Black Widow. And rightly so. Both duelists having back-to-back maps where they were just better than G5's numbers. That is a huge deal. That is a huge deal. Dawncore, I was a little bit worried. I was saying, hey, I'm not sure about the ban strategies from week 1. I thought they were a little bit uncomfortable giving up the Gambit and making it really sweat for them on those maps. Here against G5, they looked so comfortable dealing with a load of heroes that people have said, yeah, those are permabans. A comment and a conversation that happens across titles is, if something is meta for long enough, answers will be discovered. Sometimes you just have to come in and you spend a lot of time dealing with it. You will find ways out of the situation. They give up the Elsa, they give up the Gambit, and it wasn't an issue.
What I really liked about that, and I would love to rewatch that VOD when I get a chance, is the fact that as soon as we saw some of those Raging Royal Flushes come through, it was an instant dive onto the duelist from Sapatic or Froston. They were really looking to take them out of that fight, because if you do take the duelist out of it with them having a Raging Royal Flush, you've at least taken out a huge chunk of offense on the opposition there. So it is typically just the Vanguards and the strategists with that ultimate that is keeping them in that fight, and it does enough for you to at least be able to sustain yourself. It was really smart play. I think we saw it once where Sapatic just instantly dove onto Elsa the second it was pulled out, mate. And I think that was the difference maker in that one. I'm very impressed with Donkor after that. I think no matter what, Sam, I just love watching Froston and Sapatic. They're so fun to watch.
They banned the Bucky. It didn't matter. They give up the Gambit. They give up the Loki combo. Doesn't matter. I mean, it's just so elegantly managed, frankly. And I think there's going to be some serious conversations. But alas, Tano, we are going to have to go on a break. And when we come back, there'll be an analyst desk that will be breaking down this with some cool members on it as well. Don't go anywhere. You do want to be here for this breakdown. I'm telling you now.
Through the thunder as the city sings our name. We're turning happy moments into laughter with our friends. We all rise up and smile right when the shadows pull us down. Laughing as the lights begin. We gather under streetlights as the city spins around. We're chasing after movies to see where they end. We're dreaming and hoping finds a new light. We dance as the world spins along. Stay here now, feel the beat, ready to let it go. We'll dance through the night. Come on, let us keep the lights on. Once more, stay strong, push on, believe in us.
Welcome back, everybody. A battle of titans played through, and I gotta say, one of the teams ended pretty titanically. My name is Keg, and I'm joined by Soren and a brand new person on the desk. We have the coach of Rad. We have Dennis here. How are you, my friend?
I'm great, thanks. How are you guys?
Oh, we're doing fantastic. Soren, did you get a haircut since I last saw you?
Yeah, I thought I'd let it grow out for a little bit, let the long locks go. But yeah, no, I realized the hair wasn't working. I kept wearing hats, so got the nice shiny bald head this time around.
I'm the odd man out. Well, that's okay.
Nice.
One of us might have hair, the other two with bald face plays, but I gotta say,
Yeah.
I wasn't really a big fan of the baldingness that we saw from game one from G5 side. Now, what we talked
Ooh,
about
that's
in the
a good
green
one.
room, thank you. What we talked about in the green room was that G5 they won the ban draft, but how come they didn't win the first game?
I mean, we kind of were talking about it, Dennis, and I'll kind of let you take the real reins of it because I know you used it a lot at midseason finals. Slight brag
Yeah.
there. That they did end up getting that gambit, which is an excellent win condition, but we kind of saw them falling a little bit flat. They were able to pick up that first map after some really good play. They had the hybrid composition where they had the Black Cat and the Venom, and they were just refusing to take the front to back fights. But once we saw the swap on the sub map too, they struggled, and it was really due to some rough gambit play.
I would say that I'm the one who was saving Gambit at LAN. I like Gambit. I think it's a very, very powerful win con. I think it removes a lot of power tools. And I do think that when people realize that triple support banning Adam, so the triple support comp isn't that strong, playing for Magneto isn't really that strong all of the time. Okay, it has its kind of strengths and weaknesses, and I really liked what GG5 times were doing. Saving Gambit, going to play Venom and Cat, abusing that weak support backline. I just think that not only that, but they were also overplaying too much, especially their Luna player. They were just kind of going too hard at it. And Soren, you were saying that this team looks dominant in the league, so maybe they were like a bit too confident, too cocky, right? Because they were having a better draft, they were having a better comp in the moment, they were doing much better in those fights, just overplaying, playing too much, and
So
yeah.
here's an interesting question before we continue with the analysis. Dennis, as someone who was at midseason finals and you're looking at these teams in the INGAGE League, would you say that either one of these teams are Ignite caliber from what you saw today?
Ignite caliber or LAN caliber? Ignite, yeah, for sure.
Ooh.
Nope. Yeah, that's the thing. Like
But not LAN?
caliber, yeah, probably not. But the thing is that Ignite is a very broad level, right? We have truly dominant teams like Navi, and we have a bit weaker teams. But I did like what GG5 times were doing. I was like honestly impressed by their draft, their idea, what they were doing. They were dodging the front to back. They were playing a counter comp. They were pushing on the weakness of that Invis and Rocket in their backline, knowing that Matty will probably go Rocket. So the idea was there. They just had to probably let go of the second sub map, let go of that point. I mean, it was not winnable. Keep the Gambit ult, go into a third point like they did back with the Venom and Cat, get the first win, snowball the map, and just take a free win. Again, I think they were overplaying. And Soren, if you remember, we haven't seen a single good Gambit ult.
Yeah. No, they were really struggling, and I mean we were talking about it, especially like Dennis said, that second sub map, it kind of felt like a lost cause that they probably should have just let go. But even then, a lot of those maps were just almost single-handedly won off the back of individual good duelist play. I mean,
Yeah.
map number 1, Frostin going absolutely nuclear with the Hexa, and map number 2, you have Sapatic, who's on that Widow, finding really good off angles, pretty much assassinating anyone who's walking out the front door. If they are having even a little bit less of a performance, just a smidge lower in terms of value that they bring, I could see a world where G5 maybe take map number 1 and at least put up a bigger fight on map number 2, but I could see us going 3 all the way.
Okay, that's interesting because, generally when you think about having duelists being very strong in a matchup, you're expecting like the vanguards to absorb all that damage, right? And while that first submap I thought went really well for Mbappe on the Venom to help stagger out the enemy team, right? It fell apart once we started seeing swaps to double shields. So I'm really curious, not that it's really anybody's fault, it was definitely a macro issue, but I was expecting more of the vanguards overall from G5 in that series.
I
Yeah.
would say that it's not really. How can I put it lightly? It's not
You don't
really
have to put
about
it lightly.
yeah, it's not really about vanguards not doing enough. It's just about Sapatic just outskilling the lobby heavily. All right, that
Okay,
he
okay.
just went in, picked the Widow, and just basically smurfed on their backline. Right, he was never in front line. He was always having a very nice timing. So it's kind of impossible to react if you're playing slowly, because we saw GG 5 times on second map Central Park playing pretty passively, just kind of sitting there expecting something to happen, and Sapatic was just outpacing them and outpathing them, finding a very good timing on a what was it, Ultron peak in the beginning to open up the map, and then 2 neat flanks to just close up the series and attack. Also, Soren, if you remember, we were discussing it. Both teams ignored Loki on first dome, and you just can't do that. They were playing just. I call it Coca-Cola backline. Okay, that's how I call it, right? Because it's not really a strong backline. Like Luna, and Raccoon, Cloak, they both had Loki. Why do you think was that? Like, was it just hero pool issue, preference? Like, surely Loki is not that hard, right?
Yeah, I agree with that. And before we start talking about the next series, I do want to ask, the pecking order now for this league has changed. G5, they dominated the qualifiers, they beat Dawncore, what was generally the second place team up until now. This was their first defeat, and they lost to the hands of Dawncore. What the hell happened in the last few weeks? How did Dawncore suddenly become so good?
I think I can speak on this one. I think this might be an instance where we finally see what we thought was an immovable object run into the immovable wall. I mean, we saw G5 put up really good performances. Fun fact, they were the only team to have not dropped a map coming into this week. And I mean, unfortunately, I think we just saw them go up against a different caliber of competition. Not that any of the teams in this league are bad; they're all incredibly good.
But they beat
but
them twice.
Yes, but like, I mean, the last weeks we saw them go up against Malediction, they won. We saw them go up against the League Divad, they won. Both those teams doing well, but they're sitting towards that mid to bottom side of the table. A lot of teams went through roster adjustments after the qualification week. So between a lot of the roster changes, going up against some competition that they were more expected to beat, this was the first time they really had a strong test of their roster and how they were going to go up against, especially since Dawncore kept a majority of their roster. They didn't do big swaps while G5 did. So
I
think it
have an
might have
idea.
just been.
I think I have an idea.
Please, Dennis.
I was at midseason, so I wasn't really following the league. Okay, I just know Downcore pretty well from before even competing against them, and we kind of have to look at the meta development, right? Because before going into the LAN, a lot of people played a lot of hybrid dives, a lot of like rogues, venoms, like whatever. Okay, people wasn't really forcing front to back that hard. If people would play Emma and Mag, like they would look clownish, right? Like, why are you playing those 2 tanks? You can go something else. And I think after LAN, when the meta really establishes like a heavy front to back and 2 guns isn't really like a nuisance, you can like actually play it and it's really, really strong. I think this meta favors a lot like down core much more than any other team, having
Okay.
like those two strong DPS, right? Two guns, and on top of it, because new comp like with like this Ultron triple, the TLC comp got discovered, and it's a pretty easy comp. Now it takes off some bans from the ban line, right? So not only the meta is more established for a double gun, you also have less room in draft to kind of remove it. And we saw the Bucky ban after the first game. I mean, he did 6 kills, right, in one fight, so it's reasonable. But it didn't help because you still have 2 guns, Elsa, Widow, right, or like whatever. So I think that might be a better explanation why downcore are on a high tide right now, because meta really fits them very, very well.
Well, I, for one, am super excited to see where Dawncore is going to go from here. It seems like now they might be the #1 team in the league, but that can always change as we see more teams here today. We have Menace versus Team Engage for our next matchup of the day. Soren, lay it on me, man. What are we looking at here?
We're looking at a pretty important matchup. Menace has, unfortunately, I believe they're coming into this 1-1, so they are very firmly in the middle of the pack, but they are a very good roster that we're expecting to be punching up towards the top end of the table. Meanwhile, Team Engage obviously is the roster that picked up a lot of former Reason gaming players. So this is an Ignite caliber team by virtue of their roster. This is one of those matchups where it's really good to see and put a bit of a test on our expectations for Menace here. A lot of really big players, a lot of known players, especially if you're a fan of the tier 2 scene. This is going to be the litmus test on how they are going to do up against some of the best talent in EMEA.
Now, Dennis, I have a question for you, man. When you look at these team members, and we see Menace on the board here, have you trialed any of these players before?
I've worked with some of the players. I've coached Sinful. I've worked with Santa Mota. Even I trialed L9 back in the days. So some of the players I'm familiar with. I've heard about Hex. I've heard about Silent. Haven't worked with them, but these names you definitely see them around Ignite, like low tier 1, high tier 2 level. So
Okay.
yeah.
So I guess the big question is, you try all these players, they didn't make the cut. What do you think, and you don't have to go into that big of specifics, what do you think is the biggest thing that you are looking for in terms of bringing players onto your team? And do you think these players in this league can grow to learn those through playing on Menace?
I would say that a lot of it comes from dedication and passion and amount of time a player invests, right? And I would say amount of quality time and efficiency time, right? Like a player invests into his practice day to day. And I think that for me right now, like kind of getting more experience and growing bigger as a coach, I think that would be the biggest trait that I would see in a player. And a lot of these people are hardworking people. So I think they're in the right place to kind of elevate their level to a higher level of like tier 1 Ignite level. Now it all comes down to how wide is your hero pool, how well you perform under pressure, how good of a teammate you are, right? How much value you bring in a team environment, comms, maybe structure. And yeah, I can clearly see them doing that.
That sounds great to me. We have Team Engage on the other side. And real quick, Dennis, have you seen any of these players before and have you trialed them?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, not trialed, but yeah, a lot of these players, like they've been around since I've been around, like more than a year. Forever, Simba, Larry W. Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Now, Soren, lay it on me, man. What are we expecting to see from Team Engage here?
I mean, what are we expecting? I think everyone's going to be looking at Simba. Simba is kind of one of those players that, especially in the first week and throughout qualifying, they put up some incredible numbers. They are going to be the player that a lot of people are looking towards to really be the tip of the spear for this roster. We talked about how there was the potential and how much weight was going to be on their shoulders in last week's games. And my lord, they perform. I think both their series that they did on both Wednesday and Thursday, they absolutely went nuclear. I mean, that front line is going to be solid forever. And Cal was doing some incredible work. I do think that they were rotating out their front line a little bit, so that we might see a little bit more of that. But man, it's Simba, it's Sia. They are going to be the tip of the spear that we're hoping to see similar performance to like what we just saw between Frost and Sapatic.
Well, that's going to be some high shoulders to live upon, but you know what? If there's anyone to do it, it's most certainly Simba. Of course, we did have a Simba in the last series, but they changed their name, so there can only be one lion to rule the kingdom. And guess what, boys? We don't have to wait much longer. We are just about ready to get into this matchup, and I am super duper excited to see how this one plays out. Before we switch over to our casters, Dennis, Soren, who do we think is going to take the series?
I would say Engage for me. I don't think it will be a 2-0, but I think Engage confidently looking just looking at the players. That would be my bet. Especially considering that it's a double gun meta, right?
Okay.
My brain is agreeing, but my heart's going Menace. So I'm going to say Menace. Right. I've been a big fan of Menace for a long time. So I think they're going to bring it.
Well, we're here to stir the pot. We got cooks in the kitchen. We got Spartantano and Initialize on the mic. We'll see you in a bit.
You know what, mate?
Go on.
You know what? I hear it. Look, Dennis saying it's not going to be a 2-0, it's going to be a 2-1. I'm hearing Soren going with the heart over the head. I'm going to say it's 2-0 Engage. I think this team is dangerous. Here's my hot take. I think by the end of week 4, Engage is going to be the best team in the league.
Oh, the thing is, I see it. I see your vision. I see your vision, and I'm completely with it, mate. I think Engage are a fantastically well-balanced team, like pretty much Reason Gaming from Ignite, and they are showing it here. For me, I kind of agree with you. I think Engage will take this, but I'm gonna side with Soren. I'm a humongous fan of Menace as well. They gave me my first opportunities casting in Marvel Rivals. I've got to be a big fan of that squad, but it's going to be a well-contested game. That's what we know for sure. But I'm kind of with you. I think Team Engage have just shown themselves to be such a bright spark here in this Rivals League.
I agree with you, and I think this could be a really good opportunity for Menace to get some key points and push themselves up the standings here. We kind of have them down as a mid-table team. They have that potential to prove us wrong. And also, if there was ever a time to take points off of a team like Engage, it's now while they're still kind of combining. And again, it's not like it's all new players who've never played together. There are two halves of the squad that have put time together individually, obviously the Reason Gaming side of that and all the rest of it, and got a lot of very high-level experience. I think it's also really important to shout that it does sound like the meta is shifting a little bit as well. Dennis was chatting about that, and the fact it is likely going towards more of that double gun meta again, more of those front-to-backs, less of those off angles and dive threat combos that people had been using pretty successfully before. Not that I don't think we'll see any of that anymore. We'll certainly see a bit of it still, I have no doubt. But if that is the kind of the standard we are expecting to see, that feels real nice for the team like Engage.
Yeah, it really does. They seem to be well balanced, to be honest with you, mate. And I think that's what we're finding so impressive about them. What I will say is, I know we called Simba out by Soren because they are such a great player. For me, Shire in week 1 was insane initialized, especially on the Widow. The Widow was just beautiful from Shire. I think one of the most impressive Widows we saw that week, and we saw plenty. That's the thing to remember. But also, I think Team Engage, they typically loved running the double Royal Flush, which we just saw in that previous set. They typically tried to make sure that they could have that coming into their game. So I'm intrigued to see whether they stick with that here, knowing that there is at least some teams out there that have really done well at countering it.
Yeah, and again, part of it, as we saw from the last one, was G5 didn't see a fight they didn't want to take. You can GG 5 times, and every time they GG 5 times, because every 5 times they've gone for the fight, they'll take it. There was no sacking a sub-map to go for the third. And on top of that, there was also just some, we called it out in-game, Des called it out afterwards, just very poor Gambit ult usage. If you're going to run a double Gambit ult, don't mess it up. You want to make every single one of those ults count, because actually, if you have drafted your comp around those really high spikes in power when you are playing around those ult timers very, very aggressively, you need to get value then, because your neutral game just inherently won't be as strong. That's how the power balance of various heroes works. If you're more towards your ults, then the rest of your kit is sometimes a little less potent. You've drafted for it, you need to make it work, and that, I think, is something I can largely back Engage to do. And of course, kind of coming under the Engage banner as well. Been really good fun to see what they do here in general. Of course, Menace has been long time enjoyers of this tier 2 scene here in EMEA as well. So both, obviously Engage as an organizational banner. Hey, we're kind of on that team right now in some regards. But also Menace being around in that tier 2 scene for forever, as well as competing up as well. These organizations have been kind of involved in Marvel Rivals at this level for various different players, of course, and various different roles within the scene, between being TOs as well as teams, being quite good fun to see how they do here. Now, the league has got its own name and it's official and everything. We're moving up in the world, Tano. Everything's coming together.
We are, buddy. We are officially the Rivals ENGAGE League. We have Team ENGAGE here competing against Menace, who are pretty much royalty when it comes to Tier 2 and grassroots Marvel Rivals esports, mate. That's the joy of this right now. We have Menace and we have Dawncore, who are seen as just... ever since we had Stage 1 Ignite, like over a year ago, these two teams were the royalty in the EMEA scene here. They were pretty much in every single tournament going. They've got a lot of experience together as players. And then we have Team ENGAGE that have experience of Ignite. They were in Ignite for a while, yes, down the lower end of that, but it's still Tier 1 experience, Sam, which gives them so much of coming up against the really high competition. They've competed against the likes of VP, against the likes of Navi, and the experience you get from that is just off the charts. So this should be a really interesting matchup. If we look at previous results that we've had, we've found Team ENGAGE. Typically, there is sometimes where they struggle. They dominate in certain games, like against Triple T, we saw them 2-0, right? Planet Signage is typically where they struggle, which is the highest level, technically, of Tier 2. They were the MRC winners, right? So it's that matchup of like lower Ignite Tier 1, higher MRC Tier 2, where they really get a bit stretched. And that's what we expect to see from the likes of Dawncore. Now it's whether Menace is capable of doing that as well.
Exactly, and where Engage will land. But enough speculating. Production have given us the heads up that the match is ready to rumble. So, Prod, if you wouldn't mind, let us get into the meat and potatoes of things. And as I ask, so shall I receive. Here are our picks and bans, and we are not going to Hell's Heaven. We're going to Krakoa.
Alrighty, okay, this is going to end up being like the second most picked domination map.
Oh yeah, I mean, for sure,
It's been used up, mate. Well, let's see what the bans are going to be. Of course, Madness will be straight out of the gates. We might as well preload that, to be honest. Let's see if they're going to go for the Protect on Mag. Oh my god, instant from Engage there forever. Looking to see if they can keep that Mag.
And I wonder whether Dawncore might have been onto something last week. If these Magneto protects keep coming on through, it'll be an Elsa ban likely here. See what they want to protect in turn. Is it going to be something like the Gambit or the Magneto of their own? Of course, Silent, great player of that Magneto rather. But I would also shout out Sinful as well. Someone you've got to be very wary of giving something like that Black Cat. Something they were protecting a little bit last week as well. They'll protect the Magneto themselves. So matching on that front, bit of a shift in priority from week 1 to 2.
Can you believe that Mag doesn't get nerfed in the next patch notes, bro? Like it has been.
And the Gambit team up alone is so dumb. Like it's just...
Mate, I saw the picks and win rates like in the current season. Mag has like a 38% pick rate and like a 60% win rate. It's absolutely
so
insane.
Stupid.
And not nerfed is just bizarre.
I'll be interested to see whether that shifts as the meta evolves. Of course, one of Magneto's big issue is his lack of mobility, right? And he's got good shots, but it's relatively slow. And so he kind of is a bit of a jack of all trades, a master of some, not all. And if we do start getting to the point where people are able to kind of force Magneto to play multiple angles at once, it gets a bit trickier. But by the sounds of it, at least from what Dennis was saying, what we saw at mid-season finals, that element of it just being the front to back, straight down main, lots of things like the Hellas and Elsas and Black Widows all coming on forwards, sounds like a Magneto dream to me, honestly.
That it does. Elsa one-sided here for Menace is probably going to be a little bit of a dream for them, especially with the Thing being banned out as well. Ultron taken away, so one of the strongest triple strat combos that you like to take, no longer on the field. Now looking for the Gambit Protect on the side of Engage. Maybe a little bit scared that Menace will go for the ban for their final one. So probably pretty good. You're very comfortable with what you've already got on the field, so you want to make sure that you get that protect, and then you have the enhanced team up alongside Gambit. So pretty good pick and ban here for the side of Engage.
Yeah. I'm also now looking for, you've got the Magneto with the Gambit, yes, but he also can now run something like an Ultron and potentially a Loki here as well if you so choose. Actually, to apologize, the Loki has been banned, but you can still do a lone Gambit ult without any potential to respond that. You can look for an Adam and an Ultron to have some really, really nasty both sticking power, and also once you get that Rage of Ultron with the Rage in Royal Flush, just a lot of rage in general, you can do some very, very nasty things, especially with a player like Simba. Empowering him with a firewall with that Rage in Royal Flush sounds pretty disgusting to me.
Oh my, I cannot wait to see this one kick off, buddy. Now, domination is a little bit unusual, of course. It's just such an impressive kind of matchup. A lot of the time, it does end up being 50-50. You're all grouped up on a point. You've got to stay there. I honestly think that the combo of having Magneto and Gambit gives a slight advantage to Team Engage.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. And I think the fact that they have got, theoretically, the Gambit as well. Last series might give you the impression that you can just deal with Gambit. It's not that big a deal. Most of the time you can't. Most of the time teams aren't that great at kiting back from it. And, you know, credit over to Dawncore, who really did a superb job of kiting out a lot of those ults and not giving up any kills and just kind of re-engaging afterwards. That's normally easier said than done. And again, when you've got someone like Simba looking to play forwards, you're going for the Penny as well for triple strat and a bunker comp with a Bucky as your DPS. I think Engage could be really annoying. Sinful, I think in particular, is going to have to do a lot of work with Saint on that Venom.
Yeah, gonna have to play around that Penny as well with the webs. Not gonna be an easy task for Sinful, but this is where they can really showcase what they're capable of doing. Gonna use the polar straight through the walls here, looking to be a shutdown instantly, and as if to prove our point, Cal lands the web and instantly KO'd Menace here, getting wiped off the map before they can blink.
Look, folks, this might be the last you're seeing of the CC change that Penny can bring. We see what the patch notes have in store for her, but right now, it is pretty disgusting when you pair that up to allow a headshot after headshot from Engage. Yes, you're running the triple strat, but Ultron and Adam can do just fine as an extra bit of DPS when you're given the option. Gonna have to go back to the drawing board and try again our Menace. They're switching immediately off the Venom, immediately off the Black Cat, seeing what they're up into. They've gone for Storm and Emma.
Yeah, I think this is a much better adjustment, to be honest. You're going to look for more front and back control here as they try and push their way on to this objective, but Simba be Simbering, bro. Sadamoto sent straight back to the spawn room, looking for more as Sinful goes back as well. Simba just forces the retreat out of Menace. Brilliant frontlining yet again from Engage here, and I just cannot see a way for Menace to get themselves in, but they're already playing so far up on the side of Engage. That might be the only benefit Menace get if they just overstep a bit too far.
And I'm a little nervous about these ult charges as well. That is a lot already picked up for Simba, and that means your Kraken impact is likely coming on forwards before a lot of those defensive ults are coming on through. Hex is doing a decent job of stacking that as well, but again, they've got a lot of room to catch up. They've got the firewall on top of them, so Simba can really begin to leverage some damage, throwing out a few more of those options. Can look for a punch at some point, looking for the hook as well, can't quite find it, but then again, stepping forwards, all of those strategists behind him means you can just frontline as this Bucky throwing out auto after auto after auto. The shots keep firing, and out comes the Kraken impact availability. Up above, though, the rage of Ultron is immeasurable, looking to keep throwing out some shots into the invisible boundary. Albion will be able to time out some of that damage, but now Hex looking to go forward to the Kraken impact of their own. The problem is on the other side, trying to trade it out as well. Does get a little bit of a double, but of course Larry has got that ability to bring everyone out with a bit of karmic revival. Clearly been good in their last lives, and now they can turn it around with their own ability for a Meteor M alongside a potential Rage and Royal Flush at some point. Still holding the trigger on that, still holding the trigger on the Kraken impact. Now the Rage and Royal Flush comes on forward. They've been stacking the deck the whole time, banned from every casino in the land. Out comes Silence Meteor M, doesn't find as much as they're hoping for, and Engage trying to continue to threaten on forwards. Kali will begin to make sure that the Penny looks to jump on forward, immediately frozen up though as Saint continues to threaten. Got that beam fully charged. Now Simba with the Kraken impact has been holding it for so long, diving up into the sky and down like the wounded ox, smacking everyone else down as Menace left his carcasses and forced off the point.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was just way too much time having to fight on that point. They weren't able to find the picks that made the difference, and Larry coming in with that revival made the difference, getting their team straight back on it. We're going to have a portal play straight out of the gates here as well, Sam, as they pull that overtime.
Here we go.
Going to come on out here, going to see if they can find at least a little bit of control on the side of Saint, but brilliant retreat from Engage here, as Simba is now going to move forward with the Soul Bond around them. They're very comfortable here, getting straight in the face of these Vanguards and finding the connections. Sheer as well is going to do what needs to be done in the air to force Menace around the corner. Overtime may have been triggered, but it's instantly gone, and that was an impressive showing from Engage.
Cannons to the left of them, cannons to the right. They pile on through the choke point, and Engage were just set up. And unlike the Light Brigade, they don't get the cannons. They die a horrible, horrible death. And that was very, very convincing from Engage. I like the comp. I like what they're doing here. Menace, I think, again, we look at what they decided to protect. They've kept the Elsa, and again, they weren't playing with it particularly well. I am beginning to wonder now, back-to-back series, whether the Elsa might actually not be quite as potent as people think it is.
Yeah, and you know what? I mean, we've just seen Hex rotate onto the Hela that our Sinful's still going to pick up the Elsa. I'm with you. I think, like, they have been struggling with it in these past two sets. I think rotate to the Widow. I think
Widow feels so good right now.
You know what I mean? You've got the Ultron in the sky that you've got to deal with. You've got the likes of the Atom as well. I think rotate to the Widow. We do have Hex now on the Hela, which kind of along those lines as well. They need to get more offensive power onto the side of Sheer, because what I do love about a team like Engage is when you have these duelists, we see it from Frosten, where they can play that kind of strategist that will give passive healing whilst they do their own damage.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think the other thing is, of course, is Sheer being on the Ultron, basically doubling up as a DPS here. And again, between the Gambit, between the Atom, between the Ultron, they're all heroes who can double up as a bit of extra DPS quite happily. Hex got themselves that burning shield from the Invisible Woman, doing their best to try and get some damage out of the Guardian Shield, doing some work forever. Already onto the point, though. And I'm a little nervous here, as again, look at the ult charge here from Engage. It's just steps ahead from Menace, who burned a lot of their ults on that attempted play with that portal at the end of it. And now the rage of Ultron really lets itself be known. Needs to go to some therapy, does this poor old robot. And Menace is just forced miles and miles and miles away, trying to get something in the sky. It's pretty good damage there, actually. She just about able to get back on out. Forever forced to back away, but it's got a big old storm and a meteor in the sky. Everyone duck and cover. Just about survived that one, but again, they're forced to back away. Forever gonna keep making sure that they are forced on out. Sinful is dead. 5v6 right now as the Karmic Revival comes down from Larry, making a lot of Menace's hard work feel for naught. Up into the sky, and the Kraken impact has Tano cackling, and I just can't blame him. Bucky's today has just been better than everything else.
Oh, it was just perfect timing, mate. They were very happy with just pushing Menace off the point, and then it got to a stage where they felt like they had to find the KOs and elongate the objective that they're able to cap here. Brilliant effort from Engage, and Simba with a brilliant Kraken impact. Now, Selves is ready with that Raging Royal Flush. Will probably be needed because of the fact that Hex is going to be ready to go with that Hela ult as well. We've got that Meteor M and then Apex Predator from Sinful. This might be the difference maker for Menace. They got to throw everything at this at the moment because Engage have not been contested on this point. Right now, you're just allowing the damage to go down. So you are going to pull out that god of damage here on the side of Hex. Doesn't do enough. They just get instantly ripped down from it. And then they're going to pull out the Raging Royal Flush, and right now Silent has to consider this Meteor M. Give yourself the advantage here. Portal instantly pulled out from Engagement for us.
I'm not sure about this.
Back on this position. That is a very ambitious, because right now the cap has gone to Menace, mate. If they do not find the KOs here and give themselves this objective back, that's going to be a misplay.
Here we go, now Kali comes back on, has held that ability to throw down the ult on the Penny, goes running around as a spider, gets stunned up briefly, just about alive though, and keeps rolling forward. I think they bought enough time. That's the KO they needed though. Silent brings down at least one of the Vanguards. Forever, of course, switching over to that Strange to get over here makes this a bit more interesting. Has pulled out that Gambit team up to start swinging around a big old cane. Sinful on the Elsa. Maid skin maybe, but looking to clean up regardless. Feels like a bit more of an aggressive Maid than I'm used to though. That ain't a dustpan for sure. Got the ability for the Apex Predator. Is the Glartrack summon quite yet? Dashing on forward. Helix Avant, and of course, that ruthless pursuit. Very dangerous as a combo. All that mobility dashing on in the monster power PSO rounds loaded, can't quite secure everything they're looking for, but Engage are forced off the point. And again, a few times we have seen this now. The team with the Gambit can occasionally overplay their hand, and Menace going to be in position with a lot of ult charges available, and I think Engage will be coming in relatively even here. This should be a fairly stacked fight. Larry nearly at the Karmic Revival, though, makes this a bit spicy nonetheless. Lots of strategist ults to work with.
Yeah, we have the opportunity to get a little bit of a Dalek roleplay from Shia here, but no, instantly stopped. Sinful with a brilliant Apex Predator chops down Engage. Luckily though, Larry with that revival will do enough. Shia back here with the extermination play. Rage of Ultron looking to land that straight onto the duelist here. Manages to find one. Looking for Hex as well, who has to deal with the Penny in the meantime. And that is going to be a cleanup. That is what we usually see from Engage, but can they get enough on the point to force them away and lock it in for themselves? Now they've used a lot of resources there. Luckily saved the Kraken impact from Simba. It will definitely be needed in this next push because Razak is going to have that invisible boundary pretty much there.
Oh, the Karmic Revival undoes so much of Sinful's work, which is kind of ironic considering it's Sinful's name, right? The sin ends up not paying out there. Thou shalt not kill, eh? That's the way it works out. But the portal play comes on forward from Menace, looking for that contested point. Nowhere near anything like the Goddess of Death being used yet. Keep your eyes on also Simba. Wait for the Kraken impact. The Raging Royal Flood alongside the Firewall. Goddess of Death, but she needs to fight to be immediately pulled out of it. Goddess no longer. No one is worshipping you anymore. That's for sure. It's Hex. Finds himself on the wrong end of an Etsy Witch, clearly, as they're pulled immediately out of the sky. Engage now playing in this largely neutral game. Big pick-off, though. Member down as the Magneto finds himself crunched up and in the recycling bin. Engage down 3 members. All the while, Simba doesn't find any real value there as the Kraken impact still not held. We are in overtime, but Menace are on the point. Sinful now on this off angle, trying to make sure that Engage can't get over here. Can they get here in time? No, they cannot. A Menace bring us to a deciding point.
Okay, I mean, great final play from Menace there. It honestly felt like as soon as Hex wasn't able to find anything in that Goddess of Death and instantly got pulled down, that they were going to lose that team fight. But Sinful locked in, needed to find their targets, did absolutely that, and it was enough to force Engage off that point. Now, this is what we wanted to see, Sam. We wanted a really contested game, and I have enjoyed what Menace has done here, at least. Quick adjustments in this domination set so far from them, and that's what I love to see from teams when something just isn't going to work.
And look, Engage came into that second point with a significant chunk of ult charge advantage, 30-40% on a lot of members, and they didn't make it stick. I was really nervous after Menace burned a lot of those ult charges to make the contest happen, and now we find ourselves tied up, and that's really undone a lot of the work that Engage had done on that first point. Look, Simba still got that Kraken impact, hasn't burned it, got shut down before he could use it, but again, we've seen it a few times now, a few Gambit ults in the clutch that have been somewhat underwhelming. They need to be better than that, and I think Menace managed it well, especially considering Hex got pulled out of the sky before the Hela could really do all that much.
Yeah, it honestly feels like when you have this Gambit, you are getting way too confident, not quite finding the right times to be using it. And it's making a bit of a difference here as teams are not struggling with it as we've seen in previous weeks. Brilliant pull onto Magneto here. Going to pull the bubble and the Meteor M straight out of the gate. See a Silent looking to see if they can find a target. Whiffs that one wide. Will get brought back with the BRB forever.
Got a ball.
Find the KO instantly there though. Silent has to get back in. Apex Predator going to be pulled out here. Will they find the KO with it though? As Simple has been trapped, and that's the power of Cal. Going to get Simba on the back line as well, and Engage extremely comfortable with finding the first cap here. Menace have to regroup because Simba's not done just yet.
Beautiful, beautiful shots. That's more like it. Engage, get the value out of the Kraken impact this time around, and now find themselves in command of the point convincingly. Menace have got themselves a few switch-ups here. Alvium's gone towards the rocket. Saint back onto the Emma. It is good on this map. A lot of choke points where you can stack up that beam, but they have got to go again. They've got to get through Shire having that Rage of Ultron alongside that ability for the Penny to go sprinting around. Spider time available. still looking to just buy a little bit more time. I think they're going to want another ult at least before they pull the trigger. Hex nearly at that Goddess of Death, but there is the ult from the Rocket trying to get some value. But again, Karmic Revival buys some time. The Raging Royal Flush back over the wall, and they will just bring everyone right back up. And Menace's hard work somewhat undone. Strat ult for Strat ult. Now Kali also spreading around, putting down the webs everywhere. All the while at the back end of this, Razak going to get some good value here on the Invisible Woman, forcing people back away forever. Holding the door shut, though, on the Magneto. Bubbles himself and should be able to back away, and Menace's attempt at a foray forward somewhat understated, but the invisible boundary now here. Hex for the Goddess of Death still available. Saint also with that Psionic Seduction. They can look for another shove. Simba with that Kraken Impact left low, but gets to dodge away, just about gets away with it. There's a Psionic Seduction, bringing down a couple members. They'll bring down the Vanguard at the very least. Simple on the off angle. Monster Pierce around, flaring. Helix Pursuit, and a potential Ruthless Predator not needed, and they'll back away. Engage down a member, still in control of the point. Good little hunting with those Heartseed Pound Throw. Throws down a trap, looking to get some more damage down. Good angle from Sinful, but again, they've yet to really break onto the point. All those ults burned, not quite enough. And here comes the Meteor End, going to force people back and Engage. Again, just holding the line. The damage is strong. And two more members of Menace fall. They are struggling here, Tano.
Yeah, they really are. Engage is just finding a brilliant way to just split this team up and take them down systematically. It's really struggling on the side of Menace. We have a rotation here on Saint to the Strange, looking for the portal play. Gonna have to do more with it, though. They only have the two ults that they can use on this push. Don't have any on the side of Engage, though, so they at least have the advantage here, or they did before Sinful got wiped off the face of this map. Looking for the KO with the Meteor M, but doesn't connect once again. And Silent Knight for Silent as they're sent packing. Southspine Saint once again, and Engage with some brilliant target selection. Lock down this map. Overtime is triggered at least, but with them falling one by one, there's absolutely nothing that Menace can do. Portal has been used. Can't get there quick enough, Sam, and that is going to be an Engage win.
It is, and convincingly so. I think the fumble on the Grove is swiftly righted. It won't be a repeat of GG 5 times. Engage looked a lot more comfortable there. Ultron, hilariously, of course, was playing quite well there, despite the little MVP scheme. In fact, look who's going to get the MVP. It'll be none other than Harry. Of all people on the Adam. Those Karmic Revivals so clutch at the back end of that play. And again, we saw it a few times, right? We saw the pushes come in from Menace. They get a kill or two. Karmic Revival, all your work's undone. And they never felt like on this map, in this point in particular, they were really able to break through the line for long enough to actually threaten the revival points of the Adam. And it's like, okay, we've killed a few people. Adam's brought them back. We've not been able to threaten that, that revive. Well, pick an expletive of your term. Like, it's not a good time.
No. And I will say that it was pretty lucky from Engage in that final fight, because it felt like some of them panicked. We saw the ults used in the wrong sort of direction. We saw the Raging Royal Flush popped instantly before Larry even had the opportunity to do the Karmic Revival. So it felt like they were panicking a little bit in that final fight. But thanks to their brilliant Vanguard play, it was enough to hold them off that point anyway. So despite slight mistakes, their team holds them together there, Sam. And the more I watch them, the more I'm impressed with how Engage are playing in this league.
Yeah, they're very dangerous indeed. I'm excited to see more of them. Again, I said they'd be looking like the best team in the league by week 4. They might be it right now, even. I think, again, there were questions about where they would be, because it is a rebuilt roster, right? Yes, it's inverted new team. But again, I had some doubts, because a lot of the core combos were still there. A lot of these players have played together before as a lot like duelist duos, that kind of thing, and it feels like they have an idea about how they want to play the game and feel pretty confident about doing it. I think Simba as well. Look, for all the Raging Royal Flush was a little early, it was still on Simba. He still had a firewall on top of him. Bucky with a Raging Royal Flush and a firewall is feeling real nice. I mean, nasty stuff. Cher takes the trip onto the Ultron and plays that kind of off-strategist role. It's, or rather, off healer, I think is perhaps the way it is. Very much a strategist. It is not a main healer, if you know what I mean. You are there as a buffer, you're there as additional damage, you're there to be, frankly, a strategist. Again, the role isn't just healing, guys. Be more open-minded than that. And it showed really well there. I think on the other side from Menace, point 2 was really good, but at that one it felt like they actually managed to get onto the point and contest a lot more cleanly and catch Engage on some really awkward ult timers, some slightly more misplayed ults and get things a bit better. That last one, I just didn't see them find any way onto the point successfully, and their attempted like pushes weren't particularly threatening on the whole.
Yeah, it kind of felt like in the Grove there, it was more of a, I'd say, a fumble from Team Engage, or rather a moment of brilliance from Menace for them to be able to take that in the final push with the ults that they had. I think
Sinful on the Elsa, superb,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, exactly. I think that game that we just saw there kind of highlights how we thought this was going to go, and it was much cleaner from Engage in that final submap. Now, we're moving away from that. I believe we've got the next game ready to go. Production, if you don't mind putting that on our screens, please. So we're going to have a different kind of game mode here, Sam, and this is the question about Menace, because it's going to be Convoy. It's the mighty Museum of Contemplation. Will we see the third stage?
Right, I am imagining we're going to get Magneto Emma combo here. Might even, and of course Penny on the defense is really, really strong. But I think Emma and Magneto on this map are just disgusting. You are caught in a corridor where you can just keep beaming, keep throwing up those shields and make things very, very tricky. Elsa also quite strong, because if you can pull just that slight off angle or throw down an Apex Predator where you've got very limited options to be out of the main line, can be very tricky to deal with. So I think we are going to see some bunker comps. We often do on this one. But again, things like the Elsa being available might be a risk. We'll see what the bans are here. It's another protect on that Magneto. Really does feel like the shift. And instead, Menace thinking, yeah, we just don't want to give Simba and Shia Elsa. That sounds like a bad idea.
Are they going to protect it here? Is that going to be the play to give it to Sinful? Because your options are Magneto or Elsa. And I think they're going to have to go for the Magneto. You don't really want that one-sided. What I will say about this map, buddy, as we saw a little bit from Menace in the opening doors of that domination, is it can be quite useful for these dive heroes that we like to see coming out of Menace. They've got plenty of different ways to get onto the flank, and it can be quite useful on Museum of Contemplation. We'll have to see if that's the play they want to go for, because I'm just noticing that Penny ban there. It's great for bunker. It's great for anti-dive. That's going to be a great ban for Menace.
Yeah, I think that's probably quite wise. And of course, Kali was playing the Penny last map and did so really well. There's a couple of really clutch webs. Hell, the opening kills of that whole last map was just Penny webbing someone into immediate, absolute destruction. As everywhere, like that scene where it's sort of like Ending of the Boys, where everyone just comes and kicks that person down into the dirt. It's basically that. Just don't let it happen. Get rid of it here. They'll ban they're going to ban Gambit. They're going to ban Loki as well. And I'm imagining this will be a ban on a Penny of their own. Just don't want to give it up on this map where it's really difficult to get towards the nest with so much terrain in the way and lots of good corners to place stuff around. So it's going to get removed. Protect on the Adam from Menace.
Okay, so gonna see if they can make sure that they have the capability of a bit of ward attrition in this one, and probably very useful for it as well. Museum of Contemplation typically is really defense heavy. It's so good for the defenders on this map. So especially at the corners, and allowing an Adam Waller on the field means that you have the capabiliity of beefing up your defense. Now we do see the
boofing. That sounds like a great word. I will stand the word boofing. I'm right there with you. And what might be a boof up here as well is they've made a really strong call. Have the side of Menace. That is, or rather, Engage rather. They banned away the Thing. They have not banned away the Gambit. So Gambit is theoretically available on one side, not the other. But I'm not seeing it locked here.
No, we'll have to see what they go with straight out of the gates. Groot, very understandable from Kali here if they don't have access to that Penny. They seem to really like to shut down certain areas, and it's going to work quite well on Museum of Contemplation. Shia on the Namor is going to be an interesting decision. I really like it. We haven't, and I'm so on board with it, mate.
Okay, we'll see. It looks like it will be a switch over for a moment. We'll wait and see what Shia decides to stick. Again, we are in spawn room, always an ability to switch around. We'll see exactly what the decision is. My suspicion is Bucky has felt like the name of the game today and feels very, very potent in general, very flexible, both defensively and offensively. Really good at peeling against anyone stepping on forwards. Also just able to pull people out of position in these front-to-backs and drag them out of the phalanx, out of the formation that can be really keys in the front-to-back meta, and it will look like we'll be sticking with that Bucky. Shia looking for that off angle already. Alvium on the rocket. We have got Saint on the Emma. I really like Emma on this map with the Magneto. Very irritating to get through. Double strats with the Invis and the Adam to try and make sure that those Vanguards can stay in the line.
It's usually this corner that's so difficult to get moving. Engage, managing to find a little bit of momentum straight out of the gates, and I think Storm is probably the reason for that, as Simba is able to connect with this, give their team damage boost and speed boost across the board here. Brilliant pick. Not able
Absolutely.
to finish it off, unfortunately, but a brilliant push coming out from Shia there. That's going to give Engage just some slight advantage while that strategist had to get back to the backline and provide that healing to their team. Getting a huge humongous amount of damage down here. We do have a choke slam coming out from the Emma. Tried to wall it off on the side of the group. Weren't able to connect with it though. But what is connecting is Shia with these shots out of this revolver at the moment, getting pushed away by the Invis once again. But the cat continues to move, and that's the play right now.
Yeah, it is. And again, really good stuff. There's Larry with a nabbed rocket ult to continue to keep things rolling. The BYOB is there and making sure that they are very happily topped up. So much ability to just dash away there on the Bucky. Trooper's punch allows him to get on out there. Up into the sky with a Kraken impact. Oh my lord, that's a 10 on the Richter scale. Earthquake discovered. And Menace not enjoying the sim. The Psionic Seduction comes on down, Simple as well, throughout the Apex Predator does get onto that point. Again, this is always the tricky point as the respawn room so close to the checkpoint makes it tricky, but Engage not making it easy. Up into the sky goes Silent. The Meteor M is there. Doesn't really land onto all that many people. Simba though with the Omega Hurricane. Straight in the backline for a double. Inclement weather inbound. A Category 5 disaster for Menace at the point.
Yeah, listen, you may want to try and save it, but I love that play from Simba. Let me just use my Omega Hurricane, lock in this point for us. Plenty of time on the board, and we still got our Vanguard ults as well. But when we want to push on up and try and get around this corner, looking for the hold here is Engage as we see the rest of Menace getting prepared to try and push in for this defense. Simba looks like they're going to go swap off the Storm now. Let's see what they want to go on to. I like, again, adjustments coming out from Engage. They've got past that really first difficult corner, and now they're going to rotate onto the Black Widow. Love this call from Engage.
And I think on this particular point as well, with the ability to take the high ground where necessary, there's some really, really good Black Widow off angles. Out comes the Strangling Prison, though, from the group, and that makes it really dangerous for Menace, who've lost 3 already. Engage like their namesake, and Menace are left to be reaped and wasted on the floor. Hex back on their tried and true Hela to try and find something. Shia just hanging around this off angle, waiting to threaten someone walking around the call. There will be a potential punch on forwards, but not thrown. The bionic hook lands wide, but again, between the Bucky and the Black Widow, that is a dangerous old corridor to fire down. And they'll try and force their way through, but Menace need to get here and get a touch, or it's already looking dicey indeed. This is supposed to be a defender-sided map. They throw down the invisible boundary to Menace to try and get in range. It ain't looking good so far. Silent, Hex, nearly at their own ult, but that's a decent pick up there onto Shia. That could be important as Selps will throw down the ult there. Out they come with a bit of a ability to heal each other up. All the while, Simba, though, looking to prove exactly why he just got way to be king of the museum. The impact is here, though. Crackiness. I don't know if that's a word. It will be today. And certainly, Menace have decided that perhaps it's a verb, because they have certainly been experiencing the Strangling Prisons on down. Out comes a Red Room rifle from the Arsenal. The Assassin's focus is lethal indeed. A bit of a kick. Menace down 5 members, and Engage just looking to be on the victory lap as they'll secure their second checkpoint.
Bro, we're going into the third point of Museum of Contemplation, and Engage have the same amount of time they start the entire map with, bro.
Happen.
That does not happen. This is such an impressive momentum boost for Engage here. The difficulty is this is the hardest part to push this vehicle, but Menace haven't been able to stick as a team and find the right picks on the side of Engage, because if it isn't Shia in your face, it's Simba with the Assassin's focus, and they haven't been able to find the right pick because Callum Forever have been pretty much stacked up on point, dealing and taking all of that damage. Look at Shia here, just trying to cut off this angle that Menace is looking to take. They do have the advantage. They've got more of the ultimates, and they're trying to get in on the flank so that they can use them. Amplify is going to be put down, but look at the rip on it instantly. We do have a Strangling Prison connecting, and that's going to be enough to blow them up with a Meteor M coming out from Forever. Menace, they were there a second. I blinked, and they're gone again.
I legitimately, little sidebar, I went to go look up a couple of ability names and went, oh yeah, that's how it works. Looked up and people were dead. It took 2 seconds. 2 seconds to look at a side screen, and this is where we're at. Menace, they've got one final roll of the dice. I think this is supposed to be the hardest part of the map. Doesn't feel like it right now. It's so easy to end up accidentally C9ing, dropping off that point with the way that the boat works. You've got to be on the cart in a way you just don't in any other format. There's the invisible boundary, the BRB, the amplifier. Sheer, though, with that Kraken impact already, is kind of taken low. Still back up and rolling, so can come back on out. Simba also on the off angle. There is the God of Mischief to bring down another amplifier. Never shy of a little bit of backup from Rocket's arsenal. Menace completely out of their own ult. Silent nearly at the strangling prison, but it will need to be excellent. Assassin's Focus also available, and this is a dangerous corridor to come down from the spawn. The group walls in, hopping up, looking to keep people really in dangerous position. 4 bullets to roll. Different angle, looking for more shots behind the walls. Is immobilized by that strangling prison, but yet to take it down. They've gone to prison, but there's no wardens, and so finally Simba gets forced back away. But here's Shea on this Bucky, throwing after punch after punch. The Bionic Hook is there. I thought this was a separate person, but maybe it's RoboCop, because they can just rebuild him stronger again. That's a bit better. Up into the sky goes Hex, though. Does get some damage, but it's only the one, really, that's down and engaged, looking to be on the victory lap.
That they are. I mean, Menace do have a bright moment here at least. They've got a minute 40 left on the clock on the side of Engage, but can they get there quick enough? Managing to at least contest this vehicle at the moment. Engage has to wait for the rest of their team to get there to back them up, as we do see a punch coming out from Forever, and with that amplifier going on down, with Sheer and Simba being here to drop the damage, got to rip it instantly, and Menace do able to do that. Albion with their own amplifier. Meteor and Quinn in from Forever. This will be the game maker as they drop a decent amount of damage. Doesn't manage to find the KO, though.
Eyes on Simple.
Go round on the side of Silent, and that will keep them on their feet.
Here we go.
Bringing on back Forever, and this could be the difference maker. Hex managing to push back Engage. There's a minute left on that clock. Hex have really turned around this momentum, and now Engage are going to have to regroup and get themselves straight back on that car, because it's going to continue to remain there.
They're in danger of getting staggered really badly here, as Hex is hunting for a few more kills. They get both Vanguards, and that is going to delay them. I think they're going to need to switch over to the Strange and look for the portal play. Simba's going to the Wolverine for that ability to drag someone from Menace off the point and prevent the touch. That will be huge. Credit to Simple there as well with that Apex Predator, getting the clutch pick off onto the Winter Soldier from Sheer, who was taken out of the play. He's been so clutch for Engage. That one death, though, might cost them at the back end of this map.
Yeah, I mean, they're not even going for the portal play. They're going to get themselves down onto this to contest the overtime at least, and I kind of like that because it saves the portal play for a second team fight in the middle of this overtime. We have that copy on the Royal Flush. That's going to come on out from Engage straight out of the gates. Looking for the Meteor M. It's going to be Saint. They can't find it again, buddy. They managed to keep on their feet, and that is going to be available. Simba comes in, finds Silent, cracking impact, baby, and Sheer lands it, finds the double, looking for more here as well. Rocket doing whatever they can to be a low profile, but they're found anyway as Cal finds the KO, and in overtime, the push comes through. Engage pushes it all the way.
At this point, you're getting thalassophobia, aren't you? The Kraken comes up, and you're all afraid of the ocean because there's some beasts lurking in the depths there. Really good ult at the back end to force Engage onto the point and Menace back to their own spawn room. Very nicely done on the offense. It was a little bit dicey at the back end there. Menace did make them sweat to work with, but they had so much time banked from the first 2 checkpoints that all the hard work from Menace was always going to be up against the odds. We're going to see all of these highlight reels here, and basically the first 2 points were utterly disgusting. Great stuff from Simba on this. Assassin's Focus just popping everyone. You can't ask for it. It's the melee range or the sniper. Doesn't really matter, does it? Dodge this, says Trinity from a famous movie Once Upon a Time.
What I really enjoyed is that we nearly got the Hexa there, just couldn't find it on the side of the Magneto.
One day would be ridiculous.
Do you know what I mean? It was so close, mate. We nearly had perfection. But nevertheless, what we did see there, at least the only time that Engage got stalled even slightly was when that vehicle was literally at the spawn room for Menace in that push, buddy. And that was very impressive from Engage to finally be able to push it through for all 3 points on this map. That is not easy, chat. Museum of Contemplation is known for being a map that you do not often get all the way to that 3rd point.
All right, I'm going to do a little bit of calling out here. Hex is only 11,000 damage and 3 final hits. They've barely got 10 final hits together as a squad, have Menace. But Hex, you're on things like the Hela. You have got to be doing more work than that. That is barely anything. The final hits haven't been coming on through. It's a little better already, but again, down Hex already alongside their own Luna. It's looking horrendous as Engage. Just say you won't even get around this first corner.
This is what we were talking about how difficult this first corner can be. If
Yeah.
you've got yourself a really decent comp and find yourself some great picks out of the gate, you really get stalled here, and that's exactly what Engage have managed to do. Usually what it means is that you have to build an ult charge, and it's got to be that ult kind of combo that pulls you through this. Now we're going to have a rotate onto the Venom from Saint, trying to see if that's going to be enough to at least pull the attention away from Engage here, but the Vanguards are not even phased by it, knowing that their own
Alvin's on the
backline can
jet.
handle that. They're going to continue to push on through, and Menace are going to fall. Silent is gone. Razak has to go back to the spawn room as Simba hunts them down. The peel is on point as well, and Menace can't find a single thing in this fight.
Sinful by name, sinful by nature, and the wages are sin apparently with death, and he gets brought down again. Engage now, just holding this line so well. They've got Adam, they've got Loki, they've got Groot. You might not have a penny, but the bunker's still up and the walls are there. And Menace, you better have brought something for a charge. Alvium on this Jeff, just to try and give some piercing damage and healing down this corridor to get onto the bloody bus. They can't get in, there's no driver.
This is just impressive from Engage, the hold that they're managing to find here, and they've got both strategist ults ready to go, so whenever Menace have their own answer, they're going to throw it on ourselves here with the invisible boundary straight away, using that to at least try and pull something from Menace, and the Apex Predator has to be used just for that. They managed to find Larry. Goodbye to Simba. This has to be the moment that Menace are able to break around this corner. Engage have finally been wiped, but it took half of the game time to do it.
Jeff has to go down and swallow half the members of Engage in order to get out there. And they're going to portal in. They're going to portal in. They've not even gone around that second corner. Wait for it, and look at the ults. Callie with the Strangling Prison. Larry with that God of Mischief. Here's a Psionic Seduction. So there's going to be no response. They're locked down. No ults available. Menace finally get the Meteor M down, but I just don't know. This needs to be really, really good. It's not. There's a block. And so the Meteor crashes into the defensive shield. The Strangling Prison's there. The wall's behind. It's keeping the poor Magneto miles away. Turn around with their own Psionic Seduction, looking to make sure everyone's in love with everyone else, but all's fair in love and war. And right now, it is war. Engage back onto the point, and Menace fighting for every inch they can claim, all the while the Elsa continuing to Helix advance and ruthlessly pursue whoever dares to step forwards. And Engage's attempted play onto the high ground kind of falls apart, but Simple back on this Storm, trying to repeat what Engage did on their own offense and look for that Omega Storm. Get some value, and the boss keeps rolling.
Will they get there in time? That's the difficulty right now. Engage are happy with this because they have to get back in time, and they're right near the spawn room. Forever coming out on the Angela to get there to contest. No. And that's exactly what they do. Rather than contest this, Sam, they've actually capped the vehicle. Menace instantly fallen off it. I don't understand how that can happen. All they had in their face was the Angela at that moment. The rest of Engage managed to make it there, and now they are really losing their point. 15 seconds left on the clock here.
That's
they can't find a KO here, but it is continuing to move now. At least Selfs is going to throw out the invisible boundary, but that's going to be enough to keep Engage in the fight. Apex Predator doesn't find anybody just yet. Manages to at least pull the side likes of Cal, but can't find the KO. They managed to take down Larry. There goes Simba. Advantage Menace at the moment as they continue to push, but the counter revival comes in from Shia, and that's going to be the difference.
Jeff needs to get this good ult.
Get straight back on this point. Is the itch Jeff going to pull enough though? As Alvium tries to see if they can find the picks. Cal has gone. Larry has gone. Self falls. Engage. Despite pushing this to overtime, it goes, and the cap comes through for Menace.
Breathe. It was not simple, it was not easy, but Menace get the point. Just about. Some switches up from Engage now. They burned a lot of those ults to try and hold there. Look at the other side. Sinful's making halfway up there. Silent there. Alvium sticking on this Jeff. The It's Jeffs have been really clutch here to just about bring Engage down from off the point. Not seen a lot of Jeff in the last few runs through the meta. But I think right now it's proving to be semi-clutch. I think it's fair to say Razak with the ult available. Fate of both worlds. Magneto also with that Meteor M. Callie with the Strangling Prison. This needs to be good. Larry also with that God of Mischief. Will take one away. And it's going to be the Red Room Rifle. Assassin's Focus looking for the DPS check in the corridor. A little bit unusual. Normally the strategist ults that are stolen. Looking to get some good shots. And again, Larry frozen up. Will need to try and pull away briefly, and does just about find a few more shots, but it's not that great, and two members down. Not sure about that choice there, as the Assassin's focus looked a little bit scatterbrained, frankly.
It's gotta be a misclick. I don't quite understand that chain of thought coming out from that copy. Let's have a look though. Here we go. Engage. Still trying to get themselves right on this for the defense. They have the Royal Flush. They have the Strangling Prison. They've got what they need to group up Menace and cap this back onto their side. Dive coming in from Saint there. Just completely ignored, in fact, by Sheer, as they're just going to continue to build up this ultimate. And in fact, again, Menace has just backed off the point here, Sam. It's gone onto the side of Engage. It is now reversing as Menace are looking to regroup, find some more ult charge and get themselves onto it. Simple here with a calling card. Can't be used. Razik Albion taken down. Silent finds revenge on Selbs. Isn't going to be enough, though. Saint with a brilliant dive onto the backline. Sheer being taken out. But again, Menace, they just retreat. They're looking to regroup.
They don't have a lot of time. They've got 30 seconds. They need to go forwards. The thing is, of course, you've still got the Raging Royal Flush. I think the reason the initial retreat came out was because they were expecting the Raging Royal Flush. It was primed, but the trigger wasn't pulled. Sheer now also with that Assassin's focus. We have got a lot of ults to burn. Immediately, the Feast of the Abyss comes on down alongside the Apex Predator. The but already, Hex has their head blown off. Now the calling card, Sinful, needs to make sure they get a number of people dashing on board the Cat's Cradle, looking to pick up a few members. But immediately, the Black Cat is skinned. No more lives to spare. Curiosity kills the cat, and Engage will display it as a trophy of their victory. Engage, every member standing. They've got themselves Hex up with this ability to go on forwards. The Kraken impact available, dropping on down on top of a few more members. Engage here on the defense. Menace have got to do something, but they're down so many members, and a portal play leads to nothing.
Yeah, listen, I mean, there were some moments where Menace were trying to at least flex Engage there, make them really have to work both sides of their comp, but unfortunately, mate, it just wasn't enough. We saw the retreat come out from Menace multiple times, even at that point one, where they were forced all the way back, and they actually ended up going over to Engage. And then again, as you called rightly, they were trying to look for that Raging Royal Flush, but the simple fact is, they're not going to use it on the side of Engage unless they have to. If you give them space, they've got no reason to pull that out.
And look, this is something I think we're going to start seeing more and more in Marvel Rivals as the game develops and as teams get better and players get better. There is a serious art to basically just not pressing your buttons, because as long as you haven't pressed that bionic hook button on the Bucky, as long as you haven't hit the Raging Royal Flush, the ult has both successfully landed, the hook has both successfully landed and not landed simultaneously. Once the button is thrown, you know the result. The threat of an ability is often more potent than the ability itself. You hold it long enough and the value is really, really strong. And you saw them all pull back miles away, expecting the combo of the Black Widow and the Gambit Roll Rush. It just doesn't happen.
So it was a Schrodinger's hook coming out from Bucky in that one then, Sam. It definitely, I like it. You're absolutely right. It does come down to the fact that, like, if you're trying to prepare for the ability that's going to be thrown at you, but if it's not thrown at you, you've just given up so much space, and that's what we saw from Menace in that one. Very impressive showing, to be honest, from Engage, and I think you're absolutely right, Sam. I think they are the team to keep an eye on here. They have shown that they are the team to beat. But what we will do is we'll head to a quick shot break whilst we get the analyst desk ready to go. Cannot wait to hear the thoughts of the guys on that game. Brilliant session. We will be back very shortly, chat. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We'll be very soon.
Well, we got the full Marvel Rivals special today. We got ourselves Hell's Heaven in the first series, and we got Museum in the second series. Soren, I know you have so much to talk about, and a lot of it has to do with before we even got in the game.
Yeah, obviously the game ended up going 2-0, which as much as I really wanted Menace to win this, like I said, my heart really does lean Menace. I don't think there's going to be too many people who are surprised to see Engage win this series in 2-0 fashion. They are one of the top teams, I do believe right now, that actually puts them top 2 with Dawn Corps, the only other team that has now gone completely 3 for 3. So it's starting to thin out on the top there, and right now Engage is very much in that cream of the crop territory. But yeah, no, the pick bans is really where I think the game was differentiated and where we saw the difference in these teams. It really did feel like one team was paying attention to midseason finals while the other one really did not. And I don't know if that was because Menace wanted to try to play their own game, wanted to try to force an issue, whatever they were leaning towards, but it just was not working for them. Game number 1 domination. Right now, obviously we are seeing the I don't even want to call it the resurgence, but the preeminence of the Atom plus the Ultron, that backline pairing with the Penny. We were seeing it in triple support compositions. It was absolutely dominant all throughout midseason final, and they kind of ignored it. They let the Penny through, they let the Rocket through, they let the Ultron through, and they let the Atom. And I mean, Engage made them suffer for it. And then you would expect, struggling into that composition. We're then going to go to Museum. Right now, Convoy is kind of the home of bunker compositions. You can get a lot of value. Museum also loves that triple. So you'd imagine you're probably going to run into something similar. And then they don't change their ban line at all. And I really think that lack of adaptability really suffered. Plus, on top of that, they also didn't get rid of the Storm. And Keg, I mean, I got to talk to Dennis a little bit, and Dennis kind of opened my eyes. So, in fact, obviously, we know Storm is really good at the anti-siege or the siege breaking composition. Put them with a Punisher, and they're able to do so much damage because of that damage boost. And the primary reason for that is because that damage is constant. There is always value from that damage. Even if it's not on the Punisher, for instance, it goes on to someone. I was talking about the Storm, maybe it's, you can get some more value out of Wolf being able to focus down a tank. And Dennis was like, well, the thing is, you can miss with Wolf. You can miss with Bucky. One of those abilities go wide, you just are shot. You have nothing to work with, but that Storm always gives value, and we saw it get used by Team Engage, which is why they were able to blitz through that first point so quickly. It did not get seen in pick bans at all, and then when it came around time for Menace to have their time on the attack, they did not use a similar tactic. They did not have that siege potential to try to break through that brick wall, and they struggled.
So do you think that we're going to be seeing a lot more Storm in the meta in the future?
Oh, yeah, especially with how much we saw in midseason finals. I'm surprised we're not seeing it more. We've already seen it from Engage. Not too surprised.
Well, now, hold
they
on.
are formally Reason.
So we saw a lot of Mantis bans in midseason finals. We've been seeing it since really the start of this whole year. We had a moment, I think, at the end of preseason where it was a lot of Ultron bans, Gambit bans, Mantis bans, kind of in a 3-way tie. Ultron, not so much anymore. Gambit, 50-50. And Mantis is 100%. Are we going to be seeing Storm take that new mantle over, say, Gambit?
I don't know I do not think we're going to see it in the same sense. I think we're going to see a lot more, especially Ultron. We already were seeing a little bit of that during MSF. I don't think we're going to see it like the same sense of Gambit or Mantis, where it's the immediate first ban. I still think Mantis is queen. I mean, it would have been a 100% ban rate across them.
Yeah.
Sure, whatever your preference. But I mean, we almost saw 100% ban rate. The only reason we didn't see 100% ban rate is because our fellow analyst Dennis decided to finally throw something at the wall and see if all the hype was around it, if it was worth it, and we saw how that went. Very good try, and they almost got the domination. But I mean, it kind of was the proving of Mantis deserves to be that first ban. But I don't think we're going to see Ultron like that. We were seeing Ultron as second bans on the red side pretty frequently. So I still think we're going to see more and more Ultron. I just don't think it's going to break into that first ban role like a Gambit or a Mantis.
What about Storm?
Storm, I think we're going to see pretty firmly in the middle band. Feels very right to her, or maybe End. I know we did see 1 or 2 Storm bans, and it was the final ban in the process. I think there's She offers a lot of value. She's incredibly good, but I think there's just a few more characters that are either really good target bans against like DPS or strategist players in particular, or just general bans that are so much better than her right now in terms of her state in the
Yeah.
meta that it's not worth to go early. But if you want to go mid to late in the ban phase, I think it's absolutely warranted.
So let me ask you this. We only have a few more teams left that have been completely flawless in the league. Team Engage, Dawncore, top 2 teams in the league now, depending on what G5 does in the future, right? Which one of those 2 teams do you think could beat each other? Is it Dawncore that can remain at the top, or do you think Engage has what it takes to be the top of the league?
You see, there's a problem with that, and I
Yeah.
think that's actually an incredibly close call. I mean, we
Okay.
just heard Dennis talk about how right now Dawncore feel very strong because this kind of feels like they're a meta, a really good double gun meta, double hit scan. But at the same time, we're seeing something similar come out from Team Engage, where they have 2 really good hit scan players. Sorry, I'm trying to pull up the list here.
No
But
worries, my
Shia and
friend.
Simba are both really good hit scan players who can get a lot of value. So I think we're in a very similar spot where either one of them could end up taking that top spot. I personally, my heart goes to Encore, but Team Engage, again, it's primarily a roster made up of what was former Reason Gaming, who have a lot of Ignite experience, and a lot of times that little bit of expertise does help win out and edge those games against really strong competition. So I could see Engage, but my heart says Encore.
Well, I'm a big fan of the Edge, but we do have to move on to our next series of teams and have to see how this plays out. Delete the VOD versus Planet Sanage versus Triple T. You know, they told me before we went to the our segment that we would be switching teams, and I'm like, okay, no, they changed it in the spreadsheet. I was wrong. Planet Sanage versus Triple T. I'm very curious about where Triple T is going to play into things. We've been focusing on a lot of other teams so far in this tournament, but Triple T has flown under a lot of people's radars.
They absolutely have. And I do believe that that is because they've been coming up against some of the best competition in the entire league. Just to put in perspective, last week was the first official week of the group stages, and they played, let me check the notes. They played Team Engage, and then they played Dawncore. You might remember because we just spoke about it like 20 seconds ago. That's the top 2 teams in the entire league. That is 2 teams that if you end up going 0-2 against, you look at them and just go, okay, that's kind of expected. Those are the best in the league right now. But they did put up some really good performances. I remember watching that game against Team Engage and saying, you know what, there's some bright sparks here. It was a 2-0, but definitely didn't feel quite like a 2-0. And then they actually did just straight up take a map off of Dawncore. They're the reason that they didn't come into today flawless. So Triple T has been floating under the radar, but if anyone's watching carefully, they are not a team to simply brush by.
It really seems like the winning teams so far today have just been the teams that have watched midseason finals and implemented what the top teams in Ignite and on LAN are doing. So, Triple T, I'm looking at the roster already. We see that Gambit, we see the Venom prowess. If we start seeing more front-to-back style comps and maybe less dive heavy, I don't know. I think Triple T has a chance to take this.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if they really were paying close attention to midseason finals and were, checking out Rad, for instance, I mean, Dennis was talking about how his kind of plan was to go for that Gambit, get the Gambit, hard punish the backline supports, and then it puts him in a really awkward position where you want that front to back comp because that's really the only thing you can run into. But that composition does struggle into dive. So you go partially front to back, but you go hybrid where you have that Venom, where you have we saw Black Cat earlier, but DD, I mean, Brad specifically, it was Crazy Kitty going absolutely nuts on the DD over and over again. But you get that hybrid composition and you can punish it really hard. So if this is what Triple T want to do, which, I mean, character-wise, it looks like it would fit them almost exactly what their main characters would lean towards. If they try to bring out something like that, I could see them finding a lot of value here.
Now, no disrespect to Rad whatsoever, but Rad has been a team that likes to go for very experimental comps, and they don't always find that success. We've talked about, some interesting bans before where the Mantis was let through. Didn't quite work out. We're talking about the Daredevil when most other teams don't really seem to be playing him much anymore. Do we think the Daredevil can still exist in 9.0 or soon to be 9.5, or are we looking at different brawlers now?
I think we are still very firmly in a world where Daredevil is probably one of the best dive.
Okay.
Dive in general is a little bit weaker, but it does do really good in the front and back and poke composition. Is also brawl. But or excuse me, it goes really well into brawl comps. I don't think he is dead in the water, but I do think he has a place. Right now, it does feel like the place is mainly in hybrid compositions. We are kind of just like dipping your toe in the water for a little bit of dive. But I think with a couple of tweaks, who knows? Maybe we could see the resurgence of the DD because him and Black Cat have been getting value, but you need to have a really, really good player to make that work, i.e., a crazy kitty on Rad, for instance.
Well, all I'm gonna say is that my favorite hero here is Oleg. I lock him in every game, dude. I never lost.
Absolutely.
He has a
Oleg and his
cat
partner
too.
Cat. Yeah.
Wait. Does that make him like Phoenix, where Oleg is Phoenix and then the cat is
The Phoenix Force.
yeah, the Phoenix.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But I mean, this roster is already going to be kind of scary. Planet Sainage, we all know the name, especially if you're following Tier 2 EMEA. They got into there was a little bit of drama at the start of this league, not related to the league itself, but through MRC and qualifications. But since then, they have made adjustments to the roster. They have come in and they've immediately started making statements. They've been putting up some really good matches. I do believe they lost one of their last games. Yeah, they lost last week's second game, so their Thursday game, but it was against Team Engage. Again, the reason why Team Engage didn't come in flawless on the day. So there's no shame in losing to that team, as they are.
I think there's a lot of
good.
shame. You should feel very bad about yourself if you lose anything in your life.
Sure,
I'm always very
sure,
ashamed of
okay.
myself.
Absolutely, but
You've never lost
I believe,
anything.
I've never lost anything. Notably,
Never.
Don't look at my Ignite.
We
do
call
not look at my
that
mid-season finals
self-confidence.
predictions.
That's aura, Soren. Aura.
But this team, I'm expecting to have a really good run out here. Triple T, obviously, are a good team. I think I could see a world in which Triple T can actually steal another map off of a big name. Because this is a team I'm like, this could be a third place team. This could be a fourth place team.
Okay.
A playoff team easily. But
Well,
I do
no,
think
hold
Triple
on.
T could
Why aren't
maybe
they
pull
a
map
first
off them.
place team? Why only third?
Right now, I think Biomachina, really good player, does prefer the dive. And I do think that the main reason we have those top two teams are because we have the triple, or not, excuse me, not triple, the pair of really good hit scan players, or players who could play really good hit scans. And I think that's kind of what separates Engage and Dawncore right now, kind of like what Dennis was saying. It's just their meta. It's like their meta through and through, at least for the next week or whenever 9.5 comes around. So as long as the game stays in this kind of game state, I think Planet Sainage might struggle a little bit, but they're so good in terms of talent that I can see them being top half without much issue.
Okay. You know what? I am excited to see these two teams play it out. Honestly, I think Oleg and his cat are going to be the difference maker. I don't know what to expect. That's why I'm here to watch, and that's why I got Soren here to dump all this information on my little pea brain. Luckily for us, though, we get some prime entertainment. Won't be us on the mic, but we get two beautiful, delectable people that get to tell the story of these two teams. It's Flannel and Shibby.
Thank you so much, Soren and Keg. It's always a treat when we get those two on the analyst decks, Flannels. I'm Shibby, that's Flannels. Welcome back to the Marvel Rivals ENGAGE League. Flannels, a lot of information, a lot of stuff about this matchup. You were here for week one. I had to miss it, unfortunately. Tell me a little bit about your expectations on these teams. I know we got Soren's knowledge dump and we got Keg's, but I want to hear your take.
Well, there's going to be a lot of interesting things to see from these teams, as we have gotten to see a little bit today. A lot of it has come down to the teams that have really followed along and adapted to what the meta really was set as in the midseason finals. And the teams that are adapting to that are definitely performing better. compared to ones who are maybe still trying to do their own thing. But maybe there's a team who has something that just will work no matter what. But right now, it's very clear that there is definitely characters that have priority over everybody else. And I'm very curious to see how that's going to work out. Triple T is a team that is a little bit younger, a little bit newer in the scene with that. And so, there's definitely, they are the considered underdog in this matchup against Sainage, who is a more established name and is more likely to have adapted to that meta shift and what people are looking to run right now.
Yeah, I think it's always an interesting kind of thing, right? When you have these teams that are maybe more dead set on how they want to play the game, and there is merit to that. We've seen this in both the Americas and EMEA regions for Tier 1. You can be a team that plays your own way, that plays your own style, and make it very far, right? Rad, for example, definitely had their own kind of style coming into the midseason finals, and it definitely helped them as far as they want. In the Americas, you have teams like YWL who are very much meta different, right? They play something completely different a lot of the time. So I think it's a balance, a very delicate balance. I think obviously, like you said, the more experienced teams, guys like Sainage, can obviously come in, assess a meta, say, hey, this is what is happening in the midseason finals. Here's what we can take away. But like you said, you have Triple T who's like, okay, we see that, but how does that work with our own playstyle? How does that work with what we want to play? How can we counter strat or counter meta? Because sometimes there's merit to that. There's merit to understanding, I know what these guys are going to play. I know that they are, meta slaves, however you want to call it. And we have an angle here. So I think there's very big upset potential, if you want to call it that, for Triple T, because a lot of the time, if you just go into the match thinking, oh, they're going to play this, we're going to play this, it's going to be stock standard, it should be an easy breezy match, right? Sainage is probably thinking that. Triple T comes in, they warp the ban phase, they have different priorities, they save different stuff here, and they've gotten a different angle that we're not thinking of, then it becomes really weird. So I'm interested to see how this matchup goes. Like we said, Soren and Keg definitely brought us a lot of information on these two teams, and it's been, I think it's too early to tell who the top dogs are, who the worst teams are. We're only 2 weeks into the league.
We're only 2 weeks in, and anything can happen at any point in time. It only takes one bad day, one bad series for a team to, fall from grace with certain things. I mean, it really is a matter of what really sets a team above other teams is not how good they are at their best, but how good they are when they're playing at their worst, because you cannot play at your absolute peak every single day across the board with every player. That would be great, but it's not realistic. Even in all professional sports and esports, players, people have bad days. People don't perform at their best level sometimes. And it's just going to be a matter of how consistently you can perform and how small of a gap you can make your worst performances compared to your best performances. And that consistency is what's going to help put you above the rest. But we're going to find out right now just how well Triple T is able to match up against Sainage. So I believe the game is ready to get going.
Beautiful here. And first map is going to be Burnin' T'Challa Domination. I like this map. I think it's super fun. I've always enjoyed watching teams attack this map because I think this one, out of all three, always have, the best kind of strategies. I think the different maps, the environment changes when it comes to the big open map with the rocks that come down, or maybe it's the airfield or the airbase map. All these different things can allot for different strategies. I'm really interested to see how Sainage and Triple T go against it as we do get into our pick in ban phase here. I think we're going to see first ban Mantis from both of these sides, right? I don't think anything will change there, Flannels.
I would be amazed if Mantis gets through after everything that's happened. The factor of what people have seen and the teams that have tried to avoid running Mantis and then facing the repercussions of it, it's just one of those things that I think people have learned pretty heavily on it. Magneto has secured himself as a default save. That became very clear during midseason finals that he is that character to have in your main tank line. And it is an amplifying factor for Gambit, but we're already seeing Gambit taken away as well. So, it's one of those things that Magneto gets through. You can't let Gambit through anymore either. and immediately we're going to see Loki get taken away by Triple T.
Yeah. Now these next couple bans, I assume Sainage is also going to ban the Loki here to not give it away, but instead it looks like it's going to be an Adam ban from both of these guys. I didn't see what they actually ended up hovering. Yeah, so it's going to be Gambit ban and an Adam ban here. Now the save potentially could be for Loki. You could opt in for like Loki Cloak, Loki Luna. We've been seeing a little bit of here and there.
Well, it's banned.
Not for Triple T though, right?
Not for Triple T, but they're going to be not necessarily able to. They're not necessarily going to be able to save it. I guess they will have the ability to save it, but it just, we'll see what they run with. But the one-sided Atom will be a revival factor, definitely on the side of Sainage. And they're going to go for a one-sided Ultron.
I don't hate one-sided Ultron. I think obviously we've seen how strong it can be, especially, if you're, not experienced playing into flyers or you don't want to experience playing. So they're going to go for that Loki save that I talked about, and then here's the Atom save. Now the interesting is, what is the final ban going to be here? Are they going to also ban away the Ultron? Are they going to remove maybe the Luna potentially? Are they going to remove some of these more, stronger support pairings that Loki has available? No, they're going to take the Daredevil away here. So Triple T, no access to Mantis, Gambit, Atom, or Daredevil while maintaining a one-sided Loki. And they also obviously have the Magneto. On the side of Planet Sainage, obviously no Mantis, no Loki for them, no Gambit, and no Ultron, but they maintain one-sided Atom, which, well, I don't know. I feel like one-sided Atom is a bit stronger.
It definitely can be, but it's not necessarily one-sided Atom because Triple T has, Loki, so they can copy it. It is on the table.
In theory,
for them, definitely.
In theory, if he gets behind him and copies him, that would be a play. I'd really love to see that. Instead, it looks like Triple T is going to opt in for Rocket Loki, which I think is pretty cool. I don't know if he's going to stay Rocket here, if they're just going for the armor packs in the beginning. But Rocket Loki's kind of busted because you get access to, in theory, two reses here, as we're going to load into the Intergalactic Empire of Wakanda. While on the side of Planet Sainage, it looked like they were running a pretty stock standard composition. Elsa has been let through. By the way, no Elsa bans at all. Luna and Invis for Sainage, from my knowledge. And I think they're opting in for the Black Cat as well. So much stock standard 2-2-2 composition. But I kind of like TTT. I like what they're doing. Triple T is gonna opt in. Yeah, never mind. They're gonna go Luna Loki. They're gonna opt in for the Elsa. Yeah, it was just for the armor packs in the beginning. I love that little min-maxing that teams do, Flannels. I think it's pretty clutch sometimes.
It can be, but you have to be, you have to definitely be careful to, avoid damage early on. Otherwise, it's just already gone. But, I definitely think Elsa is a character that has reestablished herself as just being so good as a hit scan character, and already we're going to see Triple T come out strong with team-wide eliminations across the board, taking down Sainage one by one, and it is going to be Sainage having to reset a little bit here.
Yeah, that vulnerability that thing applies can be lethal, especially if you're getting hit by both Elsa and Bucky at the same time. Headshots from Bucky, and then obviously you're just getting bursted out from the Elsa. That vulnerability makes you melt relatively quickly. Like I saw Inke's health bar immediately disappear.
Oh yeah, very quickly. I mean, there's just so much pressure with Elsa and Bucky. I mean, Bucky really putting himself in the limelight in the midseason finals. He's always been a really consistent character, as we're seeing just so much damage constantly come through against Sainage right now. Their players' health bars constantly bouncing up and down, back and forth. But Alex goes down off a quick pick by Inke, and they're now going to look to move in as Oleg is going to get into that back line, take care of business, and Bio's getting in on the action, and we're going to see Sainage look to take control of this point.
50% for Triple T, which is pretty good here. Sainage able to build up that invisible boundary, though, relatively quickly. Look on the side of Triple T. They've got a clobbering time coming up. They've got the Loki, God of Mischief, available. That's going to be a big play. Let's see if they're willing to expend it against this invisible boundary. That's surely going to come. Other than that, though, Dwarf is slowly building towards theirs. I think Triple T has to be mindful of just putting in trash damage, right? Putting in damage that's not really going anywhere. It's not really putting any pressure because you are just charging support ult here, and you can see the difference.
Oh, absolutely. And we saw, Bio quickly building up to that Glartrox. Both Elsa's ready to let it loose. We see the clobbering time come through, but it's inside the invisible boundary. So right now, Sage is going to be up, but down goes one of them right there. Bio outside of it, and INGAGE is going to fire back, slamming down that Meteor M, and it is still going to be dance floor time for the side of Triple T, but they are going to fall. He's going to try to get that clone off, but it's going to not be enough, and it is going to be 1 by 1. Sainage taking control back over.
A lot invested from Triple T there. Apex Predator and the Loki copy just being traded for essentially a Meteor M and an invisible boundary. If I'm INGAGE, I'm very happy about that trade. Sainage should be fine. They're able to dunk onto the Luna, specifically Alex there, who wasn't able to potentially prolong that fight with that Fate of Both Worlds, and INGAGE finds another pick. These mag cannons have been absolutely lethal, man.
Absolutely destructive, and more than anything, they've had such good ult economy. Clobbering time coming through, but we literally see Bio here sitting with the Glartrox, just peppering the backline, not really having to use it. He's waiting for the opportunity, but he doesn't need to as INGAGE comes through once more, taking out Tim, and it is just going to be Triple T on the back foot now, and almost all of the ults are up for Sainage. They're in full control. Bio going aggressive once more, and it is not even going to be a position for them to get a portal off, as Sainage is going to lock down map 1 of domination.
And Sainage has 5 ultimates in the bank right now. Like they didn't use anything after that first fight. Or sorry, 4 ultimates in the bank right now, I believe. Teddy. Wow, by the way, Teddy built up another Invisible Woman ultimate. I was like, wait, didn't she just use it? Yeah, they were at 80% here. And I mean, massive clobbering time coming from Art there just to set everybody up. Alex ended up burning the Fate of Both Worlds. Didn't really do anything. So even on the ultimate trade and the ult economy, Triple T, unfortunately, is on the back foot here. They've got a Meteor M. They've got a Bucky ultimate, Kraken Impact. But there is so much on Sainage's side right now. And if you look at INGAGE, who's been getting multiple, damage stacks off and 7 finals to his name, he's already 80% towards the Meteor M. Ult economy is looking very rough for Triple T. I'm gonna make a bet here, relatively safe, Flannels. Sainage should win these next 2, potentially 3 fights if they manage their ultimates correctly.
Yeah, I mean, if they can get individualized picks without having to burn through the ultimates, that'd be great. We're seeing Arts take a lot of damage here early on, though. Clobbering time immediately coming out from Soto, but it's going to be met by the invisible boundary, and that alone may be enough to give them that edge, and it is as they wipe out the entirety of Triple T really quickly there. Full team effort, and that is just going to be a quick capture for Sainage, and they only had to use 1 ult for it.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade, and you get a team wipe. Captain Soto, probably annoyed that every single one of his clobbering times is countered by Teddy there, but I mean, hey, that's what it's worth. Trading a tank ult for a support ult isn't bad necessarily, because it gives room for your DPS to make more plays, but Dwarf has been holding on to this Fate of Both Worlds for a while as the Apex Predator comes in. Biomachina takes down 2, and another fight win deep into Triple T's spawn. Gonna buy them another, 25, maybe 30% here. This next fight will probably be at like 40% before Triple T can even contest.
I mean, Bio is feeling themselves right now. They are just getting so much freedom in these off angles and are building up their ult really quickly as well. But more importantly, the rapid succession in which Triple T is going down, they're not getting a chance to build ult charge. I mean, we're still in a situation where it's the same ult economy now between the 2 teams, and Sainage has only had to use 1 for each fight at this time. Meanwhile, Triple T is still trying to get theirs back up. They're going to finally start to come through. BSN finding one on INGAGE, but we have Bio just looking to pursue this backline constantly.
Copy comes in. Tim copies the Luna ultimate. We see an ultimate come in from Oart, though. Massive Meteor M lands onto the Black Cat. That's going to stifle this fight a little bit more. And another Fate of Both Worlds coming in. This time, the real Luna Snow from Triple T. Answered in kind with the invisible boundary, but it may not be enough. Trading back and forth, though. BSN takes down Machina. Art finds Peace Guard, though, after the Kraken Impact. And INGAGE has been absolutely lethal with these Meteor M's. Lands it onto Alex's head. This Luna Snow is not long for this world, as a quick point retake from Planet Sandage. They gave 11% and said, you know what, we'll win the fight back. INGAGE coming up big.
Yeah, they literally just, took the fight off the point. It flipped over from one person, but they immediately took it back. They were so dominant in that fight overall. All they really lost was Oleg off of the Meteor Emerald, and then it was just, textbook for them, and Bio is just everywhere right now. I feel like Triple T is probably wondering where in the world Bio is every single time, because they are always in a different angle. And here comes the Glartrox right now, looking to take out the back line, manages to get Tim, finding Luna as well, and that's going to take out the back line of Triple T. So all Sandage has to do is just wipe up the remaining members, and they will have this match in the bag. Overtime ticking down, and that will be game 1 for Sandage.
Very, very clean from them after that retake. 50% was given to Triple T off of that first fight in the first point. After that, it was all Planet Sandage. And I know maybe the MVP might give it over to INGAGE, and he rightfully deserves it as a Magneto, but Bio absolutely lethal on this Elsa Flannels. Just consistently on the flank, consistently putting pressure onto the back line and finding those key picks. Him and INGAGE just did a fantastic job for Sandage.
Yeah, and right there we can see it. I mean, huge offensive effort across the board. INGAGE, Bio, all of them getting in there with their 13 finals. But, Oleg did their part. That was pretty much where all of the Meteor M's went to on the other side of the teams. And, that just takes away so much pressure for your backline. None of your strategists ever had to worry about having a Meteor slam down in their face. And that really did let them be able to sustain throughout most of those fights as well. So, Oleg taking one for the team, has 9 lives, totally fine. And it's definitely looking very solid for Sandage right now.
Yeah, I mean, mag gap, right? I mean, so all we can kind of say there, bit of a Magneto difference. I think INGAGE finding those neutral picks specifically was the important thing there, right? Finding those KOs, the mag cannons, absolutely lethal, along with that Scarlet Witch team up. Mag's a DPS in Season 9. I unfortunately, guys, I don't know what to tell you. He is a walking DPS. He's got a ton of health. He might look like a Vanguard. He might walk like a Vanguard, but the damage that he's able to output this season is absolutely insane here. And you saw keeping up with the Elsa on his team, specifically Oleg, like you mentioned, 13 finals each for them, 26 combined together. I mean, when you have both your Vanguard and one of your duelists performing at that level, it seems very hard unless you can match that in kind. And Triple T just couldn't really find their footing. They had that first fight win. They did a pretty good job wiping them. But again, ultimate economy, their ultimate usage, very, very lacking. I think that's something that they need to sharpen up on as they get later into these weeks and later into these matches, right? Paying off against good teams that can manage their ultimates like Sandage did, trading 1-for-1, using it to wipe. That's how you win the next 3, 4, 5 team fights. It's amazing that you won the first one, but now you've got a plan for the next couple. And I think that's where Triple T kind of lags.
Yeah, but like I said, they are a younger team. They're a little bit newer, and Sandage is a team that is definitely very established, and they have a lot more experience. However, while it is new players onto the team, a lot of those players have experience with playing together, so they're not really truly functioning as like a fully new team, and there's not just complete dysfunctionality between them. But let's see how Triple T is able to handle maybe domination just isn't their thing, and something like Convoy or Convergence is a bit better for them, as we are going to be able to have our next match ready to go.
Oof. Quick and easy into our second match and finals. I'd lie if I tell you I was shocked that we're going to Museum Contemplation. So I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not shocked. That's the map that pretty much everybody goes towards. I wonder if we're going to see potentially a penny ban here. Maybe Triple T has something in the back pocket. Maybe Sandage also has that Penny Parker in the bag here. Might as well play it now before it gets nerfed on Friday. I mean, those changes, absolutely brutal. I think Bunker will still be solid, but just reduction of that CC is definitely going to change how we view Penny Parker, especially on some of these more defensive-sided maps. But Triple T and Planet Sandage rocking in for map 2. I suspect it's going to be a Mantis double ban. I don't think anything will change after that. Now the question is, Flannels, do they go for a one-sided Magneto potentially?
Well, they're not going to be able to.
Never mind. Yeah, they can't.
I feel like we will never see the one-sided mag unless a team truly goes for something different for their save if they feel like it's absolutely imperative for them. The Atom ban here coming out early on the side of Triple T, but the Loki being taken away, they could go, yeah, there it is, double Loki ban. So that is actually going to give them the ability to get a one-sided Gambit, which I feel like that's definitely going to tip the scale a little bit more than normal into the favor of Sainage.
So I would like it if Triple T saves the Atom here. They're going to opt in for the Rocket, which I don't necessarily agree with, because the reasoning in my logic is, if you're going to deal with something that has a lot of offensive power, right? You look at Triple T, who don't have access to Mantis, Gambit, Loki, or Atom. 4 support bans, by the way. You look at the fight of Planet Sainage, no access to Mantis, Atom, Loki, and Invisible Woman, another 4 support bans. Having the Gambit, like you mentioned, is really strong offensive power, but if you had the ability to save that Atom, which you did, but you opted in for Rocket, you can just kind of bait out the Gambit ultimate, get wiped, and then allow your Atom to res you. Because there's no Loki, you're not worried about a second Gambit ultimate coming in. So it's almost works in your favor if you have the Atom ultimate and you convince the enemy team, hey, let's Gambit ult it here so that we can wipe this enemy team, only for them to burn all their resources, and then Atom comes back and uses his ultimate. But in not going for that, I don't know. There is some theory that maybe Rocket is better than Gambit because of the damage boost and because of the ability to res, and Gambit's not as good anymore. I don't know if I necessarily believe that school of thought.
I would say if it wasn't for Magneto, you could have a little bit more room for that argument, but Gambit being able to have the Magneto team up amplified with him on the field every single time, that definitely at the bare minimum would force the favoritism to Gambit a bit more for sure. I mean, the BRB is a major cooldown, but I don't know if it really outweighs what that brings to the table.
Yeah, I mean, your team just has to play around it. Every 40 seconds, they have to play somewhat less aggressive, and then they can kind of int a little bit, their tank specifically, to get res back and burn resources. It looks like we are not going to see a triple tank hold, though. Triple T maybe expecting it, opting in for the Storm here. I also like the team wipe ability potentially matching onto Gambit here, but Rocket building relatively fast ult charge, 50% and already counting. So that's the big thing, right? You can have a potential ult advantage if you're Rocket into Gambit because of your heals being able to go through multiple members, as long as you're piercing those healing orbs through people. Tim is already at 80% here, and they can go with a very offensive tempo style Rocket ultimate here. This CYA could do wonders for Triple T on this first fight if they pop it early, which I think they should.
They very well could. I mean, there it is right now, already coming out. They're going to go aggressive with it, and this is going to hopefully get them fully around this corner as they see multiple eliminations across the board. Half of Sainage down, and we're going to see that strange portal come out early here. But in pursuit is Ellie, looking to keep them staggered.
Ooh, unfortunately, bites off a little more than they could chew. Oleg finds Alraf, like you said. Bio Machina is coming back in. Teddy does have the Gambit ultimate. Portal comes out from INGAGE, and we'll see if Planet Sainage can stop him right at the 3.9 meter mark here. Triple T does have multiple ultimates available. Thing punching his way through everything right now. Here comes a match. Gambit ultimate match with the fate of both worlds. Captain Soto does have clobbering time. Maybe he wants to use it. Huge ult coming out from OR, but a massive clobbering time is going to match in kind. But because of the support ult difference, Dwarf can match here. This Meteor has to be massive from BSN. Looking for somebody. Lands it onto Oleg. Finds the Mad Cannon onto Teddy. That's a double for BSN here. And he heard Mag Gap in round 1, Flannels. He said, hold on, wait a minute. I can play him.
Yeah, big lock in there. Unfortunately,
Woo!
from the backside, the
Oh,
Glock
the wall!
gets taken out by the Gru wall. That's so unfortunate. Sacred able to find 2 on the Storm, and down goes Bio. And this could be the moment for Triple T. They are going to break through that first door and move on towards the second checkpoint. Looking a lot better right here already than they were on Domination.
Eliraf looking pretty good as well. Sacred doing a good job on that Storm. I mean, pretty much individual members from Triple T kind of stepped up. That double kill from BSN specifically. Massive, massive play. Meteor M finding the Black Cat, who had calling card, had the ability to potentially turn it around there. Really good heads up play. And then being able to find Teddy in the open with that mag cannon. Immediately swung them that fight. And here comes the Omega Hurricane. Gonna drop it onto Luna Snow here. Is there enough healing? Can you actually go through it? No, unfortunately not. Dwarf gets absolutely squished. Machina does take Sacred out, though. Oleg finds Alexi, and now should be the fight going in the favor of Planet Saneage, because that Omega Hurricane going 1-for-1 with the Omega Hurricane just does not feel like a valuable trade.
No, and right now we're seeing Oleg just pick apart the back line on that Black Cat, but I really want to give a shout out to Bio there, playing that so well, spaced away from Dwarf, forcing the Omega Hurricane to only be able to get one person originally, and while that happened, they were chipping through that overhealth and then kited back into the health pack to keep themselves alive longer and able to win that 1v1 exchange that we saw. So very well played on that part by Bio. And right now, it's just Oleg being able to put so much pressure on the backside while Bio is just peppering from the front with Inke as he finds 2. Dwarf getting 1-3 for Inke. And they are going to rout the members of Triple T even after that amplifier gets burned.
And that fire was super far forward. I personally like placing it behind a wall or behind something to where your team can play on the right of it or the left of it so they can't take it out. Unfortunate placement from Tim, and now you look at the ultimate economy coming out from Saneage. Meteor M available, so Hannah's Seduction from Art can be used to just push Triple T back. Looking at Ellie, though, with this Apex Predator could be massive, but I think Teddy should be on the offensive. Never mind, they're going to pop the Apex Predator here. They're going to match in kind with the Fate of Both Worlds. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. Inke popping the Meteor M. Let's see if they can land it onto somebody. Looking for Rocket in the sky. No matter how high you can go, you cannot escape Inke's Meteor M as he lands it right on top of his head. Very well played from Planet Saneage. I was not expecting that. I didn't think he's been able to find him all the way up there.
You know, that's just great awareness on that part. Knowing where Tim is, knowing that that rocket was playing that angle on the ceiling, and just locking it in and securing that was huge. I really like Arts here on that Emma in the front line. That's going to go really well into the thing as here comes the Seduction looking to find 1. The Meteor M is up in order to try and avoid it a little bit, but are they going to find something? No,
oh, what a
it gets
block.
Blocked. Great block, and they're immediately going to counteract with that Carbon Crush kick into the bus, and it is going to be a full stop to Triple T right now as they are going to have to wait for them to come back.
Very, very good block from Art. Forcing the Meteor M with the Sign of Seduction, forcing Triple T to burn more time. Big clobbering time, unfortunately, gets blocked by both the wall and the bubble. Inke and Art are just playing on a different level right now, Flannels. They know what Triple T is going to do before even Triple T knows what they want to do.
That's very unfortunate elimination there for Oleg, playing a little too far forward. It gets themselves picked off, but Bio catching Sacred in the trap, but he's going to be right back with that BRB. Not too far from his own spawn, though, but here we go. Triple T into the overtime right now as they find 1, getting taken down. Ellie eliminated here early. Great positioning by Inke once again. They're going to burn through that amplifier, and it's going to be Planet Saneage looking to shut things down here with that Glartrox.
Saneage stop them around the corner. This is where majority of teams struggle here, and Triple T is no different. Well played to them so far, but they still got to bring it to that 76.28 meter mark after point 1. We'll see if Triple T has the ability to hold. I'm suspecting they've got a penny in the back pocket or something because they opted in to save that rocket.
Well, you would think that that would be the case. but I don't necessarily feel like they might. I mean, this is the last week to really use Penny at maximum capacity. Yeah, here we see just Oleg picking apart the backline one by one, full aggression. I mean, just so textbook on the Black Cat. And you know, it really is crazy that Black Cat wasn't really touched too much or really touched at all in the patch notes, but that's mainly because DD is really seen as like a hard counter to her, but you got to have a proficient DD player to be able to make that work. But Triple T now on that Penny with that rocket, lots of nest, lots of web, but I don't think it's going to stop Sainage in their tracks too well.
Yeah, I feel like, especially because they don't have to play Black Cat here, right? Oleg can just opt in for the storm that we're seeing right now. Damage boosting the Elsa as well is going to be massive, so I don't know how long those nests are going to last. They got to place them in some pretty insane spots. And look at Dwarf locking into Jubilee. I suspect, by the way, my big prediction for 9.5, which speaking a little bit in the future, Jubilee is going to become hard meta. She already builds ultimate up relatively quickly. What a lot of the good Jubilees will do is they'll detonate their orb, or not detonate, but they'll make their orb go into the advanced form, let it stay on the map for multiple seconds, because you can let it stay on the map for like 7 to 8 seconds, and just let it heal the team for a egregiously long amount of time to build that ultimate up quickly and then pop it. So really interested to see how Dwarf builds this ultimate. The Firework Frenzy should be up relatively soon.
Yeah, and we're not really seeing the Nest get too much value. They're getting taken out very quickly. We're seeing Arts just make use of those brew walls, quickly taking out those nests. And here comes the ults already flowing for Sainage. Raging Royal Flush just powering Sainage through around this first corner, taking out Triple T in a rapid succession. They're going to quickly come out with a Strange Portal here. I don't know that they need to go for the Strange Portal right now. I feel like they have time to be able to walk back if they want to, but they're going to go for an early portal instead, and immediately they're going to be met coming out that portal with a lot of pressure right on top of a Groot wall. So they're just not able to get through this point. And right on top of a Kraken impact. This could be big for the side of Sainage, but down goes Dwarf early.
Raff does find the Kraken impact. Here comes Rage of Ultron as well. Unfortunately, CYA get burned early, but it didn't matter. Bit of a risky portal as well. Essentially porting right in front of the team on the bus. They were getting hammered with damage, like you mentioned. The Storm, specifically Oleg, able to build up that Omega Hurricane. Triple T has nothing to stop it just yet. They should have Fate of Both Worlds before Oleg decided to commit it, though. Sonic Seduction potentially available for INGAGE if they want to try to push Triple T back. Looking at Ellie, though, Kraken Impact is available, but Dwarf immediately takes Soto down. Should get rezzed back. Sonic Seduction comes on in, finding Bucky specifically. Ellie is going to get saved by Alex here, and Omega's Hurricane is available. Jubilee pops the Firework Finale. Massive Eye of Agamotto lands onto multiple members. Art goes down. Kraken Impact has reset. Omega Hurricane gets immediately annihilated. Ellie is finding reset after reset. Can they go for one more? No, unfortunately they can't. A minute and a half left for Sainage, though. Triple T seem to have locked in.
That was an incredible Agamotto finding the targets that they did. Really upset that tide that forced Oleg to only have the Omega Hurricane by themselves, which they quickly got eliminated by from Ellie on that Winter Soldier. I mean, Winter Soldier is a character that does so much damage in a rapid succession, and now Sainage is being locked in at their doors, and this is exactly where Triple T wants them here at this point. That portal working out very well in their favor, stopping them as early as they did. We got the Raging Flush coming out, and quickly shutting them down. Ellie and Alex taking 2 away. Nothing going to be able to follow up on that Raging Royal Flush. That is going to be Sainage now in the 60-second window on the back foot.
Ooh, CYA only on the map for a couple seconds, but more than enough time to wipe Sainage off the map, like you mentioned. INGAGE Dino Seduction coming up relatively soon. Look at Bio, has Kraken Impact, Art as well. Clobbering time could be the move as he does pop it. Rage of Ultron in kind. Stun landed onto multiple members of Triple T, but it doesn't really matter. Flannels, there's 30 seconds left for Sainage. They've got to make something big happen right now.
They got to get around the corner. This is going to let them get some space right now. Here comes the Kraken Impact following on the Sonic Seduction. A lot of opportunity. Trying to avoid it. Gets caught out by the Meteor M. Manages to get one, though, off of that for the reset. But now Ellie is going to look to turn it around for their own. 3 seconds left. Somebody maybe go for a portal. I don't think you really need it. You're too close to your spawn as it is. Portal is just going to be slower. And they're going to have the dance floor come out now by Dwarf, keeping them alive, pushing back Triple T, but they cannot get off this point.
Fate of both worlds used by Triple T to match. Now, this is a lot of sustain. I'm watching Soto right now, keeping my eyes on him. Eye of Agamotto is available. Lands on the 3 members for Planet Sainage. That's a double Maelstrom of Madness. Beautiful counter from Soto, beautifully predicting the Raging Royal Flush, and that should give Triple T the fight win. Clobbering time lands, but is it too little, too late? Flannel, it might be lights out for this map on Museum of Contemplation. Triple T tie it up 1-1 apiece.
Wow. Wow. Wow, there you there you have it. That's what we talked about. You know, I mentioned it a little bit that, you know, at the beginning we said that Triple T was going to be seen as an underdog in this situation, but Domination truly just wasn't their match. I mean, Sainage was so dominant on Domination over them that it looked like this was going to be a complete wash for them. And I mean, they had a really good, Sainage had a really good defense. I mean, they didn't let the payload get up the ramp. Usually that is a deal breaker for a lot of teams, but Triple T locked in on the defense and completely held them. I didn't even let them get around the corner into the main hallway. So they really did a great job there, and all while allowing the one-sided gambit.
Hey, maybe Rocket is Gambit's big brother. maybe I'm mistake. Maybe I'm being convinced right now, because even though the CYAs were getting kind of, I would say, messed up a little bit here and there, right? They were getting destroyed mainly. It was just enough for Triple T to make use of them. The Kraken Impact specifically, I think Soto had a fantastic game as well, landing multiple Eye of Agamottos into the Gambit, no shields available, stunning multiple members. That double Maelstrom of Madness KO was the icing on top of everything. So very well played to Triple T, getting their map win on specifically their counter pick here. So now we go back to Planet Sainage. They have the opportunity to choose a convergence map of their choice, from my knowledge, and I'm really interested to see where they're going to go. Are they going to go back to Burn-In T'Challa, specifically, you know, the convergence map there? Are they going to go for something maybe like Central Park? I'm very interested to see. I feel like Central Park is usually the map most teams go to.
It is. I mean, there's a reason for it. There's a reason why it's nicknamed Scrims Park, and it's the map everybody practices. It's the one that is just the most consistent that I think teams like. However, we have had the pleasure of seeing T'Challa, Burn-In T'Challa a good bit, as it is a more open convergence point for a lot of teams and has more angles to approach. But, you know, if things like Penny are going to be getting through for things on convergence, then, and there it is, Hall of Djalia right there. Sure enough, we're going to Djalia. So, I mean, if Penny is getting through, I don't feel like Penny is as strong on Djalia for a defense. Still very good, but is obviously not the same as if it's like Central Park and you have this tight, forced chokehold that you have to force your way through. Djalia, there's a bit more room for you to be able to approach the point.
Yeah, I think if you want to play Penny on this map, you have to kind of bunker up in that little garage in point one, if you know what I'm talking about, where essentially where that convoy is held. You can kind of bunker up there, extend the webs out, but like you said, people can just go around through the staircase, take your webs out, take your nests out. So I don't know if Penny is as strong. I felt like the Penny wasn't really that much of a difference maker either. I'm gonna be honest. They got wiped. He instantly swapped over to the Doctor Strange, and by all means, Captain Soto looked way better on Strange than he did on the Penny. So maybe that's the move. Maybe it's just lock in Strange Magneto and see what you can do here. Obviously, this is Sainage's map choice. Winner of this map is going to take the series. 1-1 apiece, though. I mean, I don't think Planet Sainage thought they were going to go this far with Triple T. Triple T, by all means, if they win this map, they win this series, it's an upset. Right now, I believe they haven't won a series yet. They've got a couple map wins under their belt, but they have not been able to close it out. It's been the big struggle for them. And Flannels, you mentioned they're a very young team. This could be the start of a new kind of evolution for them, with them being able to close this map out. All it takes is one series win to turn your, fate around and turn your team's, opposition around.
Yeah, I mean, I still think that this is very much in the hands for Sainage to win,
Yes.
but at the same time, you could say, it's their series to lose, and this is really going to be one of those things where, the Storm clearly wasn't working out for them very well, and I think that with how this map is set up, we might see Oleg go on the Black Cat a bit more, or something else, but I feel like the Storm definitely wasn't getting them the value that they wanted and or needed in that exchange last series, trying to push that point. But it's a little bit different, like I said, with this map. So, if they go back to it, that'll be one thing, but they're going to get that one-sided gambit once again. So Triple T feeling pretty confident in giving up that gambit overall. So we'll see if that works out for them in the long run, as they're going to have that rocket, and then they could go for a one-sided rocket as well, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
One-sided rocket once again for Triple T. One-sided gambit on the side of Planet Sainage. Interesting. I mean, the funny thing is, 4 supports panned out for each side. I mean, we just hate strategists and Engage here. No one's allowed to have any fun. You're going to play these 3 strategists, and you're going to like it. Luna scraping on by. The fact that Elsa is being let through, the fact that maybe not Magneto being let through is the right word, because it's always getting saved, but I feel like there are more problems on the Duelist and Vanguard side, with strategists obviously game warping what they can do here. We'll be interested to see if Ellie is going to lock in this Black Widow. I think this is a very good Black Widow map. This map used to be dominated by Hela and Phoenix. Those were the 2 heroes that really dominated those long sight lines. But Black Widow now, I mean, just so much better.
Yeah, and unironically, this has actually been a bit of a less prominent day of Black Widow. I mean, week 1, we saw Black Widow pretty much every single match. Now it's tapered off a little bit, but that's because people have seen that, she is good, but she's not an end-all be-all every situation, and that, Elsa and Bucky are still just they're such influential playmaking characters that it's really hard to devalue from them. And we're going to see that early portal play coming through, as Sainage is going to look to take a different angle of approach.
I love the early portal play, especially because it allows your team to get into a pretty dominant position. Now that you have to wait for the pincer to come in, how does Triple T actually manage it, though? You've got the position for Sainage. Triple T now need to play on the back foot. They're effectively looking to push them off the high ground, looking for a pick. Planet Sainage cannot stay up here forever, because already a minute has been burned, so they've got to find something. Somebody's got to contest onto this point here. Art on the Groot, looking to potentially make some plays here. Wall gets taken out, though, and Oleg is getting lower and lower. Ellie finds them in the back. Some duel happened that we don't even know, and Triple T managing this portal play really well. It's okay if you give up a tick or 2, as long as you can take the point back.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be able to lock that in. Already invisible boundary up, and we're going to see them immediately push in with it. Bio going to find one, but Soto managed to take out Dwarf, but right away, Sainage getting multiple eliminations, putting Triple T on the defensive here, moving them backwards and looking to just block them off with the Gru walls. They're going to be able to get them in the trap. That's another
that's
2
tough.
down. Oleg picking apart that back line with the help of Bio. Real quick triple coming through, and that is going to be Planet Sainage looking to capture
Portal.
the point. Here comes the portal, but 2 ticks are down, and they don't have everybody up, so they're going to be a little staggered coming through, and it's going to be just a little bit of a, kill feed walking through as Ellie does manage to pick off Dwarf with that amplifier, and they might be able to just hold them off.
Amplifier plus the red room rifle is absolutely lethal in the correct hands here. And Triple T off of that portal play, despite Soto going down early, didn't matter. They had more ultimates coming up. They're able to flip back into their spawn here. And Ellie and them are chasing the Black Cat, I believe, that's behind them.
I was fine. Thank you.
Just gotta be, gotta keep them always aware, always guessing. Never let them know your next move.
Fair enough. Calling card is going to be coming up for Sainage relatively soon. INGAGE has the Meteor Ram. Here comes the Raging Royal Flush. And Sacred going to opt in for his ultimate. Never mind. Alex is going to pop the Fate of both worlds. INGAGE, though, pops the Meteor Ram. Here comes the Groot ultimate. Unfortunately, they can't get the combo. No dunk is available. Here comes Let the Devil Out. BSN, though, gets absolutely caught by the Apex Predator. Teddy has the invisible boundary available. Doesn't need it. Triple T get wiped off the map here. Planet Sainage off of a second team fight. Finally take it off of Biomachina specifically.
But still a lot of time burned by Triple T. I mean,
100%.
only having 1 extra minute to work with from an overtime scenario. So, coming up on 3 minutes, still plenty of time for pushing this point. But if Triple T can hold them up a little bit the same way they did on that first point, it's really going to put the crunch on that timer for Sainage. Already coming
Triple
around.
T, I think, need to take these fights early. Like you said, already coming around. Teddy has to burn the invisible boundary relatively early. Probably didn't want to unless they absolutely had to. That is going to give them that fight win to at least turn it around the first corner. But, historically, this map specifically, the defensive spawns are so close. Burning that ultimate early might be the difference maker for Triple T in holding Planet Sainage on this second point here. Oleg does have calling card available. Soto might look to use the Sign of Seduction to counter. That has been something that has been somewhat used, especially just to burn the timer on it. Calling card gets used. Here comes Sign of Seduction in kind. Comboing that, though, with the CYA. That's a lot of damage coming from Emma Frost. Captain Soto feeling strong, burning that Groot down, and multiple members of Triple T are going to knock Sainage down here. Bit of an overinvestment, though, from Triple T. They burned 2 for 1 on these ultimates. Planet Sainage, coming off of this respawn, should have the Strangling Prison, should have the Meteor M coming up. Apex Predator in about 80%. BSN has to go massive with this Meteor M, and Ellie, without the damage-boosted ultimate, might need to be a little more accurate.
Yeah, but now, they got a really good distance in onto that point. They have a minute and a half left. So, if they walk up, they win this fight. They pretty much, capture the point overall. So, not really too bad of a situation for them to be in right now. But here comes the ult by Ellie, already looking to wipe them out, as Sacred is going to just clean up all the targets one by one as they get dropped low by Ellie. And that is going to be a wipeout for Triple T. Only a couple people up for Sainage. They are going to have to regroup as time now is getting very low for them.
Minute left. Sacred. Devil will be let out in about 20%. Meteor M and Strangling Prison available. They tried to combo it last time. They missed, but it didn't really matter because Bio ended up finding these elims. I don't think they can afford to do that again. 5 ultimates in the back pockets for Planet Sainage. They've got to be careful, not overinvest. Here comes the Raging Royal Flush. BSN immediately goes down. Can't even use the Meteor M, though. Does get res, but it's still a 5v6. Strangling Prison still available. Sacred is going to go down to Dwarf. Alex does have the Fate of both worlds. Maybe they're saving it for a last-second contest. Still got a lot of time left here for this second point. 30 seconds and counting. Distance is closing. Can Triple T come in? Captain Soto has swapped over to the thing here. Here comes the Strangling Prison. Bang from INGAGE. CYA goes down, but multiple members have already fallen from Triple T. It's not enough. You've got stuffed into your spawn, and point 2 gets taken with a minute and 30 seconds left for that point 3. I mean, beautifully executed from Sainage, Flannels.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even sure that they needed that invisible boundary at the end there, but he's just for good measure to really lock it down. I think Teddy has done a great job of getting their ult back really quickly. So, you know, he'll probably have ult for the next really crucial moment that they needed. But right now, INGAGE out by themselves a little bit. They're going to be able to get back just fine, though. And Triple T not really having too much to work with ult-wise. We will have the Devil being able to be let loose. Lartrox looking to secure 2, and there it is. Bio finding Soto and Ellie. Ellie, having had that already, is going to get brought back, but in the process, Bio went on an absolute onslaught, tearing through the rest of their team, and they are just going to put Triple T back into the corner and make them have to regroup inside their spawn doors.
Triple T. Assassin's Focus available. Also, let the Devil out. Captain Soto building towards that clobbering time. Has it in his back pocket. They've let the Devil out. They've focused on the Assassin. LE and Sacred have to come up big. That's 2 DPS ultimates used. They've got to win this team fight. Devil's being let out from Oleg. No more Black Cat. Swapping over to the Daredevil. Is still alive. Bio finds Alex. Bio finds Ellie. Bio finds Tim. Bio finds 3 members of Triple T snoozing on the clock. And I don't think this clobbering time is enough. It doesn't matter that you hit multiple members because half your team is in the respawn room.
Incredible movement by Bio, making full use of that mobility that Elsa has at their disposal in their kit, breaking through those walls and being able to have a sight line into those spawn doors to be able to finish off those targets that Oleg was chasing one by one and just staggering the entirety of Triple T there for a full push. Great performance, and this is going to be a very hard push for the side of Triple T.
It looked like they had it. It looked like they held them on that first point relatively long time. Like you said, 3 minutes on the clock for Sainage. They had to go for another last-minute fight. But Triple T, once again, when it comes down to these, you know, nail-biting moments, these fights that require precise timing and ultimate usage, it always feels like Triple T over-invests. And Planet Sainage are completely fine with losing that fight because they know they have more in the bank. I found it very, very rare opportunities and times where Triple T had a significant ult advantage over Sainage. It always felt like the next fight after Triple T won felt like an uphill battle. 5-3 ultimates or 4-2 for Sainage. I think if Triple T can just dot their I's and cross their T's, no pun intended here, they could do a much better job.
Definitely. I mean, Triple T, they had those moments that they looked so good. They looked really... it's not that they weren't able to win fights. They definitely were able to win fights. They just, time and time again, Bio just went so crazy over and over and over. And we're going to see them try to come out with an early portal play as well to match what Sainage did, taking the high ground here early. But they're going to be down a person while that portal player makes their way over.
They're going to be on the flank, potentially going to that top side. Doesn't matter, though. INGAGE finds them relatively quickly. Ellie does have to get respawned. That's already burned. 6v6 still on the point here. Multiple members have gone up. They use the Groot walls to get their tanks up to that height level and contest them, which is probably not something Triple T is used to here. BSN looking, gets pulled off, though. Has to drop. I don't know if he's going to live. Is Anti, gets taken out by Bio. Beautiful coordination from Sainage. Teddy with the pull, Dwarf with the anti, and Bio with the cleanup. This man is being set up for absolute success. Oh, yeah, no.
Right. Hi, and the caster curse right there, setting up for success to go down, but Sainage going to be there to pick up the pieces, finding those E-limbs, and going to clean up the members of Triple T, staggering them out once more, and just slowing their ability to come back to the point right now. But you know, that is not, I mean, Bio is really doing so much. They are having an absolute game right now. Oleg being a little Beatty right here, the two Daredevils playing hide and go seek tag with each other. And now going to be seen by Ellie as well, having to take a different angle. Early aggression here on the CYA. It's going to be met by the invisible boundary. Not necessarily going to be able to find any eliminations through it as the CYA is already down. So advantage shifting in favor of Sainage. Bio getting the early elim, but Sacred is going to be back with that BRB.
INGAGE finds BSN in the back. 5v6 right now. Triple T are getting held much harder than Planet Sainage were. Minute and 45 on the clock, and Triple T have not really been able to find their footing. Strangling Prison lands onto multiple members. Apex Predator combo as well. Bio finds Sacred. Ellie goes down, and I love how Art is just throwing these out there. If he sees an opportunity, multiple members, he's going to throw it and stagger them even more. That's more time burned off of the clock.
Well, and more importantly is that it's being followed up on. It's not just him looking for a play and the team just using regular stuff. We're getting Bio getting involved with that Glartrox, following up really successfully. Huge pickup there on Sacred. But, you know, we saw it in mid-season finals, you know, Ducky time and time again on the Groot was just holding ults for fight after fight after fight, and it was because they were afraid of the Luna Snow. But no matter here, because Bio is just a double multi-elim fiend right now for Sainage, but Art not afraid to throw out that Groot ult and, you know, worry about that dance floor there to counter it, because you have teammates that are going to be able to pull people out of it.
Planet Sainage, 3 ultimates to their name. Should be able to win this next fight. Triple T does have the Assassin's Focus. BSN, Meteor M in hand. Devil is being let out from Oleg early, looking to potentially put Triple T on the back foot. Invisible Boundary as well used. Oleg finds Ellie. That's a big pick. Does get res, but no Assassin's Focus. Bio finds Tim as well. Support is down for Triple T. They've only got 3 members left. Dwarf gets found, but Bio once again coming up huge. Oleg just playing distraction as Bio is warping around the map, and overtime ticks, and Planet Sainage aren't out of the woods just yet. Portal comes in from Captain Soto. CYA, BSN channels the Meteor M. Can they find anybody? He's looking. Unfortunately, whiffs on the Meteor M. Now it's INGAGE's turn. Rage and Royal Flush applied as well. Can they find a dunk? That gets eaten alive. Both Magnetos don't find anybody. Here comes the Strangling Prison, though. Oleg has found one. Sacred looking in the back for multiple members. Bio has the Apex Predator. Looks like Bait of Both Worlds is going to be popped by Triple T. Alex looking to stall onto point here. Bio's Apex Predator has to come up massive after this ultimate goes down. Oleg is looking for more. Look at Sacred trying to play distraction, looking for the DPS, looking for the supports, and they can't find him. Tim goes down. Art finds him. Bio did pop the Apex Predator, found nobody though. Ellie goes down to Teddy. Oleg cleans up Alex, and it finally should be a Planet Sainage victory. Eye of Agamotto is in vain as he's not even allowed to finish the ultimate before he goes down. Flannels. Sainage takes the map 2-1.
And that is just clinical performance by Bio overall. I mean, that was one insane. Yeah, there's the MVP. You deserve it, Bio. Enjoy that spotlight. And that is just, wow.
50-5 eliminations. 50 eliminations. I'm pretty sure he's got like 20 plus finals. Like, there's no way he's not racking those up. He's finding multiple multi-feed KOs, and Bio was, like I said, set up for success every single time here. Looking at the replays, I mean, you could argue this is a Planet Sainage highlight reel, but it's mainly a Bio highlight reel.
Yeah, I mean, it just, 50-5. I mean, looking to give, they're looking to give Terra a run for their money with, that midseason finals performance. But, that just really showed. I mean, it really was the difference maker in Bio just being able to find those neutral game eliminations time and time again. And it was so rarely a single elimination. It was very frequently multi-elims coming through. And that is just so impactful for a team to be able to have. And very dominant performance there by Sainage. I know a lot of people have their eyes on Oleg as the, one of the veteran members on that team, but clearly there are members of that team that have come in to fill those roster spots and are definitely looking to make a name for themselves.
Very well played coming out from Planet Sainage. But with that series out of the way, Flannels, we are going to go to a very short break. And when we come back, we've got our analyst desk, Keg and Soren, to break all the action down. So grab a bite, go to the bathroom, do what you need to do, but be back here very shortly as we're going to analyze this last series.
Well, Tung 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 defeats Sor is what we see here coming in from the last series, but I will say Triple T, triple map Soren, but I know you wanted to focus on that second map specifically.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a pretty big win. I said going into it, I could see Triple T taking a map off of Planet Sainage, because Planet Sainage, while one of our better teams in the competition, I don't think they're one of our top two. So it was definitely a winnable series for TTT. Unfortunately, another series where they're ever so close to getting their first win, but just falling a little bit short. But we definitely did see sparks of what could be on that second map, specifically on their defense. Their attack side was pretty good. They got to about 1.5 points. That is very respectable, especially against a team like Planet Sainage. But man, they swap over to that defense, and the defense just works wonders, Keg. First of all, they start off with the Penny and Ultron. The fact that they were able to get that through the ban phase, absolutely incredible. They also were rocking out with the Rocket as well. So that means, you have the Ultron team up with the Penny, you have Penny team up with the Rocket, so you have the double nests as well. Overall, it just goes incredibly well for them. They're able to hold off for a very, very long time. That setup is something we are seeing more and more of. That's kind of what, if you remember, Initialize was talking about. That's the team up, the combo that we were really talking about, saying, I'm surprised not more teams are using this. Well, now everyone is trying to use it if they can get that in their hands, specifically the Ultron Penny. It was also really good because for some reason we saw Planet Sainage really trying to force that thing. They were really trying to utilize the thing as much as physically possible, and unfortunately, Brawl into Penny is just a fool's game. You are just trying to run into a brick wall that is the robotic spider. She does so much damage, plus the mines make it very difficult for you to push forward. She definitely is more punished by something more aligned with poke. So trying to force the penny, the thing through and just trying to break through that defensive line, it just was not going to happen. They eventually do break through, but then we see the swap from Soto off of the Penny onto the Doctor Strange. They get it in at the very final moment before that second turn, and then it just does not go back, as I believe they almost immediately get the Doctor Strange ultimate. They're able to do so much value with that. Plus, honestly, the Bucky, I just don't think the Bucky was working for Bio. They were not getting enough value. They were rocking up with the Storm as well. Oleg, I know your favorite character. Elsa, really good on game number 2. The Bucky was just not it on game number 3, and I do.
What
think
did you say was my favorite character?
Oleg.
Oh,
Oleg with the cat.
Yes, my
remember?
favorite hero. Yes. I remember. Oh, I didn't hear the name. I know Oleg.
Yes,
Oleg's my best
know,
friend.
Absolutely. I know he's your favorite hero, but he was rocking up on the Storm. And Storm, I think, is really good in those siege-breaking scenarios, but paired up with a Bucky is not ideal. Typically, you want to see a little bit more firepower in terms of outright DPS. Bucky's really good, but he's not that straight damage dealer. Neither is Storm. You want to pair them up with someone who does a lot more damage. That's why we typically see her paired with something like the Punisher or, for instance, the Moon Knight. Very often, if you are going to go hit scan, we do see something like an Elsa. I think seeing Elsa come out from Bio in game number 2 could have been a completely different scenario, but they elect not to do it. They try to stick it out for a little bit too long. It goes too late, and by the end, they're rocking up with just a single Storm on DPS. They had to swap, and I think Bio made a swap over to the White Fox in those final seconds for that final fight, so it was a little doomed. But yeah, I think just some really good play from Triple T. They were able to get some really good characters coming out from their ban phase, and then really good play with a pretty deep pool from all of their players mean that they were able to take that map out from under one of our top teams, and they once again proved to everyone that they are not a team to scoff at. They might be 0-3, but that is a disservice to their actual skills. That scoreline does not tell their story.
So let me ask you, and I know the opinion might change in a few days because of Season 9.5 coming out soon. Do we think overall Elsa is the strongest duelist in the game? Because we saw Frostin dominate earlier on the Bucky. Didn't work well for Bio here. Swaps over to the Elsa, just like we saw Frostin do earlier, and they both dominated.
I think we are actually in a very healthy state for DPS right now. I think right now, I say that not in the terms of what, stereotypes, or that's not the word. Archetype is the word I'm thinking of.
I
not
love
in terms of
stereotypes.
not in the terms of how open of the archetypes there are. Obviously, right now, Dive definitely struggling a lot. Hitscan kind of is reigning supreme. But right now, we have kind of a trio of Black Widow, Elsa, and Bucky, who all do very, very different things and fill very different roles, but all of them are really good. I don't think there's a single series where it's like, yep, you go Elsa every single time. We're seeing a lot of people start Elsa, then make the swap over Widow, or making the swap over the Bucky, or starting Bucky, swapping to Elsa. I mean, I used to joke about the triumvirate that was Hela, Elsa, and oh no, I'm forgetting the third hit scan. Oleg, sure. But there were 3 hit scans that were absolutely insane. But at the end of the day, it was always Elsa. Elsa was the queen of hit scan at that meta. Oh, Phoenix. Phoenix is not meta. So forgot.
See, exactly. The
but-
cat's the Phoenix Force.
Absolutely. But those three were kind of like the triumvirate, but it was always Elsa at the top. This time around, I don't think there's a clear top. I think right now you could pretty much pick up the Bucky, you could pick up the Elsa, or you could pick up the Widow. And in certain situations, they could be the best. Some situations, they're not great. I don't think game number 2 was great for the Bucky. If they made the swap over the Elsa, could have worked out for them. So I think all of them are good. I don't think one of them is a clear favorite.
Okay, well, we'll have to be the judges of that, depending on what happens in the next series. We got our final series of the day. It's going to be Delete the VOD versus Malediction. And maybe one of these two teams can help prove whether or not Elsa is truly at the top, or if Dr. Soren's right and the prognosis is a very healthy meta.
I really am expecting that to be the case because these two teams are incredibly good. If you're unfamiliar, Delete the VOD, I believe, got top 2 or 3 in the most recent MRC. So this is a
I
team
would
that
know the VOD got deleted.
That's fair. But they have a lot of expectations coming into this. They've definitely struggled a little bit, but again, we are going up against some of the best of the best. But these players are some of the best. All eyes, of course, are going to be on those DPS specifically. I say that Raikkonen has actually been an absolute key player. I know Wise is also on here. I don't know if maybe they're having a sub situation. Maybe one of those DPS are going to be playing Vanguard, not quite sure. I think Wise is not typically the player here. I think it's usually Raikkonen and Mo who are their 2 DPS. But I know a lot of eyes are going to be on those 2 players in particular.
I'm gonna be honest. Aren't you just choosing the hero that looks the coolest? That's what I would do.
Hey, who knows? I know a lot of players just choose their favorite player, which is why we saw the Black Cat from 0-1, otherwise known as Simba in the first game. But who knows? I would imagine one of them is going to flex to Vanguard. If we see a triple DPS, I would be astounded. But it would mean they have a lot of firepower because they already were very strong with Raikkonen and Mo. Wise, if they came into this roster to be a triple DPS, would be kind of insane.
Okay. So there is some viability that we could see the triple DPS, but I mean, overall, I think Malediction, at least from, you know, what these players want to choose for their screen, it does seem more even. We haven't seen a lot of Jubilee, though, and I don't know if we're going to be seeing it come into this matchup, or if this is just the case of Jassy pulling a keg and just choosing who they think is the prettiest.
It very well could be. We have seen some Jubilee. It's been very, very restricted to that triple support, mainly on Museum also, ironically. I think we've only really seen her on Museum, but we do see her every once in a while. So that is a possibility, especially if we do go second map Museum, as we like to do here.
Which we always do.
Yeah, but I mean, this
Might
is
as
going
well
to
be a
be
default.
just... This is just going to be another series where it's going to be a DPS matchup. Raikkonen and Mo, obviously, for the side of Delete the VOD. And this time it is Sunless and Mickey. Mickey is going to be the player I'm really looking out for. Because, again, we keep talking about it. You know, you have the Elsa, you have the Bucky, and, of course, you have the Black Widow. All very good. Probably the best DPS in the game, those 3. Dive gets value, but is not seen as that top tier right now. Sunless does like to play that dive in the more hybrid composition, paired up with Knife, who's usually on like the Venom. But Mickey has very firmly been that Bucky player and has gotten a lot of value. And I think the stocks for Bucky has been actually rising, especially in the wake of midseason finals. So a lot of eyes are going to be on him today to try to see if he can bring enough value on the Winter Soldier to really earn that spot.
It's funny how that works. Everyone wants to play what the best teams play, right? So Bucky looking pretty dang good. Black Widow, Elsa, all the same. Soren, do you think we're going to see more Bucky than Elsa in this matchup? Or is it going to be Elsa City?
I think we're going to see a little bit of... I think we're going to see more Bucky.
It's got to be one or the other. Come on. We know we're going to see both.
I think we're going to see both. I do think we're going to get more Bucky, especially with Mickey being on the field. Mickey is a very strong Bucky player. They're the kind of player that, you know, it doesn't have to be meta for them to get value out of the character. They're just so good at Bucky that even if Bucky wasn't meta, they would still play it and they would still get a lot. So the fact that he is meta makes it very dangerous. I would expect them to be sticking onto the Bucky for a majority of their game. So I'm going to say more Bucky than Elsa.
Sounds good to me. Well, I know what the caster meta looks like, and we got our top tier people on the scene, and we gotta ask you, is it Team Elsa or Team Bucky? We're gonna ask Flannels and Shibby.
What an insane question. I mean, obviously it's Team Elsa, right? Flannels. I'm surely.
I mean, you would think, just given how things have gone. But I mean, hey, you know, if there's anything that we've learned, anything goes and anything can happen.
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, Triple T almost taking that series over Planet Sainage. Something could have happened there, something insane. But we've got our next matchup here, right? We just mentioned Soren and Keg breaking it down. Flannels, I'm once again going to pose the question to you. After hearing Soren's encyclopedic knowledge and hearing Keg come in with some facts, might be a bit tougher to figure out who's going to take this one. Who do you have, or what angle do you have for both of these teams?
Well, I like to think that, while it is hard to scout, delete the VOD. I do think Malediction has a bit of a better chance. That's just off of, I feel like it's one of the teams that I've seen more consistently with. And I think that they have, they're definitely the team that has a better opportunity to win this matchup. But delete the VOD, I haven't seen a lot of them. I mean, Malediction we got to see in the qualifier rounds as well. So they're a team that we've gotten to see play more, but delete the VOD, we've only really gotten to see play once. So it's really hard to say how they're going to do, especially, if a team, let's say a team played, in week 1, but they went up against Team INGAGE, Dawncore, or G5. That's a tough look to get on a read on a team and stuff like that, because they're going up against, the top teams that are considered for this league. So may not be the best look for them, or is just going to be a really tough series for them overall. But I think this could be a very close series, but it very much so could either go, could be a 2-0, but it could be like a really close 2-0 type of deal.
Yeah, could be a very close 2-0. I mean, it just depends, right, on the maps. If we go back to Music Contemplation, obviously these domination maps can go relatively quickly, especially if they become 99-0. I will say I feel like Delete the VOD and Malediction are a little bit more closely matched. We'll see if it's just like a scheduling thing as to why both of these teams are relatively lower in the standings. Could go all 3 games like you mentioned. I mean, Triple T and Sainage went all 3, and that was much more of a upset potential. But we're going to get into the match here. Malediction on the orange side here, we'll call it, and then obviously Delete the VOD coming in on the blue side. Pretty sure it's going to be Mantis Mirrors here, but then things start to get weird. I want to know your thoughts, Flannels. I have been seeing more and more Penny in domination. I am not a fan of it. I don't actually think it's that good.
Well, clearly somebody knows something that you don't. I think it definitely depends a little bit on what the matchup is and also what map it is. Krakoa, I feel like is less common for it. So I mean, we very well could not be seeing Penny. They could just be hovering that for the fun of it all. But I definitely feel like I don't see pennies on Krakoa as much because there's not as many areas to really hide the nests around the point.
Yeah.
Directly around it. But hey, if they run it, we'll get to see it in action. I think it also depend on whether or not the rocket's available, things like that, very much so in that same vein. But hey.
What's the odds that we get 4 support bans here for each team though? That's I feel like that's much higher than seeing Penny on dominations. Right now, Mantis, Gambit, Loki already taken off the map. And are they gonna make me eat my words? That looks like a Black Widow ban.
Right away you're gonna eat those words. Yep.
Yeah, coming out from Delete the VOD. That's going to be no Black Widow available for Malediction here. Gambit one-sided coming in. And now, again, we saw Triple T. I think they had the answer. I think they were right. Ban the rocket, nab it for yourself, and I think that's the move.
Well, yeah, but I mean, that worked for them once.
Yeah, That wasn't. Well, I mean, yeah, you're right. It did work for them once. I will say the rocket ultimate placement was a little suspect from Triple T. A lot of them were getting absolutely annihilated. I think. Maybe I trust Delete the VOD to potentially have, better rocket placement or even malediction here, but they're going to opt in instead for the one-sided invisible woman. Now you can really pinch the hero pool here if you want. You can remove the Elsa, get yourself a one-sided Elsa, which is exactly what they're going to do.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
And that, I mean, it's going to be one-sided Elsa versus one-sided Widow. So,
Yeah.
We're gonna get an answer right here between the preference of duelist that people like to run for their hit scan. Elsa v Widow. That's gonna be a pretty consistent one that people run through. I do think Elsa is a higher caliber character, but you have to be able to keep up with that movement and tracking that is required with her. Truly for it. She just so much camera angle flipping with all of the movement and the angle changes with what you're doing. But if you can, I think that she's definitely, a level above Black Widow for sure. Even in Black Widow's current, better state of play than what they were for the previous 9 seasons. But
Previous year and a half.
Previous year and a
right?
half, roughly almost 2 years. That's fine. But yeah, I'm going to be very curious to see how it plays out. I like the Bucky pick more, though, for Malediction as the second duelist. But DTV is coming in with a triple strat line. But that definitely works out with an Elsa as well into a triple strategist.
Ooh. Yeah, and they're going to opt in for the penny here. I wonder where they're going to place these nests, like you mentioned. Malediction opting in for the rocket invisible woman, and Bucky plus Widow. I don't know if I necessarily love this. I like pairing Widow up with a dive hero, but if they suspect that this, penny is going to come out here, why play dive? Just play double range and immediately flush this penny out. That's what people need to realize is even if you're playing against Penny on domination, anywhere she sets up, go as a team, flush her out, make her uncomfortable. Because without her nests, honestly, finals, she is half a hero.
Wow. Wow. I mean, you're not fully wrong, but the thing is, she is still right now in the current state the most consistent CC there is in the game.
True.
And there it is in effect right away. But quickly coming back is going to be Sunless off of that BRB, looking to keep the pressure up. Nobody able to take control of this point just yet, but that could be DTV changing it right now, finding a quick 2 eliminations, make it 3, and they are going to take control to start off this first map.
Looking rough for Delete the VOD here after Ziad got pushed out, but Malediction couldn't really do anything with that nest downtime. They did take up some space here, but now, because Ziad just own space. And the way you want to play Penny on domination is that you want to cut lanes off. Usually there's 3 lanes a team can go through. If you can force them to go through one of the 2 remaining ones while you're cutting off one with your nest, it becomes a lot tougher to play. As I say that, though, looks like Nest is going to get taken out after Raka does try to give their life away here. Assassin's Focus popped by Sunless. Let's see if they can find anything, though. That's the big question. CYA comes in. Rage of Ultron is going to try and take that out, but really good defense job from Challenge there. Oscar pops the Karmic Revival early to get Penny back onto the map. Apex Predator comes in from Mo. Can't find anybody. Kraken Impact from Mickey. Let's see if they can get a reset. Sonic Seduction gets popped by Knife. Is that enough, though? Everybody's hiding. Ziad does get taken down, so that's another Kraken Impact from Mickey. Didn't they find another one, though? That's the big question. Rocket gets taken down. 61% and counting for DTV. Malediction finally flipped the point here after a massive investment of ultimates.
A lot of ultimates, but it's, a lot of ultimates used on both sides overall. So
True.
Not for naught, Ziad is close on the side of DTV, so there would be 2. But, all the support ults were burned through as well on the side of DTV. So Malediction coming out on top in that exchange is very good. But now they are in a better position for control and are going to be able to hopefully not let Ziad get set up in any way on that Penny. They're definitely looking to take this left side angle on the map and move their way up from the waterfall, able to use some of the LOS of the building, But Mike looking for that hook, not going to have a good angle for it, though, unfortunately. Has to retreat back to their team. But here comes Spider Time, looking to coat the field in the webs, but immediately Carbon Crush down, disrupting it just a little bit, but not enough, as Mo is going to take out Mike, and DTV is going to look to take control once again, but they haven't flipped it just yet.
Challenge, unfortunately, whiffs onto the Meteor M there. Oscar was low, gets taken out. Mo did go down like you mentioned. Malediction still has their DPS up, and look at Sunless taking the 1v1 against Zia. That's hilarious. Playing around the nest, taking it out, buying some time. CYA comes in from Sovio. Let's see if Sunless can actually do anything about it, though. That's the question. Assassin's Focus available. Point has yet to be flipped like you mentioned, Flannels, and Raka takes down Knife. It's a big tank going down on the side of Malediction. Here comes the Assassin's Focus. Dobby, though, finds the Raging Royal Flush. Gonna answer in kind with the Invisible Boundary. Rage of Ultron comes in. A lot of ultimates being invested by DTV. Is it enough, though, to take him out? Sunless takes down Raka. Dobby finds challenge. Both Magnetos off the board for these teams. Flannels, we're gonna hit a point flip from DTV.
Yeah, you know, it was challenged. The only one keeping that point, preventing from being unflipped. Unfortunately, not able to be kept alive as there was just so much pressure on that back line, forcing them to kite around behind the angles in order to stay alive. But Malediction in position to close things out, but they are going to have to work around to the point. There is a Glartrox ready to go from Mo, though. So as soon as they try to walk onto the point, he's going to be looking to push them off as the percentage is now getting very low, less than 10%, almost getting picked off by challenge there. Got to be careful. Magneto is a scary character that can get a quick 100-0. We're going to be hitting a 100% to 100%. Looking for that side pick. Is going to be able to find it there on Sunless, taking them out. That could be the deciding factor. Sunless is going to get brought back, though, here, burning out that BRB cooldown at the very least. So huge takeaway, but it is just a little bit of back and forth as these two teams are just constantly jostling. And there's the Gartrox looking at it, but gets taken out before it can reconnect. Mo obliterated by Sunless, looking to shut it down. Here comes Mikey now, looking for the impacts to reset off of the Karmic Revival, and it is going to be a non-stop brawl for this point.
Who doesn't get the reset, though, onto the Atom, but it probably doesn't matter. Does get res. Meteor M from challenge. Let's see if we can find anybody. Nobody goes down. Sunless takes down Ziad for the second time. Magneto on point. Raka looking to stall here, but Malediction are going to squeak out round one of this map here on Krakoa. 199, despite DTV's best efforts.
Right there, not allowing that, that Gambit team up in full effect, bumping that Magneto away, keeping him off the point. That secured that percent flip right there at the very end, that overtime bar ticking down. So, that would be so unfortunate if that something like that ends up being a difference maker. But
oh no! Whoa! What just happened? Ah, my screen cut out, guys. My screen cut out.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is
DTV
pass the mission area. Got
going into Malediction as Mickey gotta come in.
I'm counting on you, friends. This is gonna hurt. Powering up.
immediately we are going to be looking at them positioning over on the side of the high angle. Ziad trying to get positioning early here with those nests, already having them get taken out once. But there is the amplifier. Malediction going aggressive with that Assassin's Pursuit. Looking to find something, not able to secure anyone just yet. The invisible boundary is up as well, managing to take out Mo, and that is going to be Malediction claiming the first blood on this map.
TV pops the Rage of Ultron. Ziad coming in with that Spider Sweeper, looking to gain control here. Sunless finds Raka. Oscar finds Sunless. That's a nice trade. DPS for Tank. Let's see if Malediction can actually flip this point, though. It's going to go in their favor right now. Knife has the Sign of Seduction in the back pocket, but so far, DTV just cannot find a foothold, and Sign of Seduction is going to be popped because there's so many members just hanging around.
And they're just not able to get in here. Quickly taking them down. Challenge preventing that penny from getting anything else. I don't know that this penny is going to be the play for DTV. And they are already, there it is. They are going to change it up, dropping off of that penny, going for the Angela. That's going to be able to, that's going to let them get into the back line a little bit, but not necessarily. I mean, Mikey on that Winter Soldier, that's going to be able to take Ziad out of the sky if they catch them at the right time. With their shield down, so that could be still quite difficult for Ziad in this exchange.
DTV
Much better.
Wise swapping over off of the Ultron into the Bucky. Seeing if he can replicate some of that success from Mickey. Challenge! Immediately dunks it onto Mo, who popped the Apex Predator, says you're not allowed to use the Glartrock. Sovio pops the CYA. Here comes the Kraken Impact from Mickey, though. Let's see if they can get the reset. Already found one. Let's see if they can find more. Looking for another reset. Jossie has the invisible boundary, but that's another fight win from Malediction. And we are 75% and counting. DTV, you've got to make something happen in this next fight, or you run the risk of losing the round.
That is a really tough situation for them to be in overall. And we're getting a little bit of a
throwback. Throwback Thursday, guys.
Yeah, throwback to when they played against GG from the qualifiers. A little bit of a technical issue, but we are going to get back into the action here.
CYA pop from Oscar Norse. Let's see if they can do something about it. Malediction coming in. Sunless does have the ultimate. Jossie, invisible boundary was used earlier. DTV are going to flip the point. Let's see if Sunless, with this Assassin's Focus, can find DTV in his crosshairs. Let's see if he can get the angle. That's the important thing here. Setting him up for success. Maybe he goes for a flank. Already looking for one. Finds the shots onto Wise. Gets taken down. Two members have fallen. Looking for the challenge. Mo finds Sunless. But I think the damage has already been done. Mickey and the rest of Malediction can turn this around. DTV, point is still in their favor. Sonic Seduction coming out from Knife. That's going to be massive for pushing them off of the point, potentially flipping it. It's going towards their favor. Portal has come in from Ziad. Like you said, Flannel. Let's see if they can do something with it.
Yeah, that's going to be really tricky. The point is flipped, and now DTV, they have to stay on this point. They have to win this fight. There is no second chances for them because they've also burned the portal now just to be able to get back for it. Meteor M is up, looking to slam it down. It's not going to get, it's going to get blocked by the terrain instead. That's so unfortunate, and it is going to be in pursuit. Rocky looking to close things out, and they're going to be in pursuit, looking for a reset, gonna find one more elim, and they are going to shut this map down. Malediction going up 1-0 in the series.
Malediction coming out strong. Map 1 looked relatively close, but map 2 was an absolute and utter domination, dare I say, Flannels. I mean, they lost control of the map momentarily for about 23%, about 23 to 25%, and then they came back in. Sunless picking up the MVP here, 19-4. Like you said, one-sided Black Widow, maybe stronger than the one-sided Elsa here. Looking very sharp here on domination. Now, dare I say, we probably go back to Museum of Contemplation in map 2.
Oh, Museum. Oh, Museum. You know, at this point, fine. You know, I mean, hey.
Fine.
Fine. You know, it can't be worse than what I've seen with Thebes at the moment. You know, there's obviously a reason people don't like going to that map. For those of you who have played the new map, with Thebes, it is a very it's a map that people are very prone to getting spawn held in on that very first point, so it's not ideal or one that people are particularly big fans of at this moment. But you know, maybe people just haven't figured it out quite yet. I'm sure we'll see it getting played more now that midseason finals are over and teams are able to like actually practice on it, since it's a map that will be in rotation. So, maybe it's not so bad. Maybe it's just, the, solo comp demons who don't have it figured out at this point.
I think, hot take, Flannels, that probably will be the new museum. It's most likely going to be activated for Ignite here when it's coming back up in a couple of weeks, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be the new Museum of Contemplation. I think it's a cool map. I think it's kind of a cool map once you can get past, like you said, that spawn hold area, that first point. I think the teleportation mechanics, or the slide mechanic, however you want to call it, the sand, where you feel like you're going to fall off the map, but you're actually not falling off the map. You're just kind of going into an area. I think they're kind of cool. Allows for some really wacky plays. I saw a Groot jump into one, and then he came up and just ulted onto somebody. I'm sure not Magneto. Doctor Strange is going to have a lot of fun with that as well. There's so many different heroes I think could have playmaking potential. I mean, Elsa obviously comes to mind with a potential Apex Predator. So as, like you said, pros figured out that map, it could be fun here. But I suspect for this map too, they're probably going to go to Museum of Contemplation. It's one of the more practice maps for a lot of these teams here. Maybe I'm wrong, and I am. Oh, I've never been more happy to be wrong here, Flannels. We're going to go to Hall of Jajalia. We're going on to Convergence.
Early Convergence here, going to Jajalia. We're like we said, we're not seeing a ton of Scrims Park. We're seeing a lot of Jajalia today, it looks like. So, I'm fine with it. I'm all for it. And we'll see, right now, clearly the, one-sided situations worked out very well for Malediction with what they went with, and clearly DTV not able to do as much. So we'll see if they change up their ban save priorities this time around.
Yeah, I feel like One-Sided Widow worked very well for Malediction. I just was popping off, right? Sunless doing a fantastic job. I believe ended with 11 finals. Mickey as well, believe also ended with 11 finals on the Bucky. I don't know if DTV feel like either of those are ban-worthy enough here to take that away. But I would love for Malediction to go for the Black Widow ban on Blind here. If it worked, why not? And exactly what they're going to do. And they're going to go for the Black Widow save right after. No, never mind. I lied. Nope. I lied. Sorry, guys. Invisible Woman.
They're going to save that Invisible Woman. They're not going to save the Widow. They may just be looking to ban it, not save it, and see if whether or not, DTV wants to burn that ban. But right now they're hovering that Daredevil instead. They may not want to deal with the dive. It's weird. We're on Convergence, the place that you would expect to see Penny, but we're looking at Ziad actually hovering that Venom instead. We'll see if he goes through with that. That would definitely be a nice change up from what they were running previously. And DTV will have a one-sided Gambit here, but it is potential for one-sided Invis now. And that's exactly what Malediction is actually looking at going for.
More teams have been experimenting, which is giving away the Gambit. Counters are much more abundant in terms of, Magneto having that damage boost on his rock a couple patches ago. Obviously, Soto, you saw, was able to do it with the Doctor Strange last series. And honestly, Rocket, again, just very good at matching the offensive power due to those ultimate charge cost changes that happened a couple patches ago where they drastically dropped the charge. They did nerf it a little bit. I think they increased it not too long ago, but it's still really good. Sovio, though, looking at that Jubilee, that could be very interesting. Again, Jubilees can build their ultimates up relatively fast if they let that empowered orb stay onto the point or stay on the map for a relatively long time. The amount of healing it does is absolutely absurd.
It can. I think it's going to be much more impactful following the buffs that we're going to see in this coming week. But for now, it's definitely a not as desirable character for people to play, especially, the player base, not a huge fan of it. I think, the thing is people really like playing her. She's a lot of fun, but just not the most, proficient output compared overall in the on-demand factor for what it feels like for teams. But we are getting underway. We are looking at it. This time, we are going to be getting Elsa on both sides. And DTV, despite banning out the Widow, not coming out with it themselves, but they are taking it away. They're going to try to force Sunless to outperform on that Elsa.
Venom, pretty good on this map, I would say. The dive stage and the dive setups are nice, but not having, you know, like a Widow with you to pepper them down can be tough. You do have Raka on what is going to be the Black Cat. Malediction, though, Sovio specifically on the Rocket, Jossie on the Invisible Woman, like we mentioned, and Mo on this Elsa looking very good, taking out challenge. That is going to get Res Beacon, though, and they're just going to fight in this little corridor. This is why I would expect a Penny to play, by the way, but they're just going to give points for free. I don't know if I necessarily agree for it. 1.5 ticks has already been given. 2 ticks, they're at 67% now. Are Malediction just going to give the map, guys? You have to play on point.
They got him stopped at 2 ticks, but that is a lot to give those 2 ticks right away. We do see Knife manage to pick up 1, but Riken is going to secure 1 on the backside here on this Black Cat, looking for another. Going to go for the Rocket, and they get it immediately. Mo following up as well, and that is now looking really good for DTV. They haven't quite secured the point. There it goes, and they are now moving steady here on offense.
Very well played from Raka to put pressure on both of these strategists. Sovio and Jossie going down here one after the other. Sovio not even allowed to build their ultimate. Normally Rockets would have it for that first fight, or at least a little bit after, but 90% and counting. You saw how crucial it was that Raka and Ziad put that pressure onto the backline and forcing them to not heal and forcing them to peel themselves or heal each other.
Yeah, they're going to need to disrupt this a little bit. You don't want to just let it walk too freely up. Immediately we see them diving in, looking to secure something here with that Phoenix team up. But, God, they're just taking so much damage. Managing to find 1, though. Going for the Abyssal Devour. Finds no value off of that ultimate, other than to maybe just to avoid a little bit of damage, but has to swing out right away. Helps secure anything. The Glartrox coming through by Mo. Looking to secure it. Does get 2. Huge eliminations for DTV there. And they are moving steady on this point. Everybody on Malediction staggered out right now. Wise finding 2 on the back end of it all, and it is Malediction now struggling to stop the momentum of DTV.
I mean, they just got snowballed on. They weren't even really allowed a fight. Malediction have to tighten up here on the second point. 5 minutes they would have to hold them here for a chance to potentially win the map and end it here on the next round. 4 ultimates in the back pocket. DTVs have 4 as well. Really good ultimate usage coming out from them, and that's the power of a snowball. It allows you to maintain ultimate economy so you can have it for these next couple fights. Malediction, though, look at Sunless. Apex Predator available. Knife does have the Magneto ult. Let's see if Meteor M can land. Oscar, watch him. Raging Royal Flush on the point. Let's see if they can combo. Sovio pops the CYA. Doesn't land it onto anybody. Unfortunately, no elims go down. Sunless takes down Wise. Mo takes down Sunless. And Raka and Dobby are just coming in and ending Malediction's run potentially here. Another fight win going into their hands after so much was used. I believe Jossie didn't burn the invisible boundary there. Calling card is still active, finally gets removed. But Raka has been a menace with this Luna Snowflake, has never gone down.
Yeah, this is really not the best situation, forcing out the invisible boundary, but they place it so far away from themselves that they're going to get taken out very quickly there, and that invisible boundary is going to get no value on the side of Malediction, and this is just looking like a totally different DTV right now, fully locked in. Clearly not fans of domination, but are very much so fans of convergence.
Time to switch things up.
DTV, 3 minutes and 49 seconds.
They have so much time to work with going forward.
Their name, yeah. I mean, Malediction have to put up a historic offensive effort here for them to even have nearly as much time. I mean, first point was taken within the first minute and a half. Second point was snowballed upon. And the rest of DTV just kind of rode the momentum, dare I say. They won that second fight. I mean, how many fights actually happened, Flannels? Maybe 2.5, I would argue. The one on the first point and then the one on the last point. Because that second point, I didn't even really see anything happen.
You know, I felt like the second point was over very quickly. The one fight happened and it was done. I mean,
it was a tussle, maybe a skirmish at best. It wasn't even really like a full 6v6, I would argue.
well, it was like we had Malediction coming back. Immediately, we saw 3 get taken out quickly. And then down Wise picked up another 2 off with the Magneto. And after that point, it was just the divers of DTV in the spawn doors of Malediction the entire rest of the time. I mean, that's really what it came down to.
Ooh, I like Raka bringing up a little bit of extra percentage. We're going to see a Portal come in. This is a very common play. Usually you'd see the Venom player Portal and then swap back to Venom so that they can make it back to the map here, but they're going to let Challenge do it. They're going to get everybody on here, get them a potential dive setup. Solo hold point for Challenge here, looking to put up some percentage. Big dive coming out from Knife, though. Has to burn the ultimate, or not the ultimate, the E early, but it doesn't matter. Knife able to take down Mo. No rocket beacon available means that Malediction should just take this point. Guys, you took 2 down. You've got to at least get some bodies on the point.
Nuh-uh. What do you mean? Why would they have to do that? I mean, it's just Malediction.
What?
Portal immediately coming through on the defense of DTV here very early. I guess that really just secures it down for them, but I don't know that Malediction was really a threat of taking the point in that current situation. So hopefully that doesn't come to bite them in the butt later with still 2.5 minutes left on the clock.
2 was down. Like, could have just dropped on the point together as 6, but instead they opt into chase for Elim's head scratcher play from Malediction, which is going to cost them, like you said, 1.5 minutes of time. They didn't even get a tick. Nobody was on the point. Like, no. Oof. All right. You know what? It's over. It's done. We'll move on now. Malediction potentially can string another fight win here, potentially, but Oscar might have something to say about that. Rage and Royal Flush is available. Wise take down Mickey. So, sorry there. Sunless goes down as well, and Malediction, once again, routed in this fight. Raka goes down to Sovio, but I don't think that's really going to matter.
It is just DTV with such a lights-out performance right now on defense. I mean, they had so much difficulty against Malediction in the domination. Maybe it really was the Widow. Maybe the Widow really was a problem for them, and now that Sunless is on to Elsa, it's made things easier for them. They feel more confident in their Elsa versus in that matchup specifically. We see them going Knife coming around on the Venom now, trying to get topped up, finding their healers, but we're going to be looking at a potential large Devour coming through from the side of Ziad. Is still holding on to it. The Meteor M is going to get eaten alive, though. Oscar finding one, however, but it's going to be Jazzy keeping things steady, painting the way in with that Eternal Bond. All of their ults being let out to try and sustain on the point.
Sovio popping the Luna ult here, but look at DTV. They've still got a lot in their back pocket. Calling card is still active. Mo has the Apex Predator just in case, but he's just laying bullets into the Venom right now. Raka finds Sovio. Wise finds Challenge, and another fight win for DTV as Mo cleans up Knife. 30 seconds for Malediction here.
Not a lot of time left. I mean, they're still being staggered. Mikey goes down now, so and he's got the calling card ready to go. So you know, you got to wait for him to come back, get in position. We see Knife going around to the side over there. Ziad positioning as well. These two Venoms going to be very much near each other. Going to dive right onto that back line early before they can get around. Immediately swinging out, forcing that bubble out here early. That's going to be a big cooldown taken away from them. And for this Cloak and Dagger, as Jazzy looks to get onto the point, but in the back line, Sovio left by themselves. Down they go. Ziad locking that in. Meteor M is up, zoning out the point, finding
Oh.
Riken though. Big snipe coming through, but now it's dance floor time as there's no Meteor threat to take Davi out.
Wise takes challenge to the spawn room. Riken coming back from spawn. Mo still has the Apex Predator. Oscar has found 2. Oscar has found 3. Hold on. Portal comes in from Sovio. Maybe they have a last-ditch effort, but has to get placed back in. It doesn't matter. DTV hold Malediction to 54%. 0 points here. What a dominant performance from Delete the VOD.
Oh my goodness. You know, like we said, this very much was a map. This very much was a matchup that has the ability to go 3. And it is. We're going to a third map, and we've seen 2 different sides of these teams. Malediction look really dominant on Domination, and DTV looking really dominant here on Convergence. So now we're going to be headed to Convoy. And, you know, we might be going back very well to Museum here. And it's going to be interesting to see how these 2 teams meet up with Convoy. I mean, Convoy is much more reminiscent of Convergence than Convergences of Dominations. And, you know, it very well may be that the Widow was that big difference maker here.
Potentially. I felt like Malediction just weren't focused. That first fight, I mean, it just sticks in my head, Flannel. They pick 2 off. They still have 6 members. They don't drop onto point. Nobody's really capping it. Tanks are chasing for elims, and we're not really, you know, understanding what the objective of the game mode is, unfortunately. And they just get snowballed on. Like, there's no world that they should lose that 6v4, but they somehow do. They burn a minute and a half, which puts them on the back burner. They didn't build enough ultimates. And now you see that they were just kind of getting snowballed on. I mean, people were getting staggered consistently. If they didn't really get to group together as 6 for more than a couple times on the offensive side, God forbid the defense side, they only got 2.5 fights. I mean, that second fight on that second point wasn't even really a full 6v6. It was a skirmish because you had members coming back. They weren't really regrouping. Tough look for them here, but they do get to redeem themselves. Malediction do get their Convoy map of choice here. Where are we going to go? Could be Midtown. That was the popular pick for a long time, Flannels. But do you suspect that we're going to go to our favorite map?
It's our favorite map? You know, I definitely think it's an option, but we're not.
Oh!
We're going to the old classic, the original Yggdrasil path.
I love this. Today's a good day. No museum on this series. DTV Malediction tied up 1-1 apiece. Wonder what we're gonna see here. I have seen a lot of triple tank, triple support compositions here. We've also seen a lot of hit scan stuff like Black Widow, Hela dominate this map, as well as I've seen a little bit of Penny. The way you play Penny is you run the nest like below the sight line here where the ramps are, and then you kind of just play around that. So I wonder if Ziad is going to opt in for the Penny. He looked much better on the Venom, though, especially with that Phoenix team up. The amount of damage that he was doing, along with, you know, I believe it was Riken on the Black Cat. The double dive of Ziad and Riken have been fantastic.
I mean, it worked out very well for them last time. We'll see how it works around this time with it. Early Loki ban coming through on the side of DTV, taking that away. And yeah, it looks like we're in a position for... I'm going to be curious to see if they go for the Widow ban again to take that away, or if they go for the Gambit here. And it looks like we're just going to see double Gambit potentially, maybe. Yep.
Double Gambit taken out. I don't think they want to go against that anymore. Rage and Royal Flush, specifically Oscar, did look lethal on it. They were very good. And I don't think they were confident enough in Sovio specifically having the Rocket Ultimate available in time. Elsa's save is going to come out. I suspect that the same thing is going to happen here for DTV and Malediction. They're going to go with the Elsa save. They're going to ban away maybe the Black Widow. They do have a little bit of leeway here as the save is going to come in for Malediction.
The Elsa. No. Oh, Adam ban. Interesting. Okay. I mean, Adam is consistently played on this map for a triple strategist, stall out type situation. So that's not totally unheard of, but I don't know if that is going to be enough for them here. I just take
one-sided Elsa here. I just take one-sided Elsa if I'm DTV, right?
You could,
unless they feel like.
I mean, unless they really they don't want Adam at all. So I mean, the Widow is open for Malediction this time if they feel like it is more potent for them.
Exact bans from both sides. No Mantis, no Loki, no Gambit, no Adam for both Malediction and DTV. So you've got, what's the remaining pool? Invisible Woman, Luna, Rocket, Ultron, White Fox, and Jubilee. That's about it. Am I missing anybody? I don't think so.
No, but I don't think we're going to see White Fox again until 9.5 when she gets that buff for her ultimate.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be
crazy.
I think that's going to be a very interesting buff that we're going to see there.
I mean, the fact that she also gives her whole team effectively like CC immortality, not immortality, but like invulnerability. It's a very proactive usage. I will not be surprised, like you said, if White Fox comes in, especially because they dropped the ultimate down charge cost by 500 points. So 9.5 looking to be potentially White Fox dominant. Oscar, I don't like this at all. Is he going for like the shift? Is that what he's trying to do? Oh, okay.
Just some extra chip damage, but I mean I feel like that does more for Malediction with
support charge, right?
Support charge, but it's an insignificant amount of damage. It barely makes a difference on either side, so it doesn't even really give them much ult charge. But Punisher and Storm. Zeon really low, getting picked off early, having to pop that symbiote protection and swing out right away and get topped off. That is going to alleviate some pressure for DTV or for Malediction here as they move around this point. You got to be careful with the Venom play because that swing not going to be up as often in the next update. So if you're used to that really low cooldown on it, that could mess you up in the future.
100% here. Malediction though expecting a potential triple Vanguard hold, opted in for the Punisher Storm combo, the classic break here as Oscar takes down Knife, but Knife is going to come back. Silvio brings him back. Dabi brings down Zia, so it's still a 6v6. Look at Wise, though. DTV specifically building up that ultimate. But Silvio is going to have the CYA available relatively quickly. But without Sunless there, they can't really take full advantage of it. You would think they'd be able to use the CYA plus the infinite ammo as like a half ultimate.
And we're seeing Malediction already pushed back around this point once more. I mean, they have the Punisher, but there's not really anything on the side of DTV that really is something that you would use Punisher for. We are seeing a little bit of a switch up here. Wise is on the Widow, and it's just that double hit. I mean, DTV has all their ults, but really quick pick there from Challenge, actually able to connect onto Wise, taking them out. And DTV still they have all their ults though. So that Abyssal depth is going to come out, but it's going to be counteracted by Invisible Boundary out on both sides being used. So Strategist ult for Strategist ult. Meteor M not able to secure an elimination, unfortunately. And that is going to let Malediction slowly position better. And here comes the Glartrox now. One more ultimate. They're going to take out Sunless in that at the very least. And he does have ultimate, but he's going to get brought back by that BRB. So not going to stop too much. Great pull there on Ziad. Not let him get away. He's trying to escape. Skin of his teeth so low. And here comes the Omega Hurricane.
Omega Hurricane coming in. They're going to take that Seaway out immediately. Can they find the Storm, though? Knife finds a nice strangling prison. Mikey takes down Wise, but Mo finds two. This Elsa coming out from DTV. Mo has been absolutely clinical these last 2 maps.
That is such a good performance for them. I mean, this looks so good for DTV right now after the way domination worked. They clearly just need to work on their domination team, like, you know, composition, how they approach it, stuff like that, because so far on Convoy and Convergence, they're looking lights out against Malediction. As we jinx it, and down goes Wise.
So good. Yeah, Gaster Curse here, Sunless, popping the Judge, Jury, and Executioner along with the CYA. That's a lot of damage coming in. Everybody's gonna kite it out. Looks like the Convoy, though, is slowly working towards it.
They
See
are
if
gonna
they're
have the
able to
portal
find
come through.
anybody. Portal makes it on here, but they've got a really nice mag ult potentially coming in. Riken and challenge. Riken finds Sunless, though. That's one of your DPS going down. Should get res back up. Jazzy finds Riken, though. DTV have to hold. No ultimates available. Norse needs that invisible boundary up now, not soon. Unfortunately, 98% is just not enough. 99 and counting. Are they going to use it? Yes, they are. Watch out, though. You can get eliminated through your ultimate. Mo does have the Apex Predator. Multiple members of Malediction is still alive. Let's see if they can find anybody. No, not. DTV unable to hold them on that first point. Malediction, 2.5 minutes for the second.
Oh, and they looked so good for so long there. They were playing so well, and then it just was that final judgment with the amplifier, and it really just obliterated through Malediction's line, forcing out that portal. But, you know, I like the pressure. I like the swap up now for Malediction. We got Elsa Bucky. This is a great duelist duo to have on your lineup. It's so oppressive. There's so much damage that comes through that. Big Lartrox able to find 2, not able to secure an elimination though. Finding it though, their team following up. Wise and Riken gonna secure it, and they are able to find 1 at the very end of it, forcing Malediction back to spawn to regroup. Now this is a tough one to push out of.
Yeah, this is where people get held a lot, right? Because it's a long walk back to the point, and it's relatively open.
And there's
You
only
have to
one
go
exit.
through that main yeah, it's really only one exit. You got to go through that main area. Mo can just pepper and pepper and pepper as long as he wants. Feast the Abyss comes in from Ziad. Kraken Impact comboed along with Dobby. Let's see if they can find anything. Sovio's is not enough. Gets the reset. Can he find one more? Looks on to Mikey. Unable to find it, but finds Sunless. Doesn't get the reset, but that is a big stagger, like you said. 55 seconds and counting for Malediction. Can they fight their way out, as there are no ultimates available for DTV? Riken the only one. Meteor M is up. Has to come up huge, either onto Mikey's ult, but a nice pull doesn't result in anything. Kraken Impact comes in. Riken choosing to hold on to the Meteor M. As I say that, though, pops it now. Unfortunately, not able to find anybody. Does get some good damage down. Able to put it onto Knife. Mo takes the tree away from the map. Malediction, 25 seconds and counting. Ziad diving in and immediately swinging on out here. Malediction can't seem to fight their way out of their own spawn, Flannels.
Coming down to the last few seconds, they have just been absolutely crowded into this one doorway time and time again, and already Wise finding that elimination advantage in favor of DTV here. The Meteor M is ready to go, looking to find it up. The invisible boundary is out, slamming it down, not going to secure the elimination though. So this is going to be a big opportunity for DTV to stall it out, but Mo is really low. He's going to lose in that exchange to Sunless, and now it is Malediction fighting their way forward, opening a way forward for themselves, but DTV have plenty of time to come back and stop them.
Mo, Apex Predator available. Wise has the Kraken Impact. Big ultimates to look at for both of the duelist players for DTV. Malediction, though. Sunless can come up big. Sovio has the CYA and about 4%. Needs to build towards that. Mikey takes down Mo. That's a big pick. And so far, the cart is still chugging along here. Let's see if Malediction can once again sneak away an overtime point capture.
As payload inching towards the door, DTV, Riken split off a little bit from their team. Sunless coming around for the flank. They have the Glartrox ready to go, looking to get on the back line, soloing the Invis Woman, looking to get it, but they're not going to be able to secure them, and they're going to actually get taken out instead. Riken locking that down. A slight advantage for them here. DTV trying to get their own amplifier up here soon. The BRB being used, but Mikey is going for a reset spree. Can they get it? But they're going to take him out instead. Mikey being shut down. Amplifier is out. And now it's Wise's time to go again and shut down this defense. And that is all the distance Malediction will get this time.
Time to switch things up.
DTV hold strong here, 100 meters on that second point for Malediction. Not to say Malediction can't hold it, right? We've seen crazier things happen on point one. DTV almost holding them down here. Now the shoe is on the other foot. Looks like Sunless is going to opt in for a triple comp here. Challenge has the penny in the back pocket. I fear that they may not have enough damage. DTV should know. Potentially they'll be able to find out if they do some proper scouting. They can opt in for a Punisher Storm composition of themselves.
Oh man, the penny. Oh, that could be, I mean, it has the ability to be the difference maker, but I feel like it won't necessarily stop DTV with Mo and Wise, but you know, I would like to see them run a Groot here in order to be able to easily break those nests, but Groot has not looked to be in the arsenal for DTV in this matchup overall. Ziad seems to have a little bit of a narrow hero pool for the side of DTV. I would say that's going to be the one thing for them to improve on throughout this league, is that Vanguard pool that they have at their disposal. But right now, not the most depth for being able to change up. Fortunately, Venom is a great pick overall, so can't really go wrong with a Venom pick.
Venom's pretty good here. We'll see if Ziad can look to sync up. Wise takes down Sunless immediately, though. Does get rezzed back. Let's see if Challenge on this penny can do something. A lot of AoE damage coming out from Ziad on the cleave. Stuns galore, though, from the penny, like you mentioned. E has been used. Overhealth has been burned from Ziad. Dobby finds the res onto Mo. Look at Wise, though. What a creative angle, just laying fire into the triple composition of Malediction, but unfortunately is going to get chased off of the angle.
Immediately forcing that bubble and gets a night. Well, while bubbled, gets the elimination onto Frankie. The power of the walls, getting that extra damage in to secure that elimination for Knife. But Wise just in the back line here on Widow, playing flanker, trying to draw this Ultron away, but has no HP. Looking to get to that health pack, not going to be able to get taken out, is going to get to that health pack, and is now going to maybe come back once more with that off angle, trying to distract Sunless. You know, you take the Ultron away from the fight, that's a pretty big takeaway if they get out of range of the drones and force them to reset and everything. But you really got to be able to pull them away. But Wise now back in action. Oh, it gets blocked out. Catching one, however, in that entangling prism off the edge of it. But it's not going to be able to find as many as they wanted. Amplifier out. Ziad now here on the Van pool. Now showing us more depth in their hero pool. You know, this is the first time we're seeing the Van pool come out. This is a really good pick in this current season. Like to see Mo finding Sunless, huge. The Meteor M not going to connect and is not going to be enough to take anybody out, but Riken still putting on the pressure.
Malediction looking to maybe come back. Nobody has actually channeled the portal yet, which is what you're supposed to do here. Spider Sweeper is available. It should be Knife with this portal. Mikey has the Meteor M, though. Can actually contest is the question. 5v6. Big Glartrox coming in, but unfortunately gets captured by the Meteor M. Mikey doesn't find anybody. Mo takes down two, and DTV might have this first point if they can find more of these E-limbs. Both of the strategists huddled in the back corner here. Portal does come out. Wise takes down Knife, and point one goes to the favor of DTV.
Yeah,
felt like the portal was a little late.
Well, it's not even necessarily that the portal was late. I mean, with the way they had the team split up, the strategists were down the hallway and the people coming through the portal weren't in range of getting healing, so they were just getting peppered instantly and had to retreat back through the portal to get healed up at their spawn. So it was just really a good splitting of the opponent by DTV, and now, unfortunately, not able to take the Ultron out of the sky. Challenge is going to lock down Wise, but they're going to be right back and hooked him right down. Sunless robbed of flight. What a play there by Wise after going down, coming back from the BRB and securing that, and is now looking to go on a rampage. Has the impact ready to go as well. Everybody's grouped up in that doorway, but they're going to be patient and they're going to hold on to it and wait for more people.
Look at Wise, Kraken Impact available. DTV looking to put this map away. Malediction had a decent first point hold, but they've swapped their comp over. Elsa and Bucky for both of them. Oscar has to burn the invisible boundary. I like it. It's more aggressive. Soviel, though, does pop the CYA. What a massive dunk from Riken and Wise as they're doubling up here. Wise can just go crazy, and that's the map, and DTV takes it 2-1 to take the series over Malediction.
They end that third map 2-1 to win 2-1. What a great series between these two teams. It really could have gone either way in this matchup. And that's what makes it so exciting is, you know, there was no clear winner from the get-go. Based on prior results, we had an expectation. We thought Malediction has potential, and I do think Malediction did have that potential, but in the long stretch of it all, clearly DTV Convoy and Convergence, that's their jam. That's their jam.
That's their jam. They definitely know how to maneuver and navigate those two maps. Domination, though, is the most volatile, can generally go either way here. Congrats to DTV, Delete the VOD, as they go up in the standings. I believe that puts them at 2 match wins. Unfortunately, though, for Triple T and Malediction are 2 losers of this series and last series. They are still going to be winless 2 weeks into the tournament. Tough for them. They can still turn it around. It's not impossible, but the delete the VOD does go up 2-2, which is definitely going to put them in that top 5, potentially, you know, aiming for top 4, depending on how G5 did in their matches, and even, you know, potentially puts them in striking distance with Planet Sainage, who obviously took the match against Triple T here, TTT, so they're up 3-1. But I'm liking the odds for Delete the VOD. They're slowly climbing the rankings.
Yeah, they definitely got it together after that first map, but you know, we're going to be able to get more matches tomorrow to further these standings and get more looks at these teams going up against one another. But that is going to be for tomorrow. That is it for today's games. We are going to be wrapping that up. We're going to send you all off to a very quick break before we bring in an end of segment discussion about the matches today. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the post show, everybody. We get to chill, relax, drink some soda. You guys have your sodas, right?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely not water and staying hydrated.
Ew!
Yeah,
Water? Ew! Water? I personally, I could never. Well, thankfully for us, though, we can skate by the analysis of the last series pretty quickly. Wasn't a whole lot to talk about, right, Soren?
Yeah, I mean, that game was a little rough for Malediction. They do really well on that domination. I do think they did have a little bit of a bad break. We were correct in the fact that Wise was brought in. Wise is one of their subs. And came in, was the DPS, Riken, who is typically on the more dive DPS, ended up being the one to play the main tank in that first game. Unfortunately, Wise doesn't have a great performance. I think it was one final hit. It was not an amazing showing. So they do that quick swap. Riken goes back onto the DPS for game number 2. They immediately have big impact. Then for game number 3, they make that swap back. Riken, though, goes absolutely nuclear towards the end. And at some point, when you have players like that who are just able to go nuclear, it makes a big difference. So I really think that was a very good series, but Malediction maybe got... I don't want to say, obviously they're a very good team, but I think they may have gotten a little lucky catching a very good team in Delete Devada on an off day with a sub. So rough for them, but they were at least able to get that map on the board, which when you have a marathon of a league like this, those extra maps you win absolutely count in the long run.
Hey, look, man, a win's a win. You got to take whatever you can get, man. If that is the lucky break that a team like them needs, you got to run with it, man.
Hey, you got to take what you can get. Exactly.
Now, Flannels, you were in the weeds in that last match. Was there anything that, looking in, like, on the microscopic scale, did you notice anything that was, like, really, that popped out to you? Did you notice anything we didn't notice?
It just seemed like overall the DTV did a really good job of separating the strategists from Malediction on that defensive bit for it, and that really did a lot for them. I mean, at one point we saw Wise in the back line as Widow and pulled Sunless all the way around the corner towards the second point by themselves. And that worked out for them very much so. That could have been an elimination for Sunless on the Ultron, but it didn't. And then from that point on, I mean, they just had so much momentum going with them. There was an opportunity where Wise went down early in a fight, but got the BRB and then hooked Sunless out of the sky instantly. And after that, that was the full push that ended that series for them, really just letting them go the entire way and have so much momentum into those fights. So I think that was really a big part of it.
Hey, that makes a lot of sense to me. Luckily, though, we are done with our series for today. We had nothing but bangers on our hands, but you and I, boys, we got to look forwards. What is going on tomorrow? What does the current leaderboard look like? Dawn Core, right now, Team Engage, the only 2 teams left in the EMEA Rivals League who have not had a loss just yet. Map losses, yes, but the big noodle there is going to be the match losses, which these 2 teams have yet to have.
Yeah, they are currently 1 apiece on map losses, so literally nothing breaking these 2 teams aside. And I will say, I was taking a look at our games for tomorrow, and I wanted to make it clear, they have not been adjusting the schedule. The way that the matches have been laid out has not changed since we started, but my lord, does it feel like destiny, because looking at the games for tomorrow, they are insane. Obviously, we came in today with G5 being at the top of the leaderboard. 1 loss put them all the way down in 4th. They are now at risk of being pretty firmly in that middle of the table, and tomorrow could be a rough day for them because they have to go up against Menace, who's obviously a really good team. And not only that, that's going to be a big decider in that middle of the table spot. Menace looking to break into it. G5, if they lose that one, they could fall down. And then going into the next matchup, It's going to be another match of the Titans, as the second game is going to be Dawncore and Team Engage. So little has separated them this far into the league. Well, tomorrow, one of them is finally going to take that top spot. We will no longer have a contest between 2-3 teams. Only one will be standing at the very end.
Now, I'm no numerologist, but correct me if I'm wrong. If G5 wins their series versus Menace, and regardless if Dawncore or Team Engage win or lose, that's going to put G5 in the number 2 spot, right?
I believe there's a chance Planet Sainage, they could sneak over, especially as they are right now at the exact same point, but they do have more map wins. So there is a world in which Planet Sainage, especially if they have a very good game tomorrow, which they are going to be facing
have more
Malediction.
losses.
That's fair. I think that actually becomes a rulebook question. I actually don't know which matters more, map wins
I
or
don't
map
know,
losses.
man. We're going to have to hit our top scientists on
It's
that
going to be
one,
close,
but-
though. It's going to be close.
Yeah.
Either way.
Yeah.
2 or 3.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute close finagle tomorrow. I'm really curious to see how everything plays out. Triple T and Delete the VOD. That is going to be a very interesting one too. We've been focusing a lot on the top end of the leaderboard, but towards the bottom too, things could shake out really heavily where we started seeing the seeds of it today, Flannels, but I think there's a good likelihood for tomorrow we could see some major upsets.
It's definitely in the favors for it. I mean, if Triple T can, get a win over, say, Delete the VOD, that, gets them onto the, move them up a little bit. That puts them in a closer contention with everybody else just getting that win on the board. Malediction, they've got a really tough one going up against Sainage. That's gonna be, I mean, if that upset happens, that would really bust things open. But I think all eyes are going to be on the INGAGE versus Dawncore for sure. The two undefeated teams. So,
yeah, I would say the matches we have tomorrow might be better than the ones we had today. Not to say the ones today were bad, by no means, but Dawncore G5 was definitely the highlight of today. I think there's a lot of different highlights we could look at for tomorrow to say, yeah, this could define the early starts of this league.
Especially because we are officially, this is week number 2 of 7 weeks. So we are officially getting to the point where all of these wins are really starting to matter. I keep mentioning the reference of like the cream of the crop. It's going to keep rising. We're starting to get to the point where the top of the table is going to start putting some distance to the top, to the bottom. But right now it's still relatively close. But as we get through this week and really into next, once we get through that third week, we'll be 3/7 of the way through, just about hitting that halfway point. It's going to be more and more difficult for those bottom side teams to really start closing that gap. So we really need to see the likes of Triple T and Malediction, who keep putting up really good performances but are struggling to close out series. We really need to start seeing them hit a second gear. If we could see some big wins, like for instance against Delete the VOD for Malediction, if we see, or excuse me, for Triple T, if we see all this potential kind of accumulate and they take down Delete the VOD, that keeps them very much in contention with the middle of the pack. So we need to start seeing them hit that second gear as we are starting to get to the rough point of the series, or the league, excuse me.
Well, hey, you know what? I'm happy you mentioned about closing things out, because that is the end of our show today. We want to thank, of course, our amazing analysts and casters. We have Flannels, we have Soren, Spartantano, Shibby, everyone here to join little old me on the desk. And of course, we want to thank all of our production people too. Frankly speaking, there's just too many people to list in the production side that make this all a possibility, but you know who you are. Follow all of us on social media. We need those numbers to go up, and if they are not going up, we are going to cry ourselves to sleep tonight, more than usual. So, if you guys enjoy all of our commentary, hosting, analysis work, make sure to support us and support Engage as well. Buy an Audible chair, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night, everybody.
Yay.